necessary, and everything short of this is guesswork or frivolous cunning. In this case, it cannot be supposed that any application to Parliament can bring forward this knowledge. That body is itself the supposed cause, or one of the supposed causes, of the abuses in question, and cannot be expected, and ought not to be asked, to give evidence against itself. The inquiry, therefore, which is of necessity the first step in the business, cannot be trusted to Parliament, but must be undertaken by a distinct body of men, separated from every suspicion of corruption or influence. Instead, then, of referring to rotten boroughs and absurd corporations for addresses, or hawking them about the country to be signed by a few dependent tenants, the real and effectual mode would be to come at once to the point, and ascertain the sense of the nation by electing a national convention. By this method, as already observed, the general will, whether to reform or not, or what the reform shall be, or how far it shall extend, will be known, and it cannot be known by any other means. Such a body, empowered and supported by the nation, will have authority to demand information upon all matters necessary to be inquired into, and no minister, nor any person, will dare to refuse it. It will then be seen whether 17 millions of taxes are necessary, and for what purposes they are expended. The concealed pensioners will then be obliged to unmask, and the source of influence and corruption, if any such there be, will be laid open to the nation, not for the purpose of revenge, but of redress. By taking this public and national ground, all objections against partial addresses on the one side, or private associations on the other, will be done away. The nation will declare its own reforms, and the clamor about party and faction, or ins or outs, will become ridiculous. The plan and organization of a convention is easy in practice. In the first place, the number of inhabitants in every county can be sufficiently ascertained from the number of houses assessed to the house and window light tax in each county. This will give the rule for apportioning the number of members to be elected to the national convention in each of the counties. If the total number of inhabitants in England be 7 millions and the total number of members to be elected to the convention be 1,000, the number of members to be elected in a county containing 150,000 inhabitants will be 21, and in like proportion for any other county. As the election of a convention must, in order to ascertain the general sense of the nation, go on grounds different from that of parliamentary elections, the mode that best promises this end will have no difficulties to combat with from absurd customs and pretended rights. The right of every man will be the same, whether he lives in a city, a town, or a village. The custom of attaching rights to place, or in other words, to inanimate matter, instead of to the person, independently of place, is too absurd to make any part of a rational argument. As every man in the nation, of the age of 21 years, pays taxes, either out of the property he possesses, or out of the product of his labor, which is property to him, and is amenable in his own person to every law of the land, so has everyone the same equal right to vote, and no one part of the nation, nor any individual, has a right to dispute the rights of another. The man who should do this ought to forfeit the exercise of his own right, for a term of years. This would render the punishment consistent with the crime. When a qualification to vote is regulated by years, it is placed on the firmest possible ground, because the qualification is such, as nothing but dying before the time can take away, and the equality of rights, as a principle, is recognized in the act of regulating the exercise. But when rights are placed upon, or made dependent upon property, they are on the most precarious of all tenures. Riches make themselves wings, and fly away, and the rights fly with them, and thus they become lost to the man when they would be of most value. It is from a strange mixture of tyranny and cowardice, that exclusions have been set up and continued. The boldness to do wrong at first, changes afterwards into cowardly craft, and at last into fear. The representatives in England appear now to act as if they were afraid to do right, even in part, lest it should awaken the nation to a sense of all the wrongs it has endured. This case serves to show that the same conduct that best constitutes the safety of an individual, namely, a strict adherence to principle, constitutes also the safety of a government, and that without it safety is but an empty name. When the rich plunder the poor of his rights, it becomes an example to the poor to plunder the rich of his property, for the rights of the one are as much property to him, as wealth is property to the other, and the little all is as dear as the much. It is only by setting out on just principles that men are trained to be just to each other, and it will always be found, that when the rich protect the rights of the poor will protect the property of the rich. But the guarantee, to be effectual, must be parliamentarily reciprocal. Exclusions are not only unjust, but they frequently operate as injuriously to the party who monopolizes, as to those who are excluded. When men seek to exclude others from participating in the exercise of any right, they should at least be assured that they can effectually perform the whole of the business they undertake, for, unless they do this, themselves will be losers by the monopoly. This has been the case with respect to the monopolized right of election. The monopolizing party has not been able to keep the parliamentary representation, to whom the power of taxation was instead, in the state. It ought to have been, and have thereby multiplied taxes upon themselves equally with those who were excluded. A great deal has been, and will continue to be said, about disqualifications, arising from the commission of offences, but were the subject urged to its full extent, it would disqualify a great number of the present electors, together with their representatives, for, of all offences, none are more destructive to the morals of society than bribery and corruption. It is, therefore, civility to such persons to pass the subject over, and give them a fair opportunity of recovering, or rather of creating character. Everything, in the present mode of electioneering in England, is the reverse of what it ought to be, and the vulgarity that attends elections is no other than the natural consequence of inverting the order of the system. In the first place, the candidate seeks the elector, instead of the elector seeking for a representative, and the electors are advertised as being in the interest of the candidate, instead of the candidate being in the interest of the electors. The candidate pays the elector for his vote, instead of the nation paying the representative for his time and attendance on public business. The complaint for an undue election is brought by the candidate, as if he, and not the electors, were the party aggrieved, and he takes on himself, at any period of the election, to break it up, by declining, as if the election was in his right and not in theirs. The compact that was entered into at the last Westminster election between two of the candidates, Mr. Fox and Lord Hood, was an indecent violation of the principles of election. The candidates assumed, in their own persons, the rights of the electors, for it was only in the body of the electors, and not at all in the candidates, that the right of making such compact, or compromise, could exist. But the principle of election and representation is so completely done away in every stage thereof, that inconsistency has no longer the power of surprising, neither from elections thus conducted, nor from rotten borough dressers, nor from county meetings, promoted by placemen and pensioners, can the sense of the nation be known. It is still corruption appealing to itself. But a convention of 1,000 persons, fairly elected, would bring every matter to a decided issue. As to county meetings, it is only persons of leisure, or those who live near to a place of meeting, that can attend, and the number on such occasions is but like a drop in the bucket compared with the whole. The only consistent service which such meetings could render would be that of apportioning the county into convenient districts, and, when this is done, each district might, according to its number of inhabitants, elect its quota of county members to the national convention, and the vote of each elector might be taken in the parish where he resided, either by ballot or by voice, as he should choose to give it. A national convention thus formed would bring together the sense and opinions of every part of the nation, fairly taken. The science of government, and the interest of the public, and of the several parts thereof, would then undergo an ample and rational discussion, freed from the language of parliamentary disguise. But in all deliberations of this kind, though men have a right to reason with, and endeavor to convince each other, upon any matter that respects their common good, yet, in point of practice, the majority of opinions, when known, forms a rule for the whole. And to this rule every good citizen practically conforms. Mr. Burke, as if he knew, for every concealed pensioner has the opportunity of knowing that the abuses acted under the present system are too flagrant to be palliated, and that the majority of opinions, whenever such abuses should be made public, would be for a general and effectual reform, has endeavored to preclude the event, by sturdily denying the right of a majority of a nation to act as a whole. Let us bestow a thought upon this case. When any matter is proposed as a subject for consultation, it necessarily implies some mode of decision. Common consent, arising from absolute necessity, has placed this in a majority of opinions, because, without it, there can be no decision, and, consequently no order. It is, perhaps, the only case in which mankind, however various in their ideas upon other matters, can consistently be unanimous, because it is a mode of decision derived from the primary original rights of every individual concerned, that right being first individually exercised in giving an opinion, and whether that opinion shall arrange with the minority or the majority, is a subsequent accidental thing that neither increases nor diminishes the individual, original right itself. Prior to any debate, inquiry, or investigation, it is not supposed to be known on which side the majority of opinions will fall, and therefore, while this mode of decision secures to everyone the right of giving an opinion, it admits to everyone an equal chance in the ultimate event. Among the matters that will present themselves to the consideration of a national convention, there is one, wholly of a domestic nature, but so marvelously loaded with confusion, as to appear at first sight, almost impossible to be reformed. I mean the condition of what is called law. But, if we examine into the cause from whence this confusion, now so much the subject of universal complaint, is produced, not only the remedy will immediately present itself, but, with it, the means of preventing the like case hereafter. In the first place, the confusion has generated itself from the absurdity of every parliament assuming to be eternal in power, and the laws partake in a similar manner of this assumption. They have no period of legal or natural expiration, and, however absurd in principle, or inconsistent in practice many of them have become, they still are, if not especially repealed, considered as making a part of the general mass. By this means the body of what is called law is spread over a space of several hundred years, comprehending laws obsolete, laws repugnant, laws ridiculous, and every other kind of laws forgotten or remembered, and what renders the case still worse, is, that the confusion multiplies with the progress of time. Point 1. To bring this misshapen monster into form, and to prevent its lapsing again into a wilderness state, only two things, and those very simple, are necessary. The first is, to review the whole mass of laws, and to bring forward such only as are worth retaining, and let all the rest drop, and to give to the law so brought forward a new era, commencing from the time of such reform. Secondly, that at the expiration of every 21 years, or any other stated period, a like review shall again be taken, and the laws, found proper to be retained, be again carried forward, commencing with that date, and the useless laws dropped and discontinued. By this means there can be no obsolete laws, and scarcely such a thing as laws, standing in direct or equivocal contradiction to each other, and every person will know the period of time to which he is to look back for all the laws in being. It is worth remarking, that while every other branch of science is brought within some commodious system, and the study of it simplified by easy methods, the laws take the contrary course, and become every year more complicated, entangled, confused, and obscure. Among the paragraphs which the Attorney General has taken from the rights of man, and put into his information, one is, that where I have said, that with respect to regular law, there is scarcely such a thing. As I do not know whether the Attorney General means to show this expression to be libellous, because it is true, or because it is false, I shall make no other reply to him in this place, than by remarking, that if almanac makers had not been more judicious than lawmakers, the study of almanacs would by this time have become as abstruse as the study of law, and we should hear of a library of almanacs as we now do of statutes, but, by the simple operation of letting the obsolete matter drop, and carrying forward that only which is proper to be retained, all that is necessary to be known is found within the space of a year, and laws also admit of being kept within some given period. I shall here close this letter, so far as it respects the addresses, the proclamation, and the prosecution, and shall offer a few observations to the society, styling itself the Friends of the People. That the science of government is beginning to be better understood than in former times, and that the age of fiction and political superstition, and of craft and mystery, is passing away, are matters which the experience of every day proves to be true, as well in England as in other countries. As therefore it is impossible to calculate the silent progress of opinion, and also impossible to govern a nation after it has changed its habits of thinking, by the craft or policy that it was governed by before, the only true method to prevent popular discontents and commotions is, to throw, by every fair and rational argument, all the light upon the subject that can possibly be thrown, and at the same time, to open the means of collecting the general sense of the nation, and this cannot, as already observed, be done by any plan so effectually as a national convention. Here individual opinion will quiet itself by having a center to rest upon. The society already mentioned, which is made of men of various descriptions, but chiefly of those called Foxides, appears to me, either to have taken wrong grounds from want of judgment, or to have acted with cunning reserve. It is now amusing the people with a new phrase, namely, that of a temperate and moderate reform, the interpretation of which is a continuance of the abuses as long as possible. If we cannot hold all, let us hold some. Who are those that are frightened at reforms? Are the public afraid that their taxes should be lessened too much? Are they afraid that sinecure places and pensions should be abolished too fast? Are the poor afraid that their condition should be rendered too comfortable? Is the worn-out mechanic, or the aged and decayed tradesman, frightened at the prospect of receiving £10 a year out of the surplus taxes? Is the soldier frightened at the thoughts of his discharge, and 3 shillings per week during life? Is the sailor afraid that press warrants will be abolished? The society mistakes the fears of borough-mongers, placemen, and pensioners for the fears of the people, and the temperate and moderate reform it talks of is calculated to suit the condition of the former. Those words, temperate and moderate, are words either of political cowardice, or of cunning, or seduction. A thing, moderately good, is not so good as it ought to be. Moderation in temper is always a virtue, but moderation in principle is a species of vice. But who is to be the judge of what is a temperate and moderate reform? The society is the representative of nobody, neither can the unrepresented part of the nation commit this power to those in Parliament, in whose election they had no choice, and therefore, even upon the ground the society has taken, recourse must be had to a national convention. 13. An essay for the use of New Republicans in their opposition to monarchy. 1792. In August 1792 the French National Assembly awarded Paine the title of Citizen of France, and in September he was elected to represent the district that included Calais in the new National Convention. That same month the convention voted to abolish the monarchy. September 22nd was decreed as the first day of the new French Republic. Paine wrote this essay in October 1792 to reinforce the anti-monarchical convictions that lay behind these dramatic developments. The attainment of any important possession that we have long been ardently coveting is at once a source of subsequent self-congratulation. Indeed, the feeling that we have triumphed so absorbs us that we immediately lose the sense of the cause of our success. But, after dwelling a while on our new happiness, we verify all the incidents that have produced it, and the examination of each of them separately still further enhances our satisfaction. It is our present purpose to develop fully the reasons why our readers should participate in our enjoyment. All French citizens have joined in celebrating the downfall of royalty and the creation of a republic, yet, among those who applaud, there are some persons who have not an entirely clear comprehension of their former situation or of that upon which they are now entering. All Frenchmen have shuddered at the perjuries of the king, the plots of his court and the profligacy of his brothers, so that the race of Louis was deposed from the throne of their hearts long before it was deposed by legislative decree. We do not effect much. However, if we merely dethrone an idol, we must also break to pieces the pedestal upon which it rested. It is the office of royalty rather than the holder of the office that is fatal in its consequences. But everyone has not a vivid conception of this fact. Yet all Frenchmen should be able in the present conjuncture to prove the absurdity of royalty and the reasonableness of a republic, whenever these forms of government are discussed, because if you now enjoy freedom and happiness, you should be conscious of the reasons for your contentment. As a distinction is drawn frequently between royalty and monarchy, we had better examine into the question of the pertinency of this distinction. The system of royalty has begun in the same fashion in all countries and among all peoples. A band of robbers, gathered together under a leader, throw themselves on a country and make slaves of its people, then they elect their leader king. Next comes another robber chief, who conquers and kills the first, and makes himself king in his stead. After a time, the recollection of all this violence is obliterated, and the successors of the robber are held to reign quite legitimately. They are shrewd enough to confer a few benefits now and then on their subjects, they corrupt those about them, and to give an air of sanctity to their origin, they devise pedigrees that are purely fictitious. Afterwards, they are aided by the dishonesty of the priests, and religion befriends their usurped power, which will henceforth be regarded as their hereditary possession. The consequences that flow from royalty are such as might be expected from its source. The annals of monarchy abound in such hideous wickedness, such horrible cruelties that only by reading them can we form any idea of the baseness of which human nature is capable. The pictures that we there behold of kings and their ministers and courtiers are so horrifying that humanity is forced to turn away from them with a shudder. And yet what else could be expected? Kings are monsters in the natural order, and what can we expect from monsters but miseries and crimes? Now, what is monarchy? Whatever effort may have been made to conceal its true nature and to familiarize the people with that hateful term, its real meaning cannot be disguised. It signifies absolute power vested in a single person, although that person be a fool, a traitor or a tyrant. Do we not outrage national honor when we suggest the possibility of any people being ruled by such a person as I have denoted? But, apart from the defects of the individual, government by a single person is vicious in itself. A prince is too small a person himself to be capable of governing even the smallest state. What an absurdity it is, then, to believe in his capacity for the government of a great nation. However, you will say, there have been kings who were men of genius. Granted, but such intelligent rulers have been a greater curse to nations than those who were intellectually deficient. Kings of that class have always been ambitious, and have compelled their subjects to pay dearly for the conquests and tediums that were celebrated over the land while its inhabitants were dying of hunger. We have only to turn to the career of Louis XIV and of other sovereigns in proof of the truth of this statement. What, however, of those rulers who have no claim to ability, and who substitute for it the vices that seem inherent in royalty? We have the following description of them in the Contrat Social of J. J. Rousseau. The men who take the foremost place in monarchies are often simply base marplots, ordinary rogues, mean intriguers. The trivial intellectual qualities that have raised these people to high positions in courts but serve to make more apparent to the public their real insignificance. In a word, the story of all monarchy supplies proof that, while monarchs do nothing, their ministers do nothing but evil. While royalty is harmful from its very nature, hereditary royalty is, in addition, absurd and disgusting. Just think of it. Yonder is a man who claims that he has a hereditary right to rule me. Where did he get it? From his ancestors, he says, and from mine. But how could they give him a right they did not possess? No man has power over posterity. I can no more be the slave of those who went before me than I can of those who now exist. If we return to life, we could not rob ourselves of the rights acquired in a second existence, still less could we rob posterity of their rights. A hereditary crown, a throne to be handed over to a successor. Why, it is to treat our posterity as a herd of cattle who are entirely destitute of either rights or will. No more infamous and indecent illusion ever disgraced humanity than that the people is a herd, which may be transmitted from one king to another. From one point of view, we should not, perhaps, censure kings for their savage cruelty, their brutality, and their oppressions. It is not they who are in fault, it is hereditary succession. A swamp breeds serpents, hereditary succession breeds oppressors. The following is the system of logic upon which are founded the claims of royalty. Says the hereditary prince, owe my authority to my birth, I owe my birth to God. Therefore, I owe nothing to men. When he has a subservient minister, he then proceeds to commit all the crimes of which tyranny is capable, and he never has any idea that he is acting wrongfully. We have plenty of evidence of this fact in the history of all countries. You must also see clearly that there must be an entire absence of sympathy between ruler and people. What renders us kind and humane? Is it not sympathy, the power which I have of putting myself in my neighbor's place? How can a monarch have sympathy? He can never put himself in anybody's place, for the simple reason that he can never be in any place but his own. A monarch is naturally and preeminently an egotist. We have innumerable proofs which show that such a person is altogether separated from humanity. When Charles II was asked to punish Lauderdale for his cruelty to the Scots, his reply was, Lauderdale may have oppressed the Scots, but he has always supported my interests. A frequent expression of Louis XIV was, if I were to comply with the will of my people, I should not be king. He lost his temper when anyone spoke of the safety of the state, or the calamities of the state. We might not object to the hereditary succession of kings, if we could always be certain that the throne should be occupied by a wise and virtuous prince. If, however, we but consider the character of those who sit on the thrones of Europe at the present hour, what do we discover? We find that the men who fill them are either fools or tyrants or traitors or libertines, and that in some of them are combined all imaginable vices. It would thus seem that nature and destiny have agreed in the present age to supply us with tangible evidence of the atrocious wickedness and folly of royalty. Yet, after all, there is nothing distinctive about the present age in this relation. Hereditary succession is so essentially vicious that it is impossible for the people to hope for the advent of a virtuous prince. A person educated in the belief that he has a right to command others is inevitably bound by his surroundings to lose all sense of reason and justice. In fact, were not this notion of hereditary kings a serious matter, we might feel inclined to laugh at the absurdity of such an institution. We have to imagine that, as in the case of racehorses, a prince has certain peculiar characteristics that destine him for the throne, just as the courser has certain physical qualities which destine him for the race track. But in the case of the noble race of Andalusian steeds, certain precautions are taken to ensure its genuineness. Surely, in the case of princes, except similar precautions are adopted, no matter how much they violate the laws of decency, it is impossible to discover whether the offspring of a queen is a legitimate prince or a bastard. Everything connected with hereditary royalty bears the mark of infamy or folly. Just consider, a person cannot be a mere workman without some sort of ability to be a king. All that a man requires is to be born. The story told by Montaigne of the dog Barkhouf, who was appointed governor of a province by an Asiatic monarch, excites our amusement. We laugh at the folly of the Egyptians, who set up a pebble on a throne and acknowledged it as their king. But a pebble or a dog would be less harmful to the people who bowed before them than are kings to the nations that pay them servile homage. An irrational animal or a piece of lifeless rock is less dangerous to a nation than a human idol. Hardly a single example can be adduced where a man of genius has left behind him children worthy of their parentage, and yet the authority vested in a sovereign must descend to his son. It is like saying that a wise father always has a wise son. A good governor by inheritance is as likely as a good author by inheritance. Common sense, therefore, is as much outraged by the idea of royalty as common right is. Still, it is more than an absurdity, it is a plague, because a nation that prostrates itself in presences of an absurdity is degraded. Can that people which reveres equally vice and virtue, ignorance and wisdom, ever have the capacity for managing important affairs? For this reason, it will be noticed that the inhabitants of a monarchical country are often intellectually degenerate and are distinguished for their servile disposition. Another consequence of this baleful institution is that it destroys equality and introduces what is called nobility. Evil a thing as nobility is, it is less so than government by inheritance. All that the noble asks of me is that I recognize his superiority because of his birth, while the king requires my submission. I am amused by the noble, I feel like setting my foot upon the king. It was thought that when the convention voted the abolition of royalty, someone would speak in its favor. In this relation, a certain philosopher, who believed that no decree should be issued without a preliminary discussion of the question, moved for the appointment of an orator who should bring forward all the arguments that could be adduced in favor of royalty, so that everything that could be said in its justification should be made clear to the world. It was on the principle that counsel is assigned to the defense, no matter how strong is the evidence of the prisoner's guilt. In the Republic of Venice there was an official whose function it was to assail all testimony, however indisputable. Royalty, however, has plenty of defenders. It is only fitting that we should examine the cogency of their arguments. 1. The people need a king to protect them from the tyranny of the powerful. Let the rights of man be established, equality enthroned, a sound constitution drafted, with its powers clearly defined. Let all privileges, distinctions of birth and monopolies be annulled. Establish liberty of trade and industry, the freedom of the press, equal division of family inheritances, publicity of all government measures, and you will be certain to have excellent laws, and may dispel from your mind the dread of the powerful, for, whether they like it or not, all citizens will then be subject to the law. 2. A king will prevent the legislature from usurping authority. If representatives, who cannot act as administrators or judges, are often renewed, if their functions are determined by law, if the people can summon at any moment their national conventions and primary assemblies, the tyranny of a legislature would have only a very short existence, especially among a people capable of self-defense, who can read, and have newspapers, guns, and pikes. Why assume an evil solely for the purposes of providing a remedy? 3. To strengthen the executive power, we should have a king. Such a proposition might have a certain force when we had nobles, priests, parliaments, and other privileged classes. Now, however, the law is all-powerful, and, as it is the expression of the general will, it is the interest of everyone to see that it is executed. On the contrary, the presence of a hereditary king tends to weaken the executive power, as was clearly demonstrated recently when we attempted to unite royalty and liberty in marriage bonds. For that matter, those who hold this opinion are persons who identify the king with the executive power. My readers, I fancy, entertain more enlightened sentiments. The following is another not uncommon fallacy: we must have either an hereditary chief or an elective chief. If we have an elective chief, the citizens will quarrel about the candidates, and every election will be followed by a civil war. In the first place, such civil wars as have arisen in England and France were the result, not of election, but of hereditary succession, and, in addition, the scourge of foreign war has, for a score of times, devastated these kingdoms, because of the claims asserted by certain royal families. In fine, all the disturbances that occurred during the Regency had their source in hereditary succession. The great point, however, to be considered is this: an elective chief will not be followed by a train of courtiers, will not be surrounded with royal pageantry, will not be puffed up with servile adulation, and will not have an income of 30 millions, and, besides, his fellow citizens will not elect him to an office of several years' duration, without limiting his authority and keeping his income within due bounds. Moreover, the presence of a king entails the presence of an aristocracy and of taxation reaching 30 millions. This is doubtless why Franklin styled royalism a crime as bad as poisoning. The sole reason why royalty, with all its visionary splendour, its assumed necessity, the superstitious idolatry that follows in its train, was created was for the purpose of exacting from its victims excessive taxation and willing submission. Royalty and popery have had the same goal to attain and have been supported by the same deceptions. They are now falling into the same decay under the rays of the same light. 14 reasons for preserving the life of Louis Capet. 1793. After abolishing the monarchy, the National Convention debated the fate of Louis. 16. The Girondins, Paine's party, opposed bringing the king to trial. Paine disagreed and, like the more radical Jacobins, preferred trying the king. Louis was tried in late 1792 and found guilty of treason. The Jacobins then demanded his death, while the Girondins sought the lesser punishment of banishment or jail. Paine sided at this point with his Girondin colleagues and pleaded that Louis's life be spared. This text is the speech he gave to the National Convention on January 15, 1793. He urges that Capet deserves his life, if for no other reason, because he gave assistance to America during its war with Britain. Citizen President, my hatred and abhorrence of monarchy are sufficiently known. They originate in principles of reason and conviction, nor, except with life, can they ever be extirpated, but my compassion for the unfortunate, whether friend or enemy, is equally lively and sincere. I voted that Louis should be tried, because it was necessary to afford proofs to the world of the perfidy, corruption, and abomination of the monarchical system. The infinity of evidence that has been produced exposes them in the most glaring and hideous colors. Thence it results that monarchy, whatever form it may assume, arbitrary or otherwise, becomes necessarily a center around which are united every species of corruption, and the kingly trait is no less destructive of all morality in the human breast than the trait of an executioner is destructive of its sensibility. I remember, during my residence in another country, that I was exceedingly struck with the sentence of Emofian at the Jacobins Club, which corresponds exactly with my own idea. Make me a king today, said he, and I shall be a robber tomorrow. Nevertheless, I am inclined to believe that if Louis Capet had been born in obscure condition, had he lived within the circle of an amiable and respectable neighborhood, at liberty to practice the duties of domestic life, had he been thus situated, I cannot believe that he would have shown himself destitute of social virtues. We are, in a moment of fermentation like this, naturally little indulgent to his vices, or rather to those of his government. We regard them with additional horror and indignation, not that they are more heinous than those of his predecessors, but because our eyes are now open, and the veil of delusion at length withdrawn, yet the lamentable, degraded state to which he is actually reduced, is surely far less imputable to him than to the constituent assembly, which, of its own authority, without consent or advice of the people, restored him to the throne. I was in Paris at the time of the flight, or abdication of Louis XVI, and when he was taken and brought back, the proposal of restoring him to supreme power struck me with amazement, and although at that time I was not a French citizen, yet as a citizen of the world I employed all the efforts that depended on me to prevent it. A small society, composed only of 5 persons, 2 of whom are now members of the convention, took at that time the name of the Republican Club, Société Républicaine. This society opposed the restoration of Louis, not so much on account of his personal offences, as in order to overthrow the monarchy, and to erect on its ruins the republican system and an equal representation. With this design, I traced out in the English language certain propositions, which were translated with some trifling alterations, and signed by Achille de Châtelet, now Lieutenant General in the Army of the French Republic, and at that time one of the 5 members which composed our little party, the law requiring the signature of a citizen at the bottom of each printed paper. The paper was indignantly torn by Malouet, and brought forth in this very room as an article of accusation against the person who had signed it, the author and the adherents. But such is the revolution of events, that this paper is now received and brought forth for a very opposite purpose, to remind the nation of the errors of that unfortunate day, that fatal error of not having then banished Louis XVI from its bosom, and to plead this day in favor of his exile, preferable to his death. Having thus explained the principles and the exertions of the Republicans at that fatal period, when Louis was reinstated in full possession of the executive power which by his flight had been suspended, I returned to the subject, and to the deplorable situation in which the man is now actually involved. What was neglected at the time of which I have been speaking, has been since brought about by the force of necessity. The willful, treacherous defects in the former constitution have been brought to light, the continual alarm of treason and conspiracy aroused the nation, and produced eventually a second revolution. The people have beat down royalty, never to rise again. They have brought Louis Capet to the bar, and demonstrated in the face of the whole world, the intrigues, the cabals, the falsehood, corruption, and rooted depravity, the inevitable effects of monarchical government. There remains then only one question to be considered: what is to be done with this man? For myself, I seriously confess, that when I reflect on the unaccountable folly that restored the executive power to his hands, all covered as he was with perjuries and treason, I am far more ready to condemn the constituent assembly than the unfortunate prisoner Louis Capet. But abstracted from every other consideration, there is one circumstance in his life which ought to cover or at least to palliate a great number of his transgressions, and this very circumstance affords to the French nation a blessed occasion of extricating itself from the yoke of kings, without defiling itself in the impurities of their blood. It is to France alone, I know, that the United States of America owe that support which enabled them to shake off the unjust and tyrannical yoke of Britain. The ardor and zeal which she displayed to provide both men and money were the natural consequence of a thirst for liberty. But as the nation at that time, restrained by the shackles of her own government, could only act by the means of a monarchical organ, this organ, whatever in other respects the object might be, certainly performed a great action. Let then those United States be the safeguard and asylum of Louis Capet. There, hereafter, far removed from the miseries and crimes of royalty, he may learn, from the constant aspect of public prosperity, that the true system of government consists not in kings, but in fair, equal, and honorable representation. In relating this circumstance, and in submitting this proposition, I consider myself as a citizen of both countries. I submit it as a citizen of America, who feels the debt of gratitude which he owes to every Frenchman. I submit it also as a man, who, although the enemy of kings, cannot forget that they are subject to human frailties. I support my proposition as a citizen of the French Republic, because it appears to me the best, the most politic measure that can be adopted. As far as my experience in public life extends, I have ever observed that the great mass of the people are invariably just, both in their intentions and in their objects. But the true method of accomplishing an effect does not always show itself in the first instance. For example, the English nation had groaned under the despotism of the Stuarts. Hence Charles I lost his life, yet Charles II was restored to all the plenitude of power, which his father had lost. 40 years had not expired when the same family strove to re-establish their ancient oppression, so the nation then banished from its territories the whole race. The remedy was effectual. The Stuart family sank into obscurity, confounded itself with the multitude, and is at length extinct. The French nation has carried her measures of government to a greater length. France is not satisfied with exposing the guilt of the monarch. She has penetrated into the vices and horrors of the monarchy. She has shown them clear as daylight, and forever crushed that system, and he, whoever he may be, that should ever dare to reclaim those rights, would be regarded not as a pretender, but punished as a traitor. 2 brothers of Louis Capet have banished themselves from the country, but they are obliged to comply with the spirit and etiquette of the courts where they reside. They can advance no pretensions on their own account, so long as Louis Capet shall live. Monarchy, in France, was a system pregnant with crime and murders, cancelling all natural ties, even those by which brothers are united. We know how often they have assassinated each other to pave a way to power. As those hopes which the emigrants had reposed in Louis XVI are fled, the last that remains rests upon his death, and their situation inclines them to desire this catastrophe, that they may once again rally around a more active chief, and try one further effort under the fortune of the ci-devant Monsieur and d'Artois. That such an enterprise would precipitate them into a new abyss of calamity and disgrace, it is not difficult to foresee, yet it might be attended with mutual loss, and it is our duty as legislators not to spill a drop of blood when our purpose may be effectually accomplished without it. It has already been proposed to abolish the punishment of death, and it is with infinite satisfaction that I recollect the humane and excellent oration pronounced by Robespierre on that subject in the Constituent Assembly. This cause must find its advocates in every corner where enlightened politicians and lovers of humanity exist, and it ought above all to find them in this assembly. Monarchical governments have trained the human race, and inured it to the sanguinary arts and refinements of punishment, and it is exactly the same punishment which has so long shocked the sight and tormented the patience of the people, that now, in their turn, they practice in revenge upon their oppressors. But it becomes us to be strictly on our guard against the abomination and perversity of monarchical examples, as France has been the first of European nations to abolish royalty, let her also be the first to abolish the punishment of death, and to find out a milder and more effectual substitute. In the particular case now under consideration, I submit the following propositions. Ist, that the National Convention shall pronounce sentence of banishment on Louis and his family. 2d, that Louis Capet shall be detained in prison till the end of the war, and at that epoch the sentence of banishment to be executed. 15. The Age of Reason. Part 1. 1794. Nothing Paine wrote brought such notoriety as his Age of Reason. No matter that one of Paine's motives for writing it in 1794 was to rescue natural Christianity from unbelievers, he would still forever after be regarded, as Teddy Roosevelt put it, as that filthy little atheist. Paine's offense was to take the ism out of the hands of the aristocracy and intellectuals and bring it to the people. From the early years of the 18th century, philosophers in England and France had been attacking the miraculous, supernatural, and political aspects of Christianity and calling instead for a religion committed to the moral teachings of Christ and compatible with a scientific reading of the world organized around rational Newtonian principles. By the end of the century, religious deists and political progressives, like Jefferson, agreed that priests and tyrants were co-conspirators against liberty and progress. Paine's Age of Reason, published in Paris in 1794, became the manifesto for such views. It has endured since then, depending on one's viewpoint, as the Bible of rational Christianity or as blasphemy and the devil's doing. The text here is part 1 of what were the 2 parts of the original essay. To my fellow citizens of the United States of America, I put the following work under your protection. It contains my opinion upon religion. You will do me the justice to remember that I have always strenuously supported the right of every man to his own opinion, however different that opinion might be to mine. He who denies to another this right, makes a slave of himself to his present opinion, because he precludes himself the right of changing it. The most formidable weapon against errors of every kind is reason. I have never used any other, and I trust one never shall. Your affectionate friend and fellow citizen, Thomas Paine. Paris, 8th Club Dice. 2nd year of the French Republic, one and indivisible. January 27th, OS 1794. The author's profession of faith. It has been my intention, for several years past, to publish my thoughts upon religion. I am well aware of the difficulties that attend the subject, and from that consideration, had reserved it to a more advanced period of life. I intended it to be the last offering I should make to my fellow citizens of all nations, and that at a time when the purity of the motive that induced me to it could not admit of a question, even by those who might disapprove the work. The circumstance that has now taken place in France of the total abolition of the whole national order of priesthood, and of everything appertaining to compulsive systems of religion, and compulsive articles of faith, has not only precipitated my intention, but rendered a work of this kind exceedingly necessary, lest, in the general wreck of superstition, of false systems of government and false theology, we lose sight of morality, of humanity, and of the theology that is true. As several of my colleagues, and others of my fellow citizens of France, have given me the example of making their voluntary and individual profession of faith, I also will make mine, and I do this with all that sincerity and frankness with which the mind of man communicates with itself. I believe in one God, and no more, and I hope for happiness beyond this life. I believe in the equality of man, and I believe that religious duties consist in doing justice, loving mercy, and endeavoring to make our fellow creatures happy. But, lest it should be supposed that I believe many other things in addition to these, I shall, in the progress of this work, declare the things I do not believe, and my reasons for not believing them. I do not believe in the creed professed by the Jewish Church, by the Roman Church, by the Greek Church, by the Turkish Church, by the Protestant Church, nor by any church that I know of. My own mind is my own church. All national institutions of churches, whether Jewish, Christian or Turkish, appear to me no other than human inventions, set up to terrify and enslave mankind, and monopolize power and profit. I do not mean by this declaration to condemn those who believe otherwise. They have the same right to their belief as I have to mine. But it is necessary to the happiness of man that he be mentally faithful to himself. Infidelity does not consist in believing, or in disbelieving, it consists in professing to believe what he does not believe. It is impossible to calculate the moral mischief, if I may so express it, that mental lying has produced in society. When a man has so far corrupted and prostituted the chastity of his mind as to subscribe his professional belief to things he does not believe, he has prepared himself for the commission of every other crime. He takes up the trade of a priest for the sake of gain, and in order to qualify himself for that trade he begins with a perjury. Can we conceive anything more destructive to morality than this? Soon after I had published the pamphlet Common Sense, in America, I saw the exceeding probability that a revolution in the system of government would be followed by a revolution in the system of religion. The adulterous connection of church and state, wherever it has taken place, whether Jewish, Christian or Turkish, has so effectually prohibited by pains and penalties every discussion upon established creeds, and upon first principles of religion, that until the system of government should be changed, those subjects could not be brought fairly and openly before the world, but that whenever this should be done, a revolution in the system of religion would follow. Human inventions and priestcraft would be detected, and man would return to the pure, unmixed and unadulterated belief of one God, and no more. Concerning missions and revelations, every national church or religion has established itself by pretending some special mission from God, communicated to certain individuals. The Jews have their Moses, the Christians their Jesus Christ, their apostles and saints, and the Turks their Muhammad. As if the way to God was not open to every man alike. Each of those churches shows certain books, which they call revelation, or the Word of God. The Jews say that their Word of God was given by God to Moses, face to face. The Christians say that their Word of God came by divine inspiration, and the Turks say that their Word of God, the Quran, was brought by an angel from heaven. Each of those churches accuses the other of unbelief, and for my own part, I disbelieve them all. As it is necessary to affix right ideas to words, I will, before I proceed further into the subject, offer some observations on the word revelation. Revelation, when applied to religion, means something communicated immediately from God to man. No one will deny or dispute the power of the Almighty to make such a communication, if he pleases. But admitting, for the sake of a case, that something has been revealed to a certain person, and not revealed to any other person, it is revelation to that person only. When he tells it to a second person, a second to a third to a fourth, and so on, it ceases to be a revelation to all those persons. It is revelation to the first person only, and hearsay to every other, and consequently they are not obliged to believe it. It is a contradiction in terms and ideas, to call anything a revelation that comes to us at second hand, either verbally or in writing. Revelation is necessarily limited to the first communication. After this it is only an account of something which that person says was a revelation made to him, and though he may find himself obliged to believe it, it cannot be incumbent on me to believe it in the same manner, for it was not a revelation made to me, and I have only his word for it that it was made to him. When Moses told the children of Israel that he received the 2 tables of the commandments from the hands of God, they were not obliged to believe him, because they had no other authority for it than his telling them so, and I have no other authority for it than some historian telling me so. The commandments carry no internal evidence of divinity with them. They contain some good moral precepts, such as any man qualified to be a lawgiver, or a legislator, could produce himself, without having recourse to supernatural intervention. Point 1. When I am told that the Quran was written in heaven and brought to Muhammad by an angel, the account comes too near the same kind of hearsay evidence and second-hand authority as the former. I did not see the angel myself and, therefore, I have a right not to believe it. When also I am told that a woman called the Virgin Mary, said, or gave out, that she was with child without any cohabitation with a man, and that her betrothed husband, Joseph, said that an angel told him so, I have a right to believe them or not. Such a circumstance required a much stronger evidence than their bare word for it, but we have not even this, for neither Joseph nor Mary wrote any such matter themselves, it is only reported by others that they said so. It is hearsay upon hearsay, and I do not choose to rest my belief upon such evidence. It is, however, not difficult to account for the credit that was given to the story of Jesus Christ being the Son of God. He was born at a time when the heathen mythology had still some fashion and repute in the world, and that mythology had prepared the people for the belief of such a story. Almost all the extraordinary men that lived under the heathen mythology were reputed to be the sons of some of their gods. It was not a new thing, at that time, to believe a man to have been celestially begotten. The intercourse of gods with women was then a matter of familiar opinion. Their Jupiter, according to their accounts, had cohabited with hundreds. The story, therefore, had nothing in it either new, wonderful, or obscene. It was conformable to the opinions that then prevailed among the people called Gentiles or mythologists, and it was those people only that believed it. The Jews, who had kept strictly to the belief of one God, and no more, and who had always rejected the heathen mythology, never credited the story. It is curious to observe how the theory of what is called the Christian Church sprung out of the tale of the heathen mythology. A direct incorporation took place in the first instance, by making the reputed founder to be celestially begotten. The Trinity of gods that then followed was no other than a reduction of the former plurality, which was about 20 or 30,000. The statue of Mary succeeded the statue of Diana of Ephesus. The deification of heroes changed into the canonization of saints. The mythologists had gods for everything, the Christian mythologists had saints for everything. The church became as crowded with the one as the pantheon had been with the other, and Rome was the place of both. The Christian theory is little else than the idolatry of the ancient mythologists, accommodated to the purposes of power and revenue, and it yet remains to reason and philosophy to abolish the amphibious fraud in appreciation of the character of Jesus Christ and his history. Nothing that is here said can apply, even with the most distant disrespect, to the real character of Jesus Christ. He was a virtuous and an amiable man. The morality that he preached and practiced was of the most benevolent kind, and though similar systems of morality had been preached by Confucius, and by some of the Greek philosophers, many years before, by the Quakers since, and by many good men in all ages, it has not been exceeded by any. Jesus Christ wrote no account of himself, of his birth, parentage, or anything else. Not a line of what is called the New Testament is of his own writing. The history of him is altogether the work of other people, and as to the account given of his resurrection and ascension, it was the necessary counterpart to the story of his birth. His historians, having brought him into the world in a supernatural manner, were obliged to take him out again in the same manner, or the first part of the story must have fallen to the ground. The wretched contrivance with which this latter part is told exceeds everything that went before it. The first part, that of the miraculous conception, was not a thing that admitted of publicity, and therefore the tellers of this part of the story had this advantage, that though they might not be credited, they could not be detected. They could not be expected to prove it, because it was not one of those things that admitted of proof, and it was impossible that the person of whom it was told could prove it himself. But the resurrection of a dead person from the grave, and his ascension through the air, is a thing very different as to the evidence it admits of, to the invisible conception of a child in the womb. The resurrection and ascension, supposing them to have taken place, admitted of public and ocular demonstration, like that of the ascension of a balloon, or the sun at noonday, to all Jerusalem at least. A thing which everybody is required to believe requires that the proof and evidence of it should be equal to all, and universal, and as the public visibility of this last related act was the only evidence that could give sanction to the former part, the whole of it falls to the ground, because that evidence never was given. Instead of this, a small number of persons, not more than 8 or 9, are introduced as proxies for the whole world to say they saw it, and all the rest of the world are called upon to believe it. But it appears that Thomas did not believe the resurrection, and, as they say, would not believe without having ocular and manual demonstration himself. So neither will I, and the reason is equally as good for me, and for every other person, as for Thomas. It is in vain to attempt to palliate or disguise this matter. The story, so far as relates to the supernatural part, has every mark of fraud and imposition stamped upon the face of it. Who were the authors of it is as impossible for us now to know, as it is for us to be assured that the books in which the account is related were written by the persons whose names they bear. The best surviving evidence we now have respecting this affair is the Jews. They are regularly descended from the people who lived in the times this resurrection and ascension is said to have happened, and they say, it is not true. It has long appeared to me a strange inconsistency to cite the Jews as a proof of the truth of the story. It is just the same as if a man were to say, I will prove the truth of what I have told you by producing the people who say it is false. That such a person as Jesus existed, and that he was crucified, which was the mode of execution at that day, are historical relations strictly within the limits of probability. He preached most excellent morality and the equality of man, but he preached also against the corruptions and avarice of the Jewish priests, and this brought upon him the hatred and vengeance of the whole order of priesthood. The accusation which those priests brought against him was that of sedition and conspiracy against the Roman government, to which the Jews were then subject and tributary, and it is not improbable that the Roman government might have some secret apprehensions of the effects of his doctrine, as well as the Jewish priests, neither is it improbable that Jesus Christ had in contemplation the delivery of the Jewish nation from the bondage of the Romans. Between the two, however, this virtuous reformer and revolutionist lost his life. Fabulous basis of Christianity. It is upon this plain narrative of facts, together with another case I am going to mention, that the Christian mythologists, calling themselves the Christian Church, have erected their fable, which, for absurdity and extravagance, is not exceeded by anything that is to be found in the mythology of the ancients. The ancient mythologists tell that the race of giants made war against Jupiter, and that one of them threw 100 rocks against him at one throw, that Jupiter defeated him with thunder, and confined him afterwards under Mount Etna, and that every time the giant turns himself Mount Etna belches fire. It is here easy to see that the circumstance of the mountain, that of its being a volcano, suggested the idea of the fable, and that the fable is made to fit and wind itself up with that circumstance. The Christian mythologists tell that their Satan made war against the Almighty, who defeated him, and confined him afterwards, not under a mountain, but in a pit. It is here easy to see that the first fable suggested the idea of the second, for the fable of Jupiter and the giants was told many hundred years before that of Satan. Thus far the ancient and the Christian mythologists differ very little from each other. But the latter have contrived to carry the matter much farther. They have contrived to connect the fabulous part of the story of Jesus Christ with the fable originating from Mount Etna, and in order to make all the parts of the story tie together they have taken to their aid the traditions of the Jews, for the Christian mythology is made up partly from the ancient mythology and partly from the Jewish traditions. The Christian mythologists, after having confined Satan in a pit, were obliged to let him out again to bring on the sequel of the fable. He is then introduced into the Garden of Eden, in the shape of a snake or a serpent, and in that shape he enters into familiar conversation with Eve, who is no way surprised to hear a snake talk, and the issue of this speech is that he persuades her to eat an apple, and the eating of that apple damns all mankind. After giving Satan this triumph over the whole creation, one would have supposed that the church mythologists would have been kind enough to send him back again to the pit, or, if they had not done this, that they would have put a mountain upon him, for they say that their faith can remove a mountain, or have put him under a mountain, as the former mythologists had done, to prevent his getting again among the women and doing more mischief. But instead of this they leave him at large, without even obliging him to give his parole, the secret of which is that they could not do without him, and after being at the trouble of making him, they bribed him to stay. They promised him all the Jews, all the Turks by anticipation, 9/10 of the world beside, and Mohammed into the bargain. After this, who can doubt the bountifulness of the Christian mythology? Having thus made an insurrection and a battle in heaven, in which none of the combatants could be either killed or wounded, put Satan into the pit, let him out again, gave him a triumph over the whole creation, damned all mankind by the eating of an apple, these Christian mythologists bring the two ends of their fable together. They represent this virtuous and amiable man, Jesus Christ, to be at once both God and man, and also the Son of God, celestially begotten, on purpose to be sacrificed, because they say that even her longing had eaten an apple. Examination of the preceding basis. Putting aside everything that might excite laughter by its absurdity, or detestation by its profaneness, and confining ourselves merely to an examination of the parts, it is impossible to conceive a story more derogatory to the Almighty, more inconsistent with his wisdom, more contradictory to his power, than this story is. In order to make for it a foundation to rise upon, the inventors were under the necessity of giving to the being whom they call Satan, a power equally as great, if not greater than they attribute to the Almighty. They have not only given him the power of liberating himself from the pit, after what they call his fall, but they have made that power increase afterwards to infinity. Before this fall they represent him only as an angel of limited existence, as they represent the rest. After his fall, he becomes, by their account, omnipresent. He exists everywhere, and at the same time, he occupies the whole immensity of space. Not content with this deification of Satan, they represent him as defeating, by stratagem, in the shape of an animal of the creation, all the power and wisdom of the Almighty. They represent him as having compelled the Almighty to the direct necessity, either of surrendering the whole of the creation to the government and sovereignty of this Satan, or of capitulating for its redemption by coming down upon earth, and exhibiting himself upon a cross in the shape of a man. Had the inventors of this story told it the contrary way, that is, had they represented the Almighty as compelling Satan to exhibit himself on a cross, in the shape of a snake, as a punishment for his new transgression, the story would have been less absurd, less contradictory. But instead of this, they make the transgressor triumph, and the Almighty fall. That many good men have believed this strange fable, and lived very good lives under that belief, for credulity is not a crime, is what I have no doubt of. In the first place, they were educated to believe it, and they would have believed anything else in the same manner. There are also many who have been so enthusiastically enraptured by what they conceive to be the infinite love of God to man, in making a sacrifice of himself, that the vehemence of the idea has forbidden and deterred them from examining into the absurdity and profaneness of the story. The more unnatural anything is, the more it is capable of becoming the object of dismal admiration, of the true theology. But if objects for gratitude and admiration are our desire, do they not present themselves every hour to our eyes? Do we not see a fair creation prepared to receive us? The instant we are born, a world furnished to our hands, that cost us nothing. Is it we that light up the sun, that pour down the rain, and fill the earth with abundance? Whether we sleep or wake, the vast machinery of the universe still goes on. Are these things, and the blessings they indicate in future, nothing to us? Can our gross feelings be excited by no other subjects than tragedy and suicide? Or is the gloomy pride of man become so intolerable, that nothing can flatter it but a sacrifice of the Creator? I know that this bold investigation will alarm many, but it would be paying too great a compliment to their credulity to forbear it upon that account. The times and the subject demand it to be done. The suspicion that the theory of what is called the Christian Church is fabulous is becoming very extensive in all countries, and it will be a consolation to men staggering under that suspicion, and doubting what to believe and what to disbelieve, to see the object freely investigated. I therefore pass on to an examination of the books called the Old and New Testaments. Examination of the Old Testament. These books, beginning with Genesis and ending with Revelation, which, by the by, is a book of riddles that requires a revelation to explain it, are, we are told, the Word of God. It is, therefore, proper for us to know who told us so, that we may know what credit to give to the report. The answer to this question is that nobody can tell, except that we tell one another so. The case, however, historically appears to be as follows. When the church mythologists established their system, they collected all the writings they could find and managed them as they pleased. It is a matter altogether of uncertainty to us whether such of the writings as now appear under the name of the Old and New Testaments are in the same state in which those collectors say they found them, or whether they added, altered, abridged or dressed them up. Be this as it may, they decided by vote which of the books out of the collection they had made should be the Word of God, and which should not. They rejected several, they voted others to be doubtful, such as the books called the Apocrypha, and those books which had a majority of votes were voted to be the Word of God. Had they voted otherwise, all the people, since calling themselves Christians, had believed otherwise. For the belief of the one comes from the vote of the other. Who the people were that did all this, we know nothing of. They called themselves by the general name of the church. And this is all we know of the matter. As we have no other external evidence or authority for believing these books to be the Word of God than what I have mentioned, which is no evidence or authority at all, I come in the next place to examine the internal evidence contained in the books themselves. In the former part of this essay, I have spoken of revelation. I now proceed further with that subject for the purpose of applying it to the books in question. Revelation is a communication of something which the person to whom that thing is revealed did not know before. For if I have done a thing, or seen it done, it needs no revelation to tell me I have done it, or seen it, nor to enable me to tell it, or to write it. Revelation, therefore, cannot be applied to anything done upon earth, of which man himself is the actor or the witness, and consequently all the historical and anecdotal parts of the Bible, which is almost the whole of it, is not within the meaning and compass of the word revelation, and, therefore, is not the Word of God. When Samson ran off with the gateposts of Gaza, if he ever did so, and whether he did or not is nothing to us, or when he visited his Delilah, or caught his foxes, or did anything else, what has revelation to do with these things? If they were facts, he could tell them himself, or his secretary, if he kept one, could write them, if they were worth either telling or writing, and if they were fictions, revelation could not make them true. And whether true or not, we are neither the better nor the wiser for knowing them. When we contemplate the immensity of that being who directs and governs the incomprehensible whole, of which the utmost ken of human sight can discover but a part, we ought to feel shame at calling such paltry stories the Word of God. As to the account of the creation, with which the book of Genesis opens, it has all the appearance of being a tradition which the Israelites had among them before they came into Egypt, and after their departure from that country they put it at the head of their history, without telling, as it is most probable, that they did not know how they came by it. The manner in which the account opens shows it to be traditionary. It begins abruptly. It is nobody that speaks, it is nobody that hears, it is addressed to nobody, it has neither first, second, nor third person, it has every criterion of being a tradition, it has no voucher. Moses does not take it upon himself by introducing it with the formality that he used on other occasions, such as that of saying, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, why it has been called the Mosaic account of the creation, I am at a loss to conceive. Moses, I believe, was too good a judge of such subjects to put his name to that account. He had been educated among the Egyptians, who were a people as well skilled in science, and particularly in astronomy, as any people of their day, and the silence and caution that Moses observes in not authenticating the account is a good negative evidence that he neither told it nor believed it. The case is that every nation of people has been world makers, and the Israelites had as much right to set up the trade of world making as any of the rest, and as Moses was not an Israelite, he might not choose to contradict the tradition. The account, however, is harmless, and this is more than can be said for many other parts of the Bible. Whenever we read the obscene stories, the voluptuous debaucheries, the cruel and torturous executions, the unrelenting vindictiveness, with which more than half the Bible is filled, it would be more consistent that we called it the word of a demon than the Word of God. It is a history of wickedness that has served to corrupt and brutalize mankind, and, for my part, I sincerely detest it as I detest everything that is cruel. Point 2. We scarcely meet with anything, a few phrases excepted, but what deserves either our abhorrence or our contempt, till we come to the miscellaneous parts of the Bible. In the anonymous publications, the Psalms, and the Book of Job, more particularly in the latter, we find a great deal of elevated sentiment reverentially expressed of the power and benignity of the Almighty, but they stand on no higher rank than many other compositions on similar subjects, as well before that time as since. The Proverbs, which are said to be Solomon's, though most probably a collection, because they discover a knowledge of life which his situation excluded him from knowing, are an instructive table of ethics. They are inferior in keenness to the Proverbs of the Spaniards, and not more wise and economical than those of the American Franklin. All the remaining parts of the Bible, generally known by the name of the prophets, are the works of the Jewish poets and itinerant preachers, who mix poetry, through anecdote, and devotion together, and those works still retain the air and style of poetry, though in translation. There is not, throughout the whole book called the Bible, any word that describes to us what we call a poet, nor any word which describes what we call poetry. The case is that the word prophet, to which latter times have affixed a new idea, was the Bible word for poet, and the word prophesying meant the art of making poetry. It also meant the art of playing poetry to a tune upon any instrument of music. We read of prophesying with pipes, tabrets, and horns, of prophesying with harps, with psalteries, with cymbals, and with every other instrument of music then in fashion. Were we now to speak of prophesying with a fiddle, or with a pipe and tabor, the expression would have no meaning or would appear ridiculous, and to some people, contemptuous, because we have changed the meaning of the word. We are told of Saul being among the prophets, and also that he prophesied, but we are not told what they prophesied nor what he prophesied. The case is, there was nothing to tell, for these prophets were a company of musicians and poets, and Saul joined in the concert, and this was called prophesying. The account given of this affair in the book called Samuel is that Saul met a company of prophets, a whole company of them, coming down with a psaltery, a tabret, a pipe, and a harp, and that they prophesied, and that he prophesied with them. But it appears afterward that Saul prophesied badly, and that is, he performed his part badly, for it is said that an evil spirit from God came upon Saul, and he prophesied. Now, were there no other passage in the book called the Bible than this to demonstrate to us that we have lost the original meaning of the word prophesy, and substituted another meaning in its place, this alone would be sufficient, for it is impossible to use and apply the word prophesy in the place it is here used and applied, if we give to it the sense which latter times have affixed to it. The manner in which it is here used strips it of all religious meaning, and shows that a man might then be a prophet, or he might prophesy, as he may now be a poet or a musician, without any regard to the morality or immorality of his character. The word was originally a term of science, promiscuously applied to poetry and music, and not restricted to any subject upon which poetry and music might be exercised. Deborah and Barak are called prophets, not because they predicted anything, but because they composed a poem or song that bears their name in celebration of an act already done. David is ranked among the prophets, for he was a musician, and was also reputed to be, though perhaps very erroneously, the author of the Psalms. But Abraham, Isaac and Jacob are not called prophets. It does not appear from any accounts we have that they could either sing, play music or make poetry. We are told of the greater and the lesser prophets. They might as well tell us of the greater and the lesser God, for there cannot be degrees in prophesying consistently with its modern sense. But there are degrees in poetry, and therefore the phrase is reconcilable to the case, when we understand by it the greater and the lesser poets. It is altogether unnecessary, after this, to offer any observations upon what those men, styled prophets, have written. The axe goes at once to the root, by showing that the original meaning of the word has been mistaken, and consequently all the inferences that have been drawn from those books, the devotional respect that has been paid to them, and the lauded commentaries that have been written upon them, under that mistaken meaning, are not worth disputing about. In many things, however, the writings of the Jewish poets deserve a better fate than that of being bound up, as they now are with the trash that accompanies them, under the abused name of the Word of God. If we permit ourselves to conceive right ideas of things, we must necessarily affix the idea, not only of unchangeableness, but of the utter impossibility of any change taking place, by any means or accident whatever, in that which we would honor with the name of the Word of God, and therefore the Word of God cannot exist in any written or human language. The continually progressive change to which the meaning of words is subject, the want of a universal language which renders translation necessary, the errors to which translations are again subject, the mistakes of copyists and printers, together with the possibility of willful alteration, are of themselves evidences that the human language, whether in speech or in print, cannot be the vehicle of the Word of God. The Word of God exists in something else. Did the book called the Bible excel in purity of ideas and expression all the books that are now extant in the world, I would not take it for my rule of faith, as being the Word of God, because the possibility would nevertheless exist of my being imposed upon. But when I see throughout the greater part of this book scarcely anything but a history of the grossest vices and a collection of the most paltry and contemptible tales, I cannot dishonour my Creator by calling it by his name. Of the New Testament. Thus much for the Bible. I now go on to the book called the New Testament. The New Testament. That is, the new will, as if there could be two wills of the Creator. Had it been the object or the intention of Jesus Christ to establish a new religion, he would undoubtedly have written the system himself, or procured it to be written in his lifetime. But there is no publication extant authenticated with his name. All the books called the New Testament were written after his death. He was a Jew by birth and by profession, and he was the Son of God in like manner that every other person is, for the Creator is the Father of all. The first four books, called Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, do not give a history of the life of Jesus Christ, but only detached anecdotes of him. It appears from these books that the whole time of his being a preacher was not more than 18 months, and it was only during this short time that those men became acquainted with him. They make mention of him at the age of 12 years, sitting, they say, among the Jewish doctors, asking and answering them questions. As this was several years before their acquaintance with him began, it is most probable they had this anecdote from his parents. From this time there is no account of him for about 16 years. Where he lived, or how he employed himself during this interval, is not known. Most probably he was working at his father's trade, which was that of a carpenter. It does not appear that he had any school education, and the probability is that he could not write, for his parents were extremely poor, as appears from their not being able to pay for a bed when he was born. It is somewhat curious that the three persons whose names are the most universally recorded were of very obscure parentage. Moses was a foundling, Jesus Christ was born in a stable, and Muhammad was a mule driver. The first and last of these men were founders of different systems of religion, but Jesus Christ founded no new system. He called men to the practice of moral virtues and the belief of one God. The great trait in his character is philanthropy. The manner in which he was apprehended shows that he was not much known at that time, and it shows also that the meetings he then held with his followers were in secret, and that he had given over or suspended preaching publicly. Judas could not otherwise betray him than by giving information where he was, and pointing him out to the officers that went to arrest him, and the reason for employing and paying Judas to do this could arise only from the cause already mentioned, that of his not being much known and living concealed. The idea of his concealment not only agrees very ill with his reputed divinity, but associates with it something of pusillanimity, and his being betrayed, or, in other words, his being apprehended on the information of one of his followers, shows that he did not intend to be apprehended, and consequently that he did not intend to be crucified. The Christian mythologists tell us that Christ died for the sins of the world, and that he came on purpose to die. Would it not then have been the same if he had died of a fever, or of the smallpox, of old age, or of anything else? The declaratory sentence which, they say, was passed upon Adam, in case he ate of the apple, was not, that thou shalt surely be crucified, but, thou shalt surely die, the sentence of death, and not the manner of dying. Crucifixion, therefore, or any other particular manner of dying, made no part of the sentence that Adam was to suffer, and, consequently, even upon their own tactics, it could make no part of the sentence that Christ was to suffer in the room of Adam. A fever would have done as well as a cross, if there was any occasion for either. The sentence of death, which they tell us was thus passed upon Adam, must either have meant dying naturally, that is, ceasing to live, or have meant what these mythologists call damnation, and, consequently, the act of dying on the part of Jesus Christ, must, according to their system, apply as a prevention to one or other of these two things happening to Adam and to us. That it does not prevent our dying is evident, because we all die, and if their accounts of longevity be true, men die faster since the crucifixion than before, and with respect to the second explanation, including with it the natural death of Jesus Christ as a substitute for the eternal death or damnation of all mankind, it is impertinently representing the Creator as coming off, or revoking the sentence, by a pun or a quibble upon the word death. That manufacturer of quibbles, St. Paul, if he wrote the books that bear his name, has helped this quibble on by making another quibble upon the word Adam. He makes there to be two Adams, the one who sins in fact and suffers by proxy, the other who sins by proxy and suffers in fact. A religion thus interlarded with quibble, subterfuge and pun has a tendency to instruct its professors in the practice of these arts. They acquire the habit without being aware of the cause. If Jesus Christ was the being which those mythologists tell us he was, and that he came into this world to suffer, which is a word they sometimes use instead of to die, the only real suffering he could have endured would have been to live. His existence here was a state of exilement or transportation from heaven, and the way back to his original country was to die. In fine, everything in this strange system is the reverse of what it pretends to be. It is the reverse of truth, and I become so tired of examining into its inconsistencies and absurdities that I hasten to the conclusion of it in order to proceed to something better. How much or what parts of the books called the New Testament were written by the persons whose names they bear is what we can know nothing of, neither are we certain in what language they were originally written. The matters they now contain may be classed under two heads, anecdote and epistolary correspondence. The four books already mentioned, Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, are altogether anecdotal. They relate events after they have taken place. They tell what Jesus Christ did and said, and what others did and said to him. And in several instances they relate the same event differently. Revelation is necessarily out of the question with respect to those books, not only because of the disagreement of the writers, but because revelation cannot be applied to the relating of facts by the person who saw them done, nor to the relating or recording of any discourse or conversation by those who heard it. The book, called the Acts of the Apostles, an anonymous work, belongs also to the anecdotal part. All the other parts of the New Testament, except the book of enigmas called the Revelations, are a collection of letters under the name of epistles, and the forgery of letters has been such a common practice in the world that the probability is at least equal, whether they are genuine or forged. One thing, however, is much less equivocal, which is, that out of the matters contained in those books, together with the assistance of some old stories, the Church has set up a system of religion very contradictory to the character of the person whose name it bears. It has set up a religion of pomp and of revenue, in pretended imitation of a person whose life was humility and poverty. The invention of a purgatory, and of the releasing of souls therefrom by prayers bought of the Church with money, the selling of pardons, dispensations and indulgences, are revenue laws, without bearing that name or carrying that appearance. But the case nevertheless is that those things derive their origin from the paroxysm of the crucifixion and the theory deduced therefrom, which was that one person could stand in the place of another, and could perform meritorious services for him. The probability, therefore, is that the whole theory or doctrine of what is called the redemption, which is said to have been accomplished by the act of one person in the room of another, was originally fabricated on purpose to bring forward and build all those secondary and pecuniary redemptions upon, and that the passages in the books upon which the idea or theory of redemption is built have been manufactured and fabricated for that purpose. Why are we to give this Church credit when she tells us that those books are genuine in every part, any more than we give her credit for everything else she has told us, or for the miracles she says she has performed? That she could fabricate writings is certain, because she could write, and the composition of the writings in question is of that kind. That anybody might do it, and that she did fabricate them is not more inconsistent with probability than that she should tell us, as she has done, that she could and did work miracles. Since, then, no external evidence can, at this long distance of time, be produced to prove whether the Church fabricated the doctrine called redemption or not, for such evidence, whether for or against, would be subject to the same suspicion of being fabricated. The case can only be referred to the internal evidence which the thing carries of itself, and this affords a very strong presumption of its being a fabrication. For the internal evidence is that the theory or doctrine of redemption has for its basis an idea of pecuniary justice and not that of moral justice. If I owe a person money and cannot pay him, and he threatens to put me in prison, another person can take the debt upon himself and pay it for me, but if I have committed a crime, every circumstance of the case is changed. Moral justice cannot take the innocent for the guilty, even if the innocent would offer itself to suppose justice to do this is to destroy the principle of its existence, which is the thing itself. It is then no longer justice, it is indiscriminate revenge. This single reflection will show that the doctrine of redemption is founded on a mere pecuniary idea corresponding to that of a debt which another person might pay, and as this pecuniary idea corresponds again with the system of second redemption, obtained through the means of money given to the Church for pardons, the probability is that the same persons fabricated both the one and the other of those theories, and that in truth there is no such thing as redemption, that it is fabulous, and that man stands in the same relative condition with his Maker as he ever did stand since man existed, and that it is his greatest consolation to think so. Let him believe this, and he will live more consistently and morally than by any other system. It is by his being taught to contemplate himself as an outlaw, as an outcast, as a beggar, as a mumper, as one thrown, as it were, on a dunghill at an immense distance from his Creator, and who must make his approaches by creeping and cringing to intermediate beings, that he conceives either a contemptuous disregard for everything under the name of religion, or becomes indifferent, or turns what he calls devout. In the latter case, he consumes his life in grief, or the affectation of it. His prayers are reproaches, his humility is ingratitude, he calls himself a worm, and the fertile earth a dunghill, and all the blessings of life by the thankless name of vanities. He despises the choicest gift of God to man, the gift of reason, and having endeavored to force upon himself the belief of a system against which reason revolts, he ungratefully calls it human reason, as if man could give reason to himself. Yet, with all this strange appearance of humility and this contempt for human reason, he ventures into the boldest presumptions, he finds fault with everything, his selfishness is never satisfied, his ingratitude is never at an end. He takes on himself to direct the Almighty what to do, even in the government of the universe. He prays dictatorially. When it is sunshine, he prays for rain, and when it is rain, he prays for sunshine. He follows the same idea in everything that he prays for What is the amount of all his prayers but an attempt to make the Almighty change his mind, and act otherwise than he does? It is as if he were to say, thou knowest not so well as I. Defining the true revelation. But some, perhaps, will say, are we to have no word of God, no revelation? I answer, yes, there is a word of God, there is a revelation. The word of God is the creation we behold, and it is in this word, which no human invention can counterfeit or alter, that God speaks universally to man. Human language is local and changeable, and is therefore incapable of being used as the means of unchangeable and universal information. The idea that God sent Jesus Christ to publish, as they say, the glad tidings to all nations, from one end of the earth unto the other, is consistent only with the ignorance of those who knew nothing of the extent of the world, and who believed, as those world saviors believed, and continued to believe for several centuries, and that in contradiction to the discoveries of philosophers and the experience of navigators, that the earth was flat like a trench chair, and that man might walk to the end of it. But how was Jesus Christ to make anything known to all nations? He could speak but one language, which was Hebrew, and there are in the world several hundred languages. Scarcely any two nations speak the same language, or understand each other. And as to translations, every man who knows anything of languages knows that it is impossible to translate from one language into another, not only without losing a great part of the original, but frequently mistaking the sense, and besides all this, the art of printing was wholly unknown at the time Christ lived. It is always necessary that the means that are to accomplish any end be equal to the accomplishment of that end, or the end cannot be accomplished. It is in this that the difference between finite and infinite power and wisdom discovers itself. Man frequently fails in accomplishing his ends, from a natural inability of the power to the purpose, and frequently from the want of wisdom to apply power properly. But it is impossible for infinite power and wisdom to fail as man faileth. The means it uses are always equal to the end, but human language, more especially as there is not an universal language, is incapable of being used as an universal means of unchangeable and uniform information, and therefore it is not the means that God uses in manifesting himself universally to man. It is only in the creation that all our ideas and conceptions of a word of God can unite. The creation speaks a universal language, independently of human speech or human language, multiplied and various as they be. It is an ever-existing original, which every man can read. It cannot be forged, it cannot be counterfeited, it cannot be lost, it cannot be altered, it cannot be suppressed. It does not depend upon the will of man. Whether it shall be published or not, it publishes itself from one end of the earth to the other. It preaches to all nations and to all worlds, and this word of God reveals to man all that is necessary for man to know of God. Do we want to contemplate his power? We see it in the immensity of the creation. Do we want to contemplate his wisdom? We see it in the unchangeable order by which the incomprehensible whole is governed. Do we want to contemplate his munificence? We see it in the abundance with which he fills the earth. Do we want to contemplate his mercy? We see it in his not withholding that abundance even from the unthankful. In fine, do we want to know that God is? Search not the book called the Scripture, which any human hand might make, but the Scripture called the creation, concerning God, and the lights cast on his existence, and attributes by the Bible. The only idea man can affix to the name of God is that of the first cause, the cause of all things. And incomprehensible and difficult as it is for a man to conceive what a first cause is, he arrives at the belief of it from the tenfold greater difficulty of disbelieving it. It is difficult beyond description to conceive that space can have no end, but it is more difficult to conceive an end. It is difficult beyond the power of man to conceive an eternal duration of what we call time, but it is more impossible to conceive a time when there shall be no time. In like manner of reasoning, everything we behold carries in itself the internal evidence that it did not make itself. Every man is an evidence to himself that he did not make himself, neither could his father make himself, nor his grandfather, nor any of his race, neither could any tree, plant, or animal make itself, and it is the conviction arising from this evidence that carries us on, as it were, by necessity to the belief of a first cause eternally existing, of a nature totally different to any material existence we know of, and by the power of which all things exist, and this first cause man calls God. It is only by the exercise of reason that man can discover God. Take away that reason, and he would be incapable of understanding anything, and, in this case, it would be just as consistent to read even the book called the Bible to a horse as to a man. How, then, is it that people pretend to reject reason? Almost the only parts of the book called the Bible that convey to us any idea of God are some chapters in Job and the 19th Psalm. I recollect no other. Those parts are true deistical compositions, for they treat of the deity through his works. They take the book of creation as the word of God, they refer to no other book, and all the inferences they make are drawn from that volume. I insert in this place the 19th Psalm, as paraphrased into English verse by Addison. I recollect not the prose, and where I write this I have not the opportunity of seeing it. The spacious firmament on high, with all the blue ethereal sky, and spangled heavens, a shining frame, their great original proclaim. The unwearied sun, from day to day, does his creator's power display, and publishes to every land the work of an almighty hand. Soon as the evening shades prevail, the moon takes up the wondrous tale, and nightly to the listening earth repeats the story of her birth, while all the stars that round her burn, and all the planets in their turn, confirm the tidings as they roll, and spread the truth from pole to pole. What, though in solemn silence all move round this dark, terrestrial ball? What though no real voice, nor sound, amidst their radiant orbs be found? In reason's ear they all rejoice, and utter forth a glorious voice, forever singing, as they shine. The hand that made us is divine. What more does man want to know than that the hand or power that made these things is divine, omnipotent? Let him believe this with the force it is impossible to repel, if he permits his reason to act, and his rule of moral life will follow of course. The illusions in Job have, all of them, the same tendency with this psalm, that of deducing or proving a truth that would be otherwise unknown, from truths already known. I recollect not enough of the passages in Job to insert them correctly, but there is one occurs to me that is applicable to the subject I am speaking upon. Canst thou by searching find out God? Canst thou find out the Almighty to perfection? I know not how the printers have pointed this passage, for I keep no Bible, but it contains two distinct questions that admit of distinct answers. First, canst thou by searching find out God? Yes, because, in the first place, I know I did not make myself, and yet I have existence, and by searching into the nature of other things, I find that no other thing could make itself, and yet millions of other things exist. Therefore it is, that I know, by positive conclusion resulting from this search, that there is a power superior to all those things, and that power is God. Secondly, canst thou find out the Almighty to perfection? No, not only because the Power and wisdom he has manifested in the structure of the creation that I behold is to me incomprehensible, but because even this manifestation, great as it is probably but a small display of that immensity of power and wisdom by which millions of other worlds, to me invisible by their distance, were created and continue to exist. It is evident that both these questions were put to the reason of the person to whom they are supposed to have been addressed, and it is only by admitting the first question to be answered affirmatively that the second could follow. It would have been unnecessary, and even absurd, to have put a second question, more difficult than the first, if the first question had been answered negatively. The two questions have different objects. The first refers to the existence of God, the second to his attributes. Reason can discover the one, but it falls infinitely short in discovering the whole of the other. I recollect not a single passage in all the writings ascribed to the men called apostles that conveys any idea of what God is. Those writings are chiefly controversial, and the subjects they dwell upon, that of a man dying in agony on a cross, is better suited to the gloomy genius of a monk in a cell, by whom it is not impossible they were written, than to any man breathing the open air of the creation. The only passage that occurs to me that has any reference to the works of God, by which only his power and wisdom can be known, is related to have been spoken by Jesus Christ as a remedy against distrustful care. Behold the lilies of the field, they toil not, neither do they spin. This, however, is far inferior to the allusions in Job and in the 19th Psalm, but it is similar in idea, and the modesty of the imagery is correspondent to the modesty of the man. True theology and that of superstition. As to the Christian system of faith, it appears to me a species of atheism, a sort of religious denial of God. It professes to believe in a man rather than in God. It is a compound made up chiefly of manism with but little deism, and is as near to atheism as twilight is to darkness. It introduces between man and his maker an opaque body, which it calls a redeemer, as the moon introduces her opaque self between the earth and the sun, and it produces by this means a religious, or an irreligious, eclipse of light. It has put the whole orbit of reason into shade. The effect of this obscurity has been that of turning everything upside down, and representing it in reverse, and among the revolutions it has thus magically produced it has made a revolution in theology. That which is now called natural philosophy, embracing the whole circle of science, of which astronomy occupies the chief place, is the study of the works of God, and of the power and wisdom of God in his works, and is the true theology. As to the theology that is now studied in its place, it is the study of human opinions, and of human fancies concerning God. It is not the study of God himself in the works that he has made, but in the works or writings that man has made, and it is not among the least of the mischiefs that the Christian system has done to the world, that it has abandoned the original and beautiful system of theology, like a beautiful innocent, to distress and reproach, to make room for the hag of superstition. The book of Job and the 19th Psalm, which even the Church admits to be more ancient than the chronological order in which they stand in the book called the Bible, are theological orations conformable to the original system of theology. The internal evidence of those orations proves to a demonstration that the study and contemplation of the works of creation, and of the power and wisdom of God, revealed and manifested in those works, made a great part in the religious devotion of the times in which they were written, and it was this devotional study and contemplation that led to the discovery of the principles upon which what are now called sciences are established, and it is to the discovery of these principles that almost all the arts that contribute to the convenience of human life owe their existence. Every principal art has some science for its parent, though the person who mechanically performs the work does not always, and but very seldom, perceive the connection. It is a fraud of the Christian system to call the sciences human invention. It is only the application of them that is human. Every science has for its basis a system of principles as fixed and unalterable as those by which the universe is regulated and governed. Man cannot make principles, he can only discover them. For example, every person who looks at an almanac sees an account when an eclipse will take place, and he sees also that it never fails to take place according to the account there given. This shows that man is acquainted with the laws by which the heavenly bodies move. But it would be something worse than ignorance, were any church on earth to say that those laws are a human invention. It would also be ignorance, or something worse, to say that the scientific principles, by the aid of which man is enabled to calculate and foreknow when an eclipse will take place, are a human invention. Man cannot invent anything that is eternal and immutable, and the scientific principles he employs for this purpose must be, and are of necessity, as eternal and immutable as the laws by which the heavenly bodies move, or they could not be used as they are to ascertain the time when, and the manner how, an eclipse will take place. The scientific principles that man employs to obtain the foreknowledge of an eclipse, or of anything else relating to the motion of the heavenly bodies, are contained chiefly in that part of science which is called trigonometry, or the properties of a triangle, which, when applied to the study of the heavenly bodies, is called astronomy. When applied to direct the course of a ship on the ocean, it is called navigation. When applied to the construction of figures drawn by rule and compass, it is called geometry. When applied to the construction of plants or edifices, it is called architecture. When applied to the measurement of any portion of the surface of the earth, it is called land surveying. In fine, it is the soul of science, it is an eternal truth, it contains the mathematical demonstration of which man speaks, and the extent of its uses is unknown. It may be said that man can make or draw a triangle, and therefore a triangle is a human invention. But the triangle, when drawn, is no other than the image of the principle. It is a delineation to the eye, and from thence to the mind, of a principle that would otherwise be imperceptible. The triangle does not make the principle, any more than a candle taken into a room that was dark makes the chairs and tables that before were invisible. All the properties of a triangle exist independently of the figure, and existed before any triangle was drawn or thought of by man. Man had no more to do in the formation of these properties or principles than he had to do in making the laws by which the heavenly bodies move, and therefore the one must have the same divine origin as the other. In the same manner, as it may be said, that man can make a triangle, so also, may it be said, he can make the mechanical instrument called a lever, but the principle by which the lever acts is a thing distinct from the instrument, and would exist if the instrument did not. It attaches itself to the instrument after it is made. The instrument, therefore, cannot act otherwise than it does act, neither can all the efforts of human invention make it act otherwise. That which, in all such cases, man calls the effect is no other than the principle itself rendered perceptible to the senses. Since, then, man cannot make principles, from whence did he gain a knowledge of them, so as to be able to apply them, not only to things on earth, but to ascertain the motion of bodies so immensely distant from him as all the heavenly bodies are? From whence, I ask, could he gain that knowledge, but from the study of the true theology? It is the structure of the universe that has taught this knowledge to man. That structure is an ever-existing exhibition of every principle upon which every part of mathematical science is founded. The offspring of this science is mechanics, for mechanics is no other than the principles of science applied practically. The man who proportions the several parts of a mill uses the same scientific principles as if he had the power of constructing a universe, but as he cannot give to matter that invisible agency by which all the component parts of the immense machine of the universe have influence upon each other and act in motional unison together, without any apparent contact, and to which man has given the name of attraction, gravitation and repulsion, he supplies the place of that agency by the humble imitation of teeth and cogs. All the parts of a man's microcosm must visibly touch, but could he gain a knowledge of that agency so as to be able to apply it in practice, we might then say that another canonical book of the Word of God had been discovered. If man could alter the properties of the lever, so also could he alter the properties of the triangle, for a lever, taking that sort of lever which is called a steelyard, for the sake of explanation, forms, when in motion, a triangle. The line it descends from, one point of that line being in the fulcrum, the line it descends to, and the chord of the arc which the end of the lever describes in the air, are the three sides of a triangle. The other arm of the lever describes also a triangle, and the corresponding sides of those two triangles, calculated scientifically, or measured geometrically, and also the sines, tangents, and secants generated from the angles, and geometrically measured, have the same proportions to each other as the different weights have that will balance each other on the lever, leaving the weight of the lever out of the case. It may also be said that man can make a wheel and axis, that he can put wheels of different magnitudes together, and produce a mill. Still the case comes back to the same point, which is that he did not make the principle that gives the wheels those powers. That principle is as unalterable as in the former cases, or rather it is the same principle, under a different appearance to the eye. The power that two wheels of different magnitudes have upon each other is in the same proportion as if the semi-diameter of the two wheels were joined together and made into that kind of lever I have described, suspended at the part where the semi-diameters join, for the two wheels, scientifically considered, are no other than the two circles generated by the motion of the compound lever. It is from the study of the true theology that all our knowledge of science is derived, and it is from that knowledge that all the arts have originated. The almighty lecturer, by displaying the principles of science in the structure of the universe, has invited man to study and to imitation. It is as if he had said to the inhabitants of this globe that we call ours, I have made an earth for man to dwell upon, and I have rendered the starry heavens visible, to teach him science and the arts. He can now provide for his own comfort, and learn from my munificence to all, to be kind to each other. Of what use is it, unless it be to teach man something, that his eye is endowed with? The power of beholding to an incomprehensible distance and immensity of worlds, revolving in the ocean of space? Of what use is it that this immensity of worlds is visible to man? What has man to do with the Pleiades, with Orion, with Sirius, with the star he calls the North Star, with the moving orbs he has named Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, if no uses are to follow from their being visible? A less power of vision would have been sufficient for man, if the immensity he now possesses were given only to waste itself, as it were, on an immense desert of space glittering with shows. It is only by contemplating what he calls the starry heavens, as the book and school of science, that he discovers any use in their being visible to him, or any advantage resulting from his immensity of vision. But when he contemplates the subject of this light, he sees an additional motive for saying that nothing was made in vain, for in vain would be this power of vision if it taught man nothing. Christianity and education, in the light of history. As the Christian system of faith has made a revolution in theology, so also has it made a revolution in the state of learning. That which is now called learning was not learning originally. Learning does not consist, as the schools now make it consist, in the knowledge of languages, but in the knowledge of things to which language gives names. The Greeks were a learned people, but learning with them did not consist in speaking Greek any more than in a Roman speaking Latin, or a Frenchman speaking French, or an Englishman speaking English. From what we know of the Greeks, it does not appear that they knew or studied any language but their own, and this was one cause of their becoming so learned. It afforded them more time to apply themselves to better studies. The schools of the Greeks were schools of science and philosophy, and not of languages. And it is in the knowledge of the things that science and philosophy teach, that learning consists. Almost all the scientific learning that now exists came to us from the Greeks, or the people who spoke the Greek language. It, therefore, became necessary to the people of other nations who spoke a different language that some among them should learn the Greek language in order that the learning of the Greeks might be made known in those nations, by translating the Greek books of science and philosophy into the mother tongue of each nation. The study, therefore, of the Greek language, and in the same manner for the Latin, was no other than the drudgery business of a linguist, and the language thus obtained was no other than the means, as it were the tools, employed to obtain the learning the Greeks had. It made no part of the learning itself, and was so distinct from it as to make it exceedingly probable that the persons who had studied Greek sufficiently to translate those works, such, for instance, as Euclid's Elements, did not understand any of the learning the works contained. As there is now nothing new to be learned from the dead languages, all the useful books being already translated, the languages are become useless, and the time expended in teaching and learning them is wasted. So far as the study of languages may contribute to the progress and communication of knowledge, for it has nothing to do with the creation of knowledge, it is only in the living languages that new knowledge is to be found, and certain it is that, in general, the youth will learn more of a living language in 1 year than of a dead language in 7, and it is but seldom that the teacher knows much of it himself. The difficulty of learning the dead languages does not arise from any superior abstruseness in the languages themselves, but in their being dead, and the pronunciation entirely lost. It would be the same with any other language when it becomes dead. The best Greek linguist that now exists does not understand Greek so well as a Grecian ploughman did or a Grecian milkmaid, and the same for the Latin, compared with a ploughman or milkmaid of the Romans, and with respect to pronunciation and idiom, not so well as the cows that she milked. It would therefore be advantageous to the state of learning to abolish the study of dead languages and to make learning consist, as it originally did, in scientific knowledge. The apology that is sometimes made for continuing to teach the dead languages is that they are taught at a time when a child is not capable of exerting any other mental faculty than that of memory, but that is altogether erroneous. The human mind has a natural disposition to scientific knowledge and to the things connected with it. The first and favorite amusement of a child, even before it begins to play, is that of imitating the works of man. It builds houses with cards or sticks, it navigates the little ocean of a bowl of water with a paper boat, or dams the stream of a gutter and contrives something which it calls a mill, and it interests itself in the fate of its works with a care that resembles affection. It afterwards goes to school, where its genius is killed by the barren study of a dead language, and the philosopher is lost in the linguist. But the apology that is now made for continuing to teach the dead languages could not be the cause, at first, of cutting down learning to the narrow and humble sphere of linguistry. The cause, therefore, must be sought for elsewhere. In all researches of this Kind of best evidence that can be produced is the internal evidence the thing carries with itself, and the evidence of circumstances that unite with it, both of which, in this case, are not difficult to be discovered. Putting then aside, as a matter of distinct consideration, the outrage offered to the moral justice of God by supposing him to make the innocent suffer for the guilty, and also the loose morality and low contrivance of supposing him to change himself into the shape of a man, in order to make an excuse to himself for not executing his supposed sentence upon Adam, putting, I say, those things aside as matter of distinct consideration, it is certain that what is called the Christian system of faith, including in it the whimsical account of the creation, the strange story of Eve, the snake and the apple, the ambiguous idea of a man-god, the corporeal idea of the death of a god, the mythological idea of a family of gods, and the Christian system of arithmetic, that 3 are 1, and 1 is 3, are all irreconcilable, not only to the divine gift of reason that God has given to man, but to the knowledge that man gains of the power and wisdom of God, by the aid of the sciences and by studying the structure of the universe that God has made. The setters up, therefore, and the advocates of the Christian system of faith could not but foresee that the continually progressive knowledge that man would gain, by the aid of science, of the power and wisdom of God, manifested in the structure of the universe, and in all the works of creation, would militate against, and call into question, the truth of their system of faith, and therefore it became necessary to their purpose to cut learning down to a size less dangerous to their project, and this they effected by restricting the idea of learning to the dead study of dead languages. They not only rejected the study of science out of the Christian schools, but they persecuted it, and it is only within about the last 2 centuries that the study has been revived. So late as 1610, Galileo, a Florentine, discovered and introduced the use of telescopes, and by applying them to observe the motions and appearances of the heavenly bodies afforded additional means for ascertaining the true structure of the universe. Instead of being esteemed for those discoveries, he was sentenced to renounce them, or the opinions resulting from them, as a damnable heresy. And, prior to that time, Virgilius was condemned to be burned for asserting the antipodes, or in other words that the earth was a globe, and habitable in every part where there was land, yet the truth of this is now too well known even to be told. If the belief of errors not morally bad did no mischief, it would make no part of the moral duty of man to oppose and remove them. There was no moral ill in believing the earth was flat like a trench chair, any more than there was moral virtue in believing it was round like a globe, neither was there any moral ill in believing that the Creator made no other world than this, any more than there was moral virtue in believing that he made millions and that the infinity of space is filled with worlds. But when a system of religion is made to grow out of a supposed system of creation, that is not true, and to unite itself therewith in a manner almost inseparable therefrom, the case assumes an entirely different ground. It is then that errors not morally bad become fraught with the same mischiefs as if they were. It is then that the truth, though otherwise indifferent itself, becomes an essential by becoming the criterion that either confirms by corresponding evidence, or denies by contradictory evidence the reality of the religion itself. In this view of the case, it is the moral duty of man to obtain every possible evidence that the structure of the heavens or any other part of creation affords, with respect to systems of religion. But this, the supporters or partisans of the Christian system, as if dreading the result, incessantly opposed, and not only rejected the sciences, but persecuted the professors. Had Newton or Descartes lived 300 or 400 years ago and pursued their studies as they did, it is most probable they would not have lived to finish them, and had Franklin drawn lightning from the clouds at the same time, it would have been at the hazard of expiring for it in the flames. Later times have laid all the blame upon the Goths and the Vandals, but, however unwilling the partisans of the Christian system may be to believe or to acknowledge it, it is nevertheless true that the age of ignorance commenced with the Christian system. There was more knowledge in the world before that period than for many centuries afterwards, and as to religious knowledge, the Christian system, as already said, was only another species of mythology, and the mythology to which it succeeded was a corruption of an ancient system of ism. 5. It is owing to this long interregnum of science, and to no other cause, that we have now to look back through a vast chasm of many hundred years to the respectable characters we call the ancients. Had the progression of knowledge gone on proportionably with that stock that before existed, that chasm would have been filled up with characters rising superior in knowledge to each other, and those ancients we now so much admire would have appeared respectably in the background of the scene. But the Christian system laid all waste, and if we take our stand about the beginning of the 16th century, we look back through that long chasm to the times of the ancients, as over a vast sandy desert, in which not a shrub appears to intercept the vision to the fertile hills beyond. It is an inconsistency scarcely possible to be credited that anything should exist under the name of religion that held it to be irreligious to study and contemplate the structure of the universe that God has made. But the fact is too well established to be denied. The event that served more than any other to break the first link in this long chain of despotic ignorance is that known by the name of the Reformation by Luther. From that time, though it does not appear to have made any part of the intention of Luther, or of those who are called reformers, the sciences began to revive, and liberality, their natural associate, began to appear. This was the only public good the Reformation did, for with respect to religious good it might as well not have taken place. The mythology still continued the same, and a multiplicity of national popes grew out of the downfall of the Pope of Christendom. Comparing Christianism with pantheism, having thus shown from the internal evidence of things the cause that produced a change in the state of learning, and the motive for substituting the study of the dead languages in the place of the sciences, I proceed, in addition to the several observations already made in the former part of this work, to compare, or rather to confront, the evidence that the structure of the universe affords with the Christian system of religion. But, as I cannot begin this part better than by referring to the ideas that occurred to me at an early part of life, and which I doubt not have occurred in some degree to almost every person at one time or other, I shall state what those ideas were and add thereto such other matter as shall arise out of the subject, giving to the whole, by way of preface, a short introduction. My father being of the Quaker profession, it was my good fortune to have an exceedingly good moral education, and a tolerable stock of useful learning. Though I went to the grammar school, I did not learn Latin, not only because I had no inclination to learn languages, but because of the objection the Quakers have against the books in which the language is taught. But this did not prevent me from being acquainted with the subjects of all the Latin books used in the school. The natural bent of my mind was to science. I had some turn, and I believe some talent, for poetry, but this I rather repressed than encouraged, as leading too much into the field of imagination. As soon as I was able I purchased a pair of globes, and attended the philosophical lectures of Martin and Ferguson, and became afterwards acquainted with Dr. Bevis, of the society called the Royal Society, then living in the Temple, and an excellent astronomer. I had no disposition for what is called politics. It presented to my mind no other idea than as contained in the word jockeyship. When, therefore, I turned my thoughts towards matter of government, I had to form a system for myself that accorded with the moral and philosophic principles in which I have been educated. I saw, or at least I thought I saw, a vast scene opening itself to the world in the affairs of America, and it appeared to me that unless the Americans changed the plan they were pursuing with respect to the government of England, and declared themselves independent, they would not only involve themselves in a multiplicity of new difficulties, but shut out the prospect that was then offering itself to mankind through their means. It was from these motives that I published a work known by the name of Common Sense, which was the first work I ever did publish, and so far as I can judge of myself, I believe I should never have been known in the world as an author on any subject whatever had it not been for the affairs of America. I wrote Common Sense the latter end of the year 1775, and published it the 1st of January, 1776. Independence was declared the 4th of July. Following. Any person who has made observations on the state and progress of the human mind, by observing his own cannot but have observed that there are two distinct classes of what are called thoughts, those that we produce in ourselves by reflection and the act of thinking, and those that bolt into the mind of their own accord. I have always made it a rule to treat these voluntary visitors with civility, taking care to examine, as well as I was able, if they were worth entertaining, and it is from them I have acquired almost all the knowledge that I have. As to the learning that any person gains from school education, it serves only, like a small capital, to put him in a way of beginning learning for himself afterwards. Every person of learning is finally his own teacher, the reason of which is that principles, being a distinct quality to circumstances, cannot be impressed upon the memory. Their place of mental residence is the understanding, and they are never so lasting as when they begin by conception. Thus much for the introductory part. From the time I was capable of conceiving an idea and acting upon it by reflection, I either doubted the truth of the Christian system or thought it to be a strange affair. I scarcely knew which it was, but I well remember, when about 7 or 8 years of age, hearing a sermon read by a relation of mine, who was a great devotee of the church, upon the subject of what is called redemption by the death of the Son of God. After the sermon was ended, I went into the garden, and as I was going down the garden steps, for I perfectly recollect the spot, I revolted at the recollection of what I had heard, and thought to myself that it was making God Almighty act like a passionate man who killed his son when he could not revenge himself in any other way, and, as I was sure a man would be hanged who did such a thing, I could not see for what purpose they preached such sermons. This was not one of that kind of thoughts that had anything in it of childish levity. It was to me a serious reflection, arising from the idea I had that God was too good to do such an action, and also too almighty to be under any necessity of doing it. I believe in the same manner at this moment, and I moreover believe that any system of religion that has anything in it that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system. It seems as if parents of the Christian profession were ashamed to tell their children anything about the principles of their religion. They sometimes instruct them in morals, and talk to them of the goodness of what they call providence, for the Christian mythology has 5 deities. There is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, the God Providence, and the Goddess Nature. But the Christian story of God the Father, putting his son to death, or employing people to do it, for that is the plain language of the story, cannot be told by a parent to a child, and to tell him that it was done to make mankind happier and better is making the story still worse, as if mankind could be improved by the example of murder, and to tell him that all this is a mystery is only making an excuse for the incredibility of it. How different is this to the pure and simple profession of deism? The true deist has but one deity, and his religion consists in contemplating the power, wisdom, and benignity of the deity in his works, and in endeavoring to imitate him in everything moral, scientifical, and mechanical. The religion that approaches the nearest of all others to true deism, in the moral and benign part thereof, is that professed by the Quakers, but they have contracted themselves too much by leaving the works of God out of their system. Though I reverence their philanthropy, I cannot help smiling at the conceit that if the taste of a Quaker could have been consulted at the creation, what a silent and drab-colored creation it would have been. Not a flower would have blossomed its gay ties, nor a bird been permitted to sing. Quitting these reflections, I proceed to other matters. After I had made myself master of the use of the globes and of the already 6 and conceived an idea of the infinity of space, and the eternal divisibility of matter, and obtained at least a general knowledge of what is called natural philosophy, I began to compare, or, as I have before said, to confront the eternal evidence those things afford with the Christian system of faith. Though it is not a direct article of the Christian system, that this world that we inhabit is the whole of the habitable creation, yet it is so worked up therewith, from what is called the Mosaic account of the creation, the story of Eve and the apple, and the counterpart of that story, the death of the Son of God, that to believe otherwise, that is, to believe that God created a plurality of worlds, at least as numerous as what we call stars, renders the Christian system of faith at once idle and ridiculous, and scatters it in the mind like feathers in the air. The two beliefs cannot be held together in the same mind, and he who thinks that he believes both has thought but little of either. Though the belief of a plurality of worlds was familiar to the ancients, it is only within the last 3 centuries that the extent and dimensions of this globe that we inhabit have been ascertained. Several vessels following the track of the ocean have sailed entirely around the world, as a man may march in a circle and come round by the contrary side of the circle to the spot he set out from. The circular dimensions of our world, in the widest part, as a man would measure the widest round of an apple or ball, is only 25,020 English miles, reckoning 69 miles and a half to an equatorial degree, and may be sailed round in the space of about 3 years. 7. A world of this extent may, at first thought, appear to us to be great, but if we compare it with the immensity of space in which it is suspended, like a bubble or balloon in the air, it is infinitely less in proportion than the smallest grain of sand is to the size of the world, or the finest particle of dew to the whole ocean, and is therefore but small, and, as will be hereafter shown, is only one of a system of worlds of which the universal creation is composed. It is not difficult to gain some faint idea of the immensity of space in which this and all other worlds are suspended if we follow a progression of ideas. When we think of the size or dimensions of a room, our ideas limit themselves to the walls, and there they stop. But when our eye or our imagination darts into space, that is, when it looks upward into what we call the open air, we cannot conceive any walls or boundaries it can have. And if for the sake of resting our ideas we suppose a boundary, the question immediately renews itself, and asks what is beyond that boundary. And in the same manner, what is beyond the next boundary? And so until the fatigued imagination returns and says, there is no end. Certainly, then, the Creator was not pent for room when he made this world no larger than it is, and we have to seek the reason in something else. If we take a survey of our own world, or rather of this of which the Creator has given us the use as our portion of the immense system of creation, we find every part of it The earth, the waters, and the air that surrounds it, filled, and, as it were, crowded with life, down from the largest animals that we know of to the smallest insects the naked eye can behold, and from thence to others still smaller, and totally invisible without the assistance of the microscope. Every tree, every plant, every leaf serves not only as a habitation but as a world to some numerous race, till animal existence becomes so exceedingly refined that the effluvia of a blade of grass would be food for thousands. Since, then, no part of our earth is left unoccupied, why is it to be supposed that the immensity of space is a naked void, lying in eternal waste? There is room for millions of worlds as large or larger than ours, and each of them millions of miles apart from each other. Having now arrived at this point, if we carry our ideas only one thought further, we shall see, perhaps, the true reason, at least a very good reason for our happiness, why the Creator, instead of making one immense world extending over an immense quantity of space, has preferred dividing that quantity of matter into several distinct and separate worlds, which we call planets, of which our earth is one. But, before I explain my ideas upon this subject, it is necessary, not for the sake of those who already know, but for those who do not, to show what the system of the universe is. The plan and order of the universe. That part of the universe that is called the solar system, meaning the system of worlds to which our earth belongs, and of which Sol, or in English language, the sun, is the center, consists, besides the sun, of 6 distinct orbs or planets or worlds, besides the secondary bodies, called the satellites or moons, of which our earth has one that attends her in her annual revolution around the sun, in like manner as the other satellites or moons attend the planets or worlds to which they severally belong, as may be seen by the assistance of the telescope. The sun is the center, round which those 6 worlds or planets revolve at different distances therefrom, and in circles concentric to each other. Each world keeps constantly in nearly the same track round the sun, and continues, at the same time, turning round itself in nearly an upright position, as a top turns round itself when it is spinning on the ground, and leans a little sideways. It is this leaning of the earth, 23 degrees, that occasions summer and winter, and the different length of days and nights. If the earth turned round itself in a position perpendicular to the plane or level of the circle it moves in around the sun, as a top turns round when it stands erect on the ground, the days and nights would be always of the same length, 12 hours day and 12 hours night, and the seasons would be uniformly the same throughout the year. Every time that a planet, our earth for example, turns round itself, it makes what we call day and night, and every time it goes entirely round the sun it makes what we call a year. Consequently our world turns 365 times round itself in going once round the sun day 8. The names that the ancients gave to those 6 worlds, and which are still called by the same names, are Mercury, Venus, this world that we call ours, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. They appear larger to the eye than the stars, being many million miles nearer to our earth than any of the stars are. The planet Venus is that which is called the evening star, and sometimes the morning star, as she happens to set after or rise before the sun, which, in either case is never more than 3 hours. The sun, as before said, being the center, the planet or world nearest the sun is Mercury. His distance from the sun is 34 million miles, and he moves around in a circle always at that distance from the sun, as a top may be supposed to spin round in the track in which a horse goes in a mill. The second world is Venus. She is 57 million miles distant from the sun, and consequently moves round in a circle much greater than that of Mercury. The third world is this that we inhabit, and which is 88 million miles distant from the sun, and consequently moves round in a circle greater than that of Venus. The fourth world is Mars. He is distant from the sun 134 million miles, and consequently moves round in a circle greater than that of our earth. The fifth is Jupiter. He is distant from the sun 557 million miles, and consequently moves round in a circle greater than that of Mars. The sixth world is Saturn. He is distant from the sun 763 million miles, and consequently moves round in a circle that surrounds the circles, or orbits, of all the other worlds or planets. The space, therefore, in the air, or in the immensity of space, that our solar system takes up for the several worlds to perform their revolutions in round the sun, is of the extent in a straight line of the whole diameter of the orbit, or circle, in which Saturn moves round the sun, which being double his distance from the sun, is 1,526 million miles, and its circular extent is nearly 5,000 million, and its globular contents are almost 3,500 million times 3,500 million square miles. 9. But this, immense as it is only one system of worlds. Beyond this, at a vast distance into space, far beyond all power of calculation, are the stars called the fixed stars. They are called fixed because they have no revolutionary motion, as the 6 worlds or planets have that I have been describing. Those fixed stars continue always at the same distance from each other, and always in the same place, as the sun does in the center of our system. The probability, therefore, is that each of those fixed stars is also a sun, round which another system of worlds or planets, though too remote for us to discover, performs its revolutions, as our system of worlds does round our central sun. By this easy progression of ideas, the immensity of space will appear to us to be filled with systems of worlds, and that no part of space lies at waste, any more than any part of the globe of earth and water is left unoccupied. Having thus endeavored to convey, in a familiar and easy manner, some idea of the structure of the universe, I return to explain what I before alluded to, namely, the great benefits arising to man in consequence of the Creator having made a plurality of worlds, such as our system is, consisting of a central sun and 6 worlds, besides satellites, in preference to that of creating one world only of a vast extent. Advantages of life in a plurality of worlds. It is an idea I have never lost sight of, that all our knowledge of science is derived from the revolutions, exhibited to our eye and from hence to our understanding, which those several planets or worlds of which our system is composed make in their circuit round the sun. Had, then, the quantity of matter which these 6 worlds contain been blended into one solitary globe, the consequence to us would have been that either no revolutionary motion would have existed, or not a sufficiency of it to give us the idea and the knowledge of science we now have, and it is from the sciences that all the mechanical arts that contribute so much to our earthly felicity and comfort are derived. As, therefore, the Creator made nothing in vain, so also must it be believed that He organized the structure of the universe in the most advantageous manner for the benefit of man, and as we see, and from experience feel, the benefits we derive from the structure of the universe formed as it is, which benefits we should not have had the opportunity of enjoying, if the structure, so far as relates to our system, had been a solitary globe. We can discover at least one reason why a plurality of words has been made, and that reason calls forth the devotional gratitude of man as well as his admiration. But it is not to us, the inhabitants of this globe, only, that the benefits arising from a plurality of worlds are limited. The inhabitants of each of the worlds of which our System is composed enjoy the same opportunities of knowledge as we do. They behold the revolutionary motions of our Earth, as we behold theirs. All the planets revolve in side of each other and, therefore, the same universal school of science presents itself to all. Neither does the knowledge stop here. The system of worlds next to us exhibits, in its revolutions, the same principles and school of science to the inhabitants of their system as our system does to us, and in like manner throughout the immensity of space. Our ideas, not only of the almightiness of the Creator, but of his wisdom and his beneficence, become enlarged in proportion as we contemplate the extent and the structure of the universe. The solitary idea of a solitary world rolling or at rest in the immense ocean of space gives place to the cheerful idea of a society of worlds so happily contrived as to administer, even by their motion, instruction to man. We see our own earth filled with abundance, but we forget to consider how much of that abundance is owing to the scientific knowledge the vast machinery of the universe has unfolded. But, in the midst of those reflections, what are we to think of the Christian system of faith that forms itself upon the idea of only one world, and that of no greater extent, as is before shown, than 25,000 miles? An extent which a man walking at the rate of 3 miles an hour, for 12 hours in the day, could he keep on in a circular direction, would walk entirely round in less than 2 years. Alas! What is this to the mighty ocean of space, and the almighty power of the Creator? From whence, then, could arise the solitary and strange conceit that the Almighty, who had millions of worlds equally dependent on his protection, should quit the care of all the rest, and come to die in our world, because, they say, one man and one woman had eaten an apple? And, on the other hand, are we to suppose that every world in the boundless creation had an Eve, an apple, a serpent, and a Redeemer? In this case, the person who is irreverently called the Son of God, and sometimes God himself, would have nothing else to do than to travel from world to world, in an endless succession of deaths, with scarcely a momentary interval of life. Concerning the multiplicity of religions, it has been by rejecting the evidence that the world or works of God in the creation afford to our senses, and the action of our reason upon that evidence, that so many wild and whimsical systems of faith and of religion have been fabricated and set up. There may be many systems of religion that, so far from being morally bad, are in many respects morally good, but there can be but one that is true, and that one necessarily must, as it ever will, be in all things consistent with the ever-existing Word of God that we behold in his works. But such is the strange construction of the Christian system of faith that every evidence the heavens afford to man either directly contradicts it or renders it absurd. It is possible to believe, and I always feel pleasure in encouraging myself to believe it, that there have been men in the world who persuade themselves that what is called a pious fraud might, at least under particular circumstances, be productive of some good. But the fraud being once established, could not afterwards be explained, for it is with a pious fraud as with a bad action, it begets a calamitous necessity of going on. The persons who first preached the Christian system of faith, and in some measure combined with it the morality preached by Jesus Christ, might persuade themselves that it was better than the heathen mythology that then prevailed. From the first preachers the fraud went on to the second and to the third, till the idea of its being a pious fraud became lost in the belief of its being true, and that belief became again encouraged by the interests of those who made a livelihood by preaching it. But though such a belief might by such means be rendered almost general among the laity, it is next to impossible to account for the continued persecution carried on by the Church for several hundred years against the sciences and against the professors of science, if the Church had not some record or some tradition that it was originally no other than a pious fraud, or did not foresee that it could not be maintained against the evidence that the structure of the universe afforded. Having thus shown the irreconcilable inconsistencies between the real Word of God existing in the universe and that which is called the Word of God, as shown to us in a printed book that any man might make, I proceed to speak of the three principal means that have been employed in all ages, and perhaps in all countries, to impose upon mankind. Those three means are mystery, miracle, and prophecy. The two first are incompatible with true religion, and the third ought always to be suspected. With respect to mystery, everything we behold is, in one sense, a mystery to us. Our own existence is a mystery, the whole vegetable world is a mystery. We cannot account how it is that an acorn, when put into the ground, is made to develop itself and become an oak. We know not how it is that the seed we sow unfolds and multiplies itself, and returns to us such an abundant interest for so small a capital. The fact, however, as distinct from the operating cause, is not a mystery, because we see it, and we know also the means we are to use, which is no other than putting the seed into the ground. We know, therefore, as much as is necessary for us to know, and that part of the operation that we do not know, and which, if we did, we could not perform, the Creator takes upon himself and performs it for us. We are, therefore, better off than if we had been let into the secret, and left to do it for ourselves. But though every created thing is, in the sense of mystery, the word mystery cannot be applied to moral truth, any more than obscurity can be applied to light. The God in whom we believe is a God of moral truth, and not a God of mystery or obscurity. Mystery is the antagonist of truth. It is a fog of human invention, that obscures truth, and represents it in distortion. Truth never envelopes itself in mystery, and the mystery in which it is at any time enveloped is the work of its antagonist, and never of itself. The best way to serve God, religion, therefore, being the belief of a God and the practice of moral truth, cannot have connection with mystery. The belief of a God, so far from having anything of mystery in it, is of all beliefs the most easy, because it arises to us, as is before observed, out of necessity. And the practice of moral truth, or, in other words, a practical imitation of the moral goodness of God, is no other than our acting towards each other as he acts benignly toward all. We cannot serve God in the manner we serve those who cannot do without such service, and, therefore, the only idea we can have of serving God is that of contributing to the happiness of the living creation that God has made. This cannot be done by retiring ourselves from the society of the world and spending a recluse life in selfish devotion. The very nature and design of religion, if I may so express it, prove even to demonstration that it must be free from everything of mystery, and unencumbered with everything that is mysterious. Religion, considered as a duty, is incumbent upon every living soul alike, and, therefore, must be on a level with the understanding and comprehension of all. Man does not learn religion as he learns the secrets and mysteries of a trade. He learns the theory of religion by reflection. It arises out of the action of his own mind upon the things which he sees, or upon what he may happen to hear or to read, and the practice joins itself thereto. When men, whether from policy or pious fraud, set up systems of religion incompatible with the word or works of God in the creation, and not only above, but repugnant to human comprehension, they were under the necessity of inventing or adopting a word that should serve as a bar to all questions, inquiries, and speculations. The word mystery answered this purpose, and thus it has happened that religion, which is in itself without mystery, has been corrupted into a fog of mysteries. As mystery answered all general purposes, miracle followed as an occasional auxiliary. The former served to bewilder the mind, the latter to puzzle the senses. The one was the lingo, the other the legerdemain. But before going further into this subject, it will be proper to inquire what is to be understood by a miracle. In the same sense that everything may be said to be a mystery, so also may it be said that everything is a miracle, and that no one thing is a greater miracle than another. The elephant, though larger, is not a greater miracle than a mite, nor a mountain a greater miracle than an atom. To an almighty power, it is no more difficult to make the one than the other, and no more difficult to make millions of worlds than to make one. Everything, therefore, is a miracle in one sense, while in the other sense there is no such thing as a miracle. It is a miracle when compared to our power and to our comprehension. It is not a miracle compared to the power that performs it, but as nothing in this description conveys the idea that is affixed to the word miracle, it is necessary to carry the inquiry further. Mankind have conceived to themselves certain laws by which what they call nature is supposed to act, and that a miracle is something contrary to the operation and effect of those laws, but unless we know the whole extent of those laws, and of what are commonly called the powers of nature, we are not able to judge whether anything that may appear to us wonderful or miraculous be within, or be beyond, or be contrary to her natural power of acting. The ascension of man several miles high in the air would have everything in it that constitutes the idea of a miracle if it were not known that a species of air can be generated several times lighter than the common atmospheric air and yet possess elasticity enough to prevent the balloon in which that light air is enclosed from being compressed into as many times less bulk by the common air that surrounds it. In like manner, extracting flashes or sparks of fire from the human body, as visibly as from a steel struck with a flint, and causing iron or steel to move without any visible agent, would also give the idea of a miracle if we were not acquainted with electricity and magnetism. So also would many other experiments in natural philosophy, to those who are not acquainted with the subject. The restoring of persons to life who are to appearance dead, as is practiced upon drowned persons, would also be a miracle if it were not known that animation is capable of being suspended without being extinct. Besides these, there are performances by sleight of hand, and by persons acting in concert that have a miraculous appearance, which when known are thought nothing of. And besides these, there are mechanical and optical deceptions. There is now an exhibition in Paris of ghosts or specters, which, though it is not imposed upon the spectators as a fact, has an astonishing appearance. As, therefore, we know not the extent to which either nature or art can go, there is no positive criterion to determine what a miracle is, and mankind, in giving credit to appearances, under the idea of their being miracles, are subject to be continually imposed upon. Since, then, appearances are so capable of deceiving, and things not real have a strong resemblance to things that are, nothing can be more inconsistent than to suppose that the Almighty would make use of means such as are called miracles that would subject the person who performed them to the suspicion of being an impostor, and the person who related them to be suspected of lying, and the doctrine intended to be supported thereby to be suspected as a fabulous invention. Of all the modes of evidence that ever were invented to obtain belief to any system or opinion to which the name of religion has been given, that of miracle, however successful the imposition may have been, is the most inconsistent. For, in the first place, whenever recourse is had to show, for the purpose of procuring that belief, for a miracle, under any idea of the word, is a show, it implies a lameness or weakness in the doctrine that is preached. And, in the second place, it is degrading the Almighty into the character of a showman, playing tricks to amuse and make the people stare and wonder. It is also the most equivocal sort of evidence that can be set up, for the belief is not to depend upon the thing called a miracle, but upon the credit of the reporter who says that he saw it. And, therefore, the thing, were it true, would have no better chance of being believed than if it were a he. Suppose I were to say that when I sat down to write this book a hand presented itself in the air, took up the pen and wrote every word that is herein written, would anybody believe me? Certainly they would not. Would they believe me a whit more if the thing had been a fact? Certainly they would not. Since, then, a real miracle, were it to happen, would be subject to the same fate as the falsehood, the inconsistency becomes the greater of supposing the Almighty would make use of means that would not answer the purpose for which they were intended, even if they were real. If we are to suppose a miracle to be something so entirely out of the course of what is called nature that she must go out of that course to accomplish it, and we see an account given of such miracle by the person who said he saw it, it raises a question in the mind, very easily decided, which is it more probable that nature should go out of her course or that a man should tell a lie? We have never seen, in our time, nature go out of her course, but we have good reason to believe that millions of lies have been told in the same time. It is, therefore, at least millions to one that the reporter of a miracle tells a lie. The story of the whale swallowing Jonah, though a whale is large enough to do it, borders greatly on the marvelous, but it would have approached nearer to the idea of a miracle if Jonah had swallowed the whale. In this, which may serve for all cases of miracles, the matter would decide itself, as before stated, namely, is it more probable that a man should have swallowed a whale or told a lie? But suppose that Jonah had really swallowed the whale, and gone with it in his belly to Nineveh and, to convince the people that it was true, had cast it up in their sight, of the full length and size of a whale, would they not have believed him to have been the devil instead of a prophet? Or, if the whale had carried Jonah to Nineveh, and cast him up in the same public manner, would they not have believed the whale to have been the devil, and Jonah one of his imps? The most extraordinary of all the things called miracles, related in the New Testament, is that of the devil flying away with Jesus Christ, and carrying him to the top of a high mountain, and to the top of the highest pinnacle of the temple, and showing him, and promising to him all the kingdoms of the world. How happened it that he did not discover America, or is it only with kingdoms that his Sooty Highness has any interest? I have too much respect for the moral character of Christ to believe that he told this whale of a miracle himself, neither is it easy to account for what purpose it could have been fabricated, unless it were to impose upon the connoisseurs of miracles as is sometimes practiced upon the connoisseurs of Queen Anne's farthings and collectors of relics and antiquities, or to render the belief of miracles ridiculous by outdoing miracles, as Don Quixote outdid chivalry, or to embarrass the belief of miracles by making it doubtful by what power, whether of God or of the devil, anything called a miracle was performed. It requires, however, a great deal of faith in the devil to believe this miracle. In every point of view in which those things called miracles can be placed and considered, the reality of them is improbable and their existence unnecessary. They would not, as before observed, answer any useful purpose even if they were true, for it is more difficult to obtain belief to a miracle than to a principle evidently moral without any miracle. Moral principle speaks universally for itself. Miracle could be but a thing of the moment, and seen but by a few. After this it requires a transfer of faith from God to man. To believe a miracle upon man's report. Instead, therefore, of admitting the recitals of miracles as evidence of any system of religion being true, they ought to be considered as symptoms of its being fabulous. It is necessary to the full and upright character of truth that it rejects the crutch, and it is consistent with the character of fable to seek the aid that truth rejects. Thus much for mystery and miracle. As mystery and miracle took charge of the past and the present, prophecy took charge of the future and rounded the tenses of faith. It was not sufficient to know what had been done, but what would be done. The supposed prophet was the supposed historian of times to come, and if he happened, in shooting with a long bow of 1,000 years, to strike within 1,000 miles of a mark, the ingenuity of posterity could make it point blank, and if he happened to be directly wrong, it was only to suppose, as in the case of Jonah and Nineveh, that God had repented himself and changed his mind. What a fool! Do fabulous systems make of man? Prophets and their prophecies. It has been shown, in the former part of this work, that the original meaning of the words prophet and prophesying has been changed, and that a prophet, in the sense of the word, as now used, is a creature of modern invention, and it is owing to this change in the meaning of the words, that the flights and metaphors of the Jewish poets, and phrases, and expressions now rendered obscure by our not being acquainted with the local circumstances to which they applied at the time they were used, have been erected into prophecies and made to bend to explanations at the will and whimsical conceits of sectaries, expounders, and commentators. Everything unintelligible was prophetical, and everything insignificant was typical. A blunder would have served for a prophecy, and a dishclout for a type. If by a prophet we are to suppose a man to whom the Almighty communicated some event that would take place in future, either there were such men or there were not. If there were, it is consistent to believe that the event so communicated would be told in terms that could be understood, and not related in such a loose and obscure manner as to be out of the comprehension of those that heard it, and so equivocal as to fit almost any circumstance that might happen afterwards. It is conceiving very irreverently of the Almighty to suppose that he would deal in this jesting manner with mankind, yet all the things called prophecies in the book called the Bible come under this description. But it is with prophecy as it is with miracle, it could not answer the purpose even if it were real. Those to whom a prophecy should be told, could not tell whether the man prophesied or lied, or whether it had been revealed to him, or whether he conceded it. And if the thing that he prophesied, or intended to prophesy, should happen, or something like it, among the multitude of things that are daily happening, nobody could again know whether he foreknew it, or guessed at it, or whether it was accidental. A prophet, therefore, is a character useless and unnecessary, and the safe side of the case is to guard against being imposed upon by not giving credit to such relations. Upon the whole, mystery, miracle and prophecy are appendages that belong to fabulous and not to true religion. They are the means by which so many heres, and theirs, have been spread about the world, and religion been made into a trade. The success of one impostor gave encouragement to another, and the quieting salvo of doing some good by keeping up a pious fraud protected them from remorse. Recapitulation. Having now extended the subject to a greater length than I first intended, I shall bring it to a close by abstracting a summary from the whole. First, that the idea or belief of a word of God existing in print, or in writing, or in speech, is inconsistent in itself for reasons already assigned. These reasons, among many others, are the want of a universal language, the mutability of language, the errors to which translations are subject, the possibility of totally suppressing such a word, the probability of altering it, or of fabricating the whole, and imposing it upon the world. Secondly, that the creation we behold is the real and ever-existing word of God, in which we cannot be deceived. It proclaims his power, it demonstrates his wisdom, it manifests his goodness and beneficence. Thirdly, that the moral duty of man consists in imitating the moral goodness and beneficence of God, manifested in the creation towards all his creatures. That seeing, as we daily do, the goodness of God to all men, it is an example calling upon all men to practice the same towards each other, and, consequently, that everything of persecution and revenge between man, and everything of cruelty to animals, is a violation of moral duty. I trouble not myself about the matter of future existence. I content myself with believing, even to positive conviction, that the power that gave me existence is able to continue it, in any form and manner he pleases, either with or without this body, and it appears more probable to me that I shall continue to exist hereafter, than that I should have had existence, as I now have, before that existence began. It is certain that, in one point, all the nations of the earth and all religions agree, all believe in a God. The things in which they disagree are the redundancies annexed to that belief, and, therefore, if ever a universal religion should prevail, it will not be by believing anything new, but in getting rid of redundancies and believing as man believed. At first, Adam, if ever there were such a man, was created a deist, but in the meantime, let every man follow, as he has a right to do, the religion and the worship he prefers. 16 Dissertation on First Principles of Government. 1795. Written in the summer 0/1795 after his release from jail and after his readmission to the National Convention, the Dissertation on First Principles of Government offers the most succinct rendition of Paine's philosophy of rights. While it was written primarily to familiarize Dutch readers with his general political views, Paine could not resist offering his opinions on a controversial issue of that moment, the proposed restriction on manhood suffrage contained in the new French Constitution. There is no subject more interesting to every man than the subject of government. His security, be he rich or poor, and in a great measure his prosperity, are connected therewith. It is therefore his interest as well as his duty to make himself acquainted with its principles, and what the practice ought to be. Every art and science, however imperfectly known at first, has been studied, improved and brought to what we call perfection by the progressive labors of succeeding generations, but the science of government has stood still. No improvement has been made in the principle and scarcely any in the practice till the American Revolution began. In all the countries of Europe, except in France, the same forms and systems that were erected in the remote ages of ignorance still continue, and their antiquity is put in the place of principle. It is forbidden to investigate their origin, or by what right they exist. If it be asked how has this happened, the answer is easy: they are established on a principle that is false, and they employ their power to prevent detection. Notwithstanding the mystery with which the science of government has been enveloped, for the purpose of enslaving, plundering, and imposing upon mankind, it is of all things the least mysterious and the most easy to be understood. The meanest capacity cannot be at a loss, if it begins its inquiries at the right point. Every art and science has some point, or alphabet, at which the study of that art or science begins, and by the assistance of which the progress is facilitated. The same method ought to be observed with respect to the science of government. Instead then of embarrassing the subject in the outset with the numerous subdivisions under which different forms of government have been classed, such as aristocracy, democracy, oligarchy, monarchy, etc., the better method will be to begin with what may be called primary divisions, or those under which all the several subdivisions will be comprehended. The primary divisions are but two. First, government by election and representation. Secondly, government by hereditary succession. All the several forms and systems of government, however numerous or diversified, class themselves under one or other of those primary divisions, for either they are on the system of representation, or on that of hereditary succession. As to that equivocal thing, called mixed government, such as the late government of Holland, and the present government of England, it does not make an exception to the general rule, because the parts separately considered are either representative or hereditary. Beginning then our inquiries at this point, we have first to examine into the nature of those two primary divisions. If they are equally right in principle, it is mere matter of opinion which we prefer. If the one be demonstratively better than the other, that difference directs our choice, but if one of them should be so absolutely false as not to have a right of existence, the matter settles itself at once, because a negative proved on one thing, where two only are offered, and one must be accepted, amounts to an affirmative on the other. The revolutions that are now spreading themselves in the world have their origin in this state of the case, and the present war is a conflict between the representative system, founded on the rights of the people, and the hereditary system founded in usurpation. As to what are called monarchy, royalty and aristocracy, they do not, either as things or as terms, sufficiently describe the hereditary system, they are but secondary things or signs of the hereditary system, and which follow themselves if that system has not a right to exist. Were there no such terms as monarchy, royalty and aristocracy, or were other terms substituted in their place, the hereditary system, if it continued, would not be altered. Thereby, it would be the same system under any other titulary name as it is now. The character therefore of the revolutions of the present day distinguishes itself most definitely by grounding itself on the system of representative government, in opposition to the hereditary. No other distinction reaches the whole of the principle. Having thus opened the case generally, I proceed, in the first place, to examine the hereditary system because it has the priority in point of time. The representative system is the invention of the modern world, and that no doubt may arise as to my own opinion. I declare it beforehand, which is, that there is not a problem in Euclid more mathematically true than that hereditary government has not a right to exist. When, therefore, we take from any man the exercise of hereditary power, we take away that which he never had the right to possess, and which no law or custom could, or ever can, give him a title to. The arguments that have hitherto been employed against the hereditary system have been chiefly founded upon the absurdity of it, and its incompetency to the purpose of good government. Nothing can present to our judgment, or to our imagination, a figure of greater absurdity than that of seeing the government of a nation fall, as it frequently does, into the hands of a lad necessarily destitute of experience, and often little better than a fool. It is an insult to every man of years, of character, and of talents, in a country. The moment we begin to reason upon the hereditary system, it falls into derision. Let but a single idea begin, and 1,000 will soon follow. Insignificance, imbecility, childhood, dotage, want of moral character, in fine, every defect, serious or laughable, unite to hold up the hereditary system as a figure of ridicule. Leaving, however, the ridiculousness of the thing to the reflections of the reader, I proceed to the more important part of the question, namely, whether such a system has a right to exist. To be satisfied of the right of a thing to exist, we must be satisfied that it had a right to begin. If it had not a right to begin, it has not the right to continue. By what right then did the hereditary system begin? Let a man but ask himself this question, and he will find that he cannot satisfy himself with an answer. The right which any man or any family had to set itself up at first to govern a nation, and to establish itself hereditarily, was no other than the right which Robespierre had to do the same thing in France. If he had none, they had none. If they had any, he had as much, for it is impossible to discover superiority of right in any family, by virtue of which hereditary government could begin. The Capets, the Guelphs, the Robespierres, the Marats, are all on the same standing as to the question of right. It belongs exclusively to none. It is one step towards liberty to perceive that hereditary government could not begin as an exclusive right in any family. The next point will be whether, having once begun, it could grow into a right by the influence of time. This would be supposing an absurdity, for either it is putting time in the place of principle, or making it superior to principle, whereas time has no more connection with, or influence upon principle, than principle has upon time. The wrong which began 1,000 years ago is as much wrong as if it began today, and the right which originates today is as much right as if it had the sanction of 1,000 years. Time with respect to principles is an eternal no w, it has no operation upon them, it changes nothing of their nature and qualities. But what have we to do with 1,000 years? Our lifetime is but a short portion of that period, and if we find the wrong in existence as soon as we begin to live, that is the point of time at which it begins to us. And our right to resist it is the same as if it never existed before. As hereditary government could not begin as a natural right in any family, nor derive, after its commencement, any right from time, we have only to examine whether there exists in a nation a right to set it up, and establish it by what is called law, as has been done in England. I answer no, and that any law or any constitution made for that purpose is an act of treason against the right of every minor in the nation, at the time it is made, and against the rights of all succeeding generations. I shall speak upon each of those cases. First, of the minor at the time such law is made. Secondly, of the generations that are to follow. A nation, in a collective sense, comprehends all the individuals of whatever age, from just born to just dying. Of these, one part will be minors and the other aged. The average of life is not exactly the same in every climate and country, but in general the minority in years are the majority in numbers, that is, the number of persons under 21 years is greater than the number of persons above that age. This difference in number is not necessary to the establishment of the principle I mean to lay down, but it serves to show the justice of it more strongly. The principle would be equally as good if the majority in years were also the majority in numbers. The rights of minors are as sacred as the rights of the aged. The difference is altogether in the different age of the two parties, and nothing in the nature of the rights. The rights are the same rights, and are to be preserved inviolate for the inheritance of the minors when they shall come of age. During the minority of minors their rights are under the sacred guardianship of the aged. The minor cannot surrender them, the guardian cannot dispossess him, consequently. The aged part of a nation, who are the lawmakers for the time being, and who, in the march of life are but a few years ahead of those who are yet minors, and to whom they must shortly give place, have not and cannot have the right to make a law to set up and establish hereditary government, or, to speak more distinctly, an hereditary succession. of governors, because it is an attempt to deprive every minor in the nation, at the time such a law is made, of his inheritance of rights when he shall come of age, and to subjugate him to a system of government to which, during his minority, he could neither consent nor object. If a person who is a minor at the time such a law is proposed, had happened to have been born a few years sooner, so as to be of the age of 21 years at the time of proposing it, his right to have objected against it, to have exposed the injustice and tyrannical principles of it and to have voted against it, will be admitted on all sides. If, therefore, the law operates to prevent his exercising the same rights after he comes of age as he would have had a right to exercise had he been of age at the time, it is undeniably a law to take away and annul the rights of every person in the nation who shall be a minor at the time of making such a law, and consequently the right to make it cannot exist. I come now to speak of government by hereditary succession, as it applies to succeeding generations, and to show that in this case, as in the case of minors, there does not exist in a nation a right to set it up. A nation, though continually existing, is continually in a state of renewal and succession. It is never stationary. Every day produces new births, carries minors forward to maturity, and old persons from the stage. In this ever-running flood of generations there is no part superior in authority to another. Could we conceive an idea of superiority in any, at what point of time, or in what century of the world, are we to fix it? To what cause are we to ascribe it? By what evidence are we to prove it? By what criterion are we to know it? A single reflection will teach us that our ancestors, like ourselves, were but tenants for life in the great freehold of rights. The fee absolute was not in them, it is not in us, it belongs to the whole family of man through all ages. If we think otherwise than this we think either as slaves or as tyrants. As slaves, if we think that any former generation had a right to bind us; as tyrants, if we think that we have authority to bind the generations that are to follow. It may not be inapplicable to the subject, to endeavor to define what is to be understood by a generation in the sense the word is here used. As a natural term its meaning is sufficiently clear. The father, the son, the grandson, are so many distinct generations. But when we speak of a generation as describing the persons in whom legal authority resides, as distinct from another generation of the same description who are to succeed them, it comprehends all those who are above the age of 21 years, at the time that we count from, and a generation of this kind will continue in authority between 14 and 21 years, that is, until the number of minors, who shall have arrived at age, shall be greater than the number of persons remaining of the former stock. For example, if France, at this or any other moment, contains 24 millions of souls, 12 millions will be males, and 12 females. Of the 12 millions of males, 6 millions will be of the age of 21 years, and 6 will be under, and the authority to govern will reside in the first 6. But every day will make some alteration, and in 21 years every one of those minors who survives will have arrived at age, and the greater part of the former stock will be gone. The majority of persons then living, in whom the legal authority resides, will be composed of those who, 21 years before, had no legal existence. Those will be fathers and grandfathers in their turn, and, in the next 21 years, or less, another race of minors, arrived at age, will succeed them, and so on. As this is ever the case, and as every generation is equal in rights to another, it consequently follows, that there cannot be a right in any to establish government by hereditary succession, because it would be supposing itself possessed of a right superior to the rest, namely, that of commanding by its own authority how the world shall be hereafter governed, and who shall govern it. Every age and generation is, and must be, as a matter of right, as free to act for itself, in all cases, as the age and generation that preceded it. The vanity and presumption of governing beyond the grave is the most ridiculous and insolent of all tyrannies. Man has no property in man, neither has one generation of property in the generations that are to follow. In the first part of the rights of man I have spoken of government by hereditary succession. The history of the English Parliament furnishes an example of this kind, and which merits to be recorded as being the greatest instance of legislative ignorance and want of principle that is to be found in any country. The case is as follows. The English Parliament of 1688 imported a man and his wife from Holland, William and Mary, and made them King and Queen of England. Having done this, the said Parliament made a law to convey the government of the country to the heirs of William and Mary, in the following words: we, the Lords spiritual and temporal, and Commons, do, in the name of the people of England, most humbly and faithfully submit ourselves, our heirs and posterities, to William and Mary, their heirs and posterities, forever. And in a subsequent law, as quoted by Edmund Burke, the said Parliament, in the name of the people of England and living, binds the said people, their heirs and posterities, to William and Mary, their heirs and posterities, to the end of time. It is not sufficient that we laugh at the ignorance of such lawmakers, it is necessary that we reprobate their want of principle. The Constituent Assembly of France, 1789, fell into the same vice as the Parliament of England had done, and assumed to establish an hereditary succession in the family of the Capots as an act of the Constitution of that year. That every nation, for the time being, has a right to govern itself as it pleases, must always be admitted, but government by hereditary succession is government for another race of people, and not for itself, and as those on whom it is to operate are not in existence, or are minors, so neither is the right in existence to set it up for them, and to assume such a right is treason against the right of posterity. I here close the arguments on the first head, that of government by hereditary succession, and proceed to the second, that of government by election and representation, or, as it may be concisely expressed, representative government, in contradistinction to hereditary government. Reasoning by exclusion, if hereditary government has not a right to exist, and that it has not is provable, representative government is admitted of course. In contemplating government by election and representation, we amuse not ourselves in inquiring when or how, or by what right, it began. Its origin is ever in view. Man is himself the origin and the evidence of the right. It appertains to him in right of his existence, and his person is the title deed. The true and only true basis of representative government is equality of rights. Every man has a right to one vote, and no more in the choice of representatives. The rich have no more right to exclude the poor from the right of voting, or of electing and being elected, than the poor have to exclude the rich, and wherever it is attempted, or proposed, on either side, it is a question of force and not of right. Who is he that would exclude another? That other has a right to exclude him. That which is now called aristocracy implies an inequality of rights, but who are the persons that have a right to establish this inequality? Will the rich exclude themselves? No. Will the poor exclude themselves? No. By what right then can any be excluded? It would be a question, if any man or class of men have a right to exclude themselves, but Be this as it may, they cannot have the right to exclude another. The poor will not delegate such a right to the rich, nor the rich to the poor, and to assume it is not only to assume arbitrary power, but to assume a right to commit robbery. Personal rights, of which the right of voting for representatives is one, are a species of property of the most sacred kind, and he that would employ his pecuniary property, or presume upon the influence it gives him, to dispossess or rob another of his property, or rights, uses that pecuniary property as he would use firearms, and merits to have it taken from him. Inequality of rights is created by a combination in one part of the community to exclude another part from its rights. Whenever it be made an article of a constitution, or a law, that the right of voting, or of electing and being elected, shall appertain exclusively to persons possessing a certain quantity of property, be it little or much, it is a combination of the persons possessing that quantity to exclude those who do not possess the same quantity. It is investing themselves with powers as a self-created part of society, to the exclusion of the rest. It is always to be taken for granted that those who oppose inequality of rights never mean the exclusion should take place on themselves, and in this view of the case, pardoning the vanity of the thing, aristocracy is a subject of laughter. This self-soothing vanity is encouraged by another idea not less selfish, which is that the opposers conceive they are playing a safe game, in which there is a chance to gain and none to lose, that at any rate the doctrine of equality includes them, and that if they cannot get more rights than those whom they oppose and would exclude they shall not have less. This opinion has already been fatal to thousands, who, not contented with equal rights, have sought more till they lost all, and experienced in themselves the degrading inequality they endeavored to fix upon others. In any view of the case it is dangerous and impolitic, sometimes ridiculous, and always unjust to make property the criterion of the right of voting. If the sum or value of the property upon which the right is to take place be considerable, it will exclude a majority of the people and unite them in a common interest against the government and against those who support it, and as the power is always with the majority, they can overturn such a government and its supporters whenever they please. If, in order to avoid this danger, a small quantity of property be fixed as the criterion of the right, it exhibits liberty in disgrace, by putting it in competition with accident and insignificance. When a broodmare shall fortunately produce a foal or a mule that, by being worth the sum in question, shall convey to its owner the right of voting, or by its death take it from him, in whom does the origin of such a right exist? Is it in the man, or in the mule? When we consider how many ways property may be acquired without merit, and lost without crime, we ought to spurn the idea of making it a criterion of rights. But the offensive part of the case is that this exclusion from the right of voting implies a stigma on the moral character of the persons excluded, and this is what no part of the community has a right to pronounce upon another part. No external circumstance can justify it. Wealth is no proof of moral character, nor poverty of the want of it. On the contrary, wealth is often the presumptive evidence of dishonesty, and poverty the negative evidence of innocence. If therefore property, whether little or much, be made a criterion, the means by which that property has been acquired ought to be made a criterion also. The only ground upon which exclusion from the right of voting is consistent with justice would be to inflict it as a punishment for a certain time upon those who should propose to take away that right from others. The right of voting for representatives is the primary right by which other rights are protected. To take away this right is to reduce a man to slavery, for slavery consists in being subject to the will of another, and he that has not a vote in the election of representatives is in this case. The proposal therefore to disfranchise any class of men is as criminal as the proposal to take away property. When we speak of right we ought always to unite with it the idea of duties. Rights become duties by reciprocity. The right which I enjoy becomes my duty to guarantee it to another, and he to me, and those who violate the duty justly incur a forfeiture of the right. In a political view of the case, the strength and permanent security of government is in proportion to the number of people interested in supporting it. The true policy, therefore, is to interest the whole by inequality of rights, for the danger arises from exclusions. It is possible to exclude men from the right of voting, but it is impossible to exclude them from the right of rebelling against that exclusion, and when all other rights are taken away the right of rebellion is made perfect. While men could be persuaded they had no rights, or that rights appertained only to a certain class of men, or that government was a thing existing in right of itself, it was not difficult to govern them authoritatively. The ignorance in which they were held, and the superstition in which they were instructed, furnished the means of doing it. But when the ignorance is gone, and the superstition with it, when they perceive the imposition that has been acted upon them, when they reflect that the cultivator and the manufacturer are the primary means of all the wealth that exists in the world, beyond what nature spontaneously produces, when they begin to feel their consequences by their usefulness, and their right as members of society, it is then no longer possible to govern them as before. The fraud once detected cannot be reacted. To attempt it is to provoke derision, or invite destruction. That property will ever be unequal is certain. Industry, superiority of talents, dexterity of management, extreme frugality, fortunate opportunities, or the opposite, or the means of those things, will ever produce that effect, without having recourse to the harsh, ill-sounding names of avarice and oppression, and besides this there are some men who, though they do not despise wealth, will not stoop to the drudgery or the means of acquiring it, nor will be troubled with it beyond their wants or their independence. While in others there is an avidity to obtain it by every means not punishable, it makes the sole business of their lives, and they follow it as a religion. All that is required with respect to property is to obtain it honestly, and not employ it criminally, but it is always criminally employed when it is made a criterion for exclusive rights. In institutions that are purely pecuniary, such as that of a bank or a commercial company, the rights of the members composing that company are wholly created by the property they invest therein, and no other rights are represented in the government of that company than what arise out of that property, neither has that government cognizance of anything but property. But the case is totally different with respect to the institution of civil government, organized on the system of representation. Such a government has cognizance of everything, and of every man as a member of the national society, whether he has property or not, and, therefore, the principle requires that every man, and every kind of right, be represented, of which the right to acquire and to hold property is but one, and that not of the most essential kind. The protection of a man's person is more sacred than the protection of property, and, besides this, the faculty of performing any kind of work or services by which he acquires a livelihood, or maintaining his family, is of the nature of property. It is property to him, he has acquired it, and it is as much the object of his protection as exterior property, possessed without that faculty, can be the object of protection in another person. I have always believed that the best security for property, be it much or little, is to remove from every part of the community, as far as can possibly be done, every cause of complaint, and every motive to violence, and this can only be done by inequality of rights. When rights are secure, property is secure in consequence. But when property is made a pretense for unequal or exclusive rights, it weakens the right to hold the property, and provokes indignation and tumult, for it is unnatural to believe that property can be secure under the guarantee of a society injured in its rights by the influence of that property. Next to the injustice and ill policy of making property a pretense for exclusive rights, is the unaccountable absurdity of giving to mere sound the idea of property, and annexing to it certain rights, for what else is a title but sound? Nature is often giving to the world some extraordinary men who arrive at fame by merit and universal consent, such as Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, etc. They were truly great or noble. But when government sets up a manufactory of nobles, it is as absurd as if she undertook to manufacture wise men. Her nobles are all counterfeits. This waxwork order has assumed the name of aristocracy, and the disgrace of it would be lessened if it could be considered only as childish imbecility. We pardon foppery because of its insignificance, and on the same ground we might pardon the foppery of titles. But the origin of aristocracy was worse than foppery. It was robbery. The first aristocrats in all countries were brigands. Those of later times, sycophants. It is very well known that in England, and the same will be found in other countries, the great landed estates now held in descent were plundered from the quiet inhabitants. At the conquest, the possibility did not exist of acquiring such estates honestly. If it be asked how they could have been acquired, no answer but that of robbery can be given. That they were not acquired by trade, by commerce, by manufactures, by agriculture, or by any reputable employment, is certain. How then were they acquired? Blush, aristocracy, to hear your origin, for your progenitors were thieves. They were the Robespierres and the Jacobins of that day. When they had committed the robbery, they endeavored to lose the disgrace of it by sinking their real names under fictitious ones, which they called titles. It is ever the practice of felons to act in this manner. They never pass by their real names. As property, honestly obtained, is best secured by inequality of rights, so ill-gotten property depends for protection on a monopoly of rights. He who has robbed another of his property will next endeavor to disarm him of his rights, to secure that property, for when the robber becomes the legislator he believes himself secure. That part of the government of England that is called the House of Lords was originally composed of persons who had committed the robberies of which I have been speaking. It was an association for the protection of the property they had stolen. But besides the criminality of the origin of aristocracy, it has an injurious effect on the moral and physical character of man. Like slavery, it debilitates the human faculties. For as the mind bowed down by slavery loses in silence its elastic powers, so, in the contrary extreme, when it is buoyed up by folly, it becomes incapable of exerting them, and swindles into imbecility. It is impossible that a mind employed upon ribbons and titles can ever be great. The childishness of the objects consumes the man. It is at all times necessary, and more particularly so during the progress of a revolution, and until right ideas confirm themselves by habit, that we frequently refresh our patriotism by reference to first principles. It is by tracing things to their origin that we learn to understand them, and it is by keeping that line and that origin always in view that we never forget them. An inquiry into the origin of rights will demonstrate to us that rights are not gifts from one man to another, nor from one class of men to another. For who is he who could be the first giver, or by what principle, or on what authority, could he possess the right of giving? A declaration of rights is not a creation of them, nor a donation of them. It is a manifest of the principle by which they exist, followed by a detail of what the rights are. For every civil right has a natural right for its foundation, and it includes the principle of a reciprocal guarantee of those rights from man to man. As, therefore, it is impossible to discover any origin of rights otherwise than in the origin of man, it consequently follows that rights appertain to man in right of his existence only, and must therefore be equal to every man. The principle of inequality of rights is clear and simple. Every man can understand it, and it is by understanding his rights that he learns his duties, for where the rights of men are equal, every man must finally see the necessity of protecting the rights of others as the most effectual security for his own. But if, in the formation of a constitution, we depart from the principle of equal rights, or attempt any modification of it, we plunge into a labyrinth of difficulties from which there is no way out but by retreating. Where are we to stop? Or by what principle are we to find out the point to stop at, that shall discriminate between men of the same country, part of whom shall be free, and the rest not? If property is to be made the criterion, it is a total departure from every moral principle of liberty, because it is attaching rights to mere matter, and making man the agent of that matter. It is, moreover, holding up property as an apple of discord, and not only exciting but justifying war against it, for I maintain the principle, that when property is used as an instrument to take away the rights of those who may happen not to possess property, it is used to an unlawful purpose, as firearms would be in a similar case. In a state of nature all men are equal in rights, but they are not equal in power. The weak cannot protect themselves against the strong. This being the case, the institution of civil society is for the purpose of making an equalization of powers that shall be parallel to, and a guarantee of, the equality of rights. The laws of a country, when properly constructed, apply to this purpose. Every man takes the arm of the law for his protection as more effectual than his own, and therefore every man has an equal right in the formation of the government, and of the laws by which he is to be governed and judged. In extensive countries and societies, such as America and France, this right in the individual can only be exercised by delegation, that is, by election and representation, and hence it is that the institution of representative government arises. Hitherto, I have confined myself to matters of principle only. First, that hereditary government has not a right to exist, that it cannot be established on any principle of right, and that it is a violation of all principle. Secondly, that government by election and representation has its origin in the natural and eternal rights of man, for whether a man be his own lawgiver, as he would be in a state of nature, or whether he exercises his portion of legislative sovereignty in his own person, as might be the case in small democracies where all could assemble for the formation of the laws by which they were to be governed, or whether he exercises it in the choice of persons to represent him in a national assembly of representatives, the origin of the right is the same in all cases. The first, as is before observed, is defective in power, the second, is practicable only in democracies of small extent, the third, is the greatest scale upon which human government can be instituted. Next to matters of principle are matters of opinion, and it is necessary to distinguish between the two. Whether the rights of men shall be equal is not a matter of opinion but of right, and consequently of principle, for men do not hold their rights as grants from each other, but each one in right of himself. Society is the guardian but not the giver, and as in extensive societies, such as America and France, the right of the individual in matters of government cannot be exercised but by election and representation. It Consequently follows that the only system of government consistent with principle, where simple democracy is impracticable, is the representative system. But as to the organical part, or the manner in which the several parts of government shall be arranged and composed, it is altogether matter of opinion. It is necessary that all the parts be conformable with the principle of equal rights, and so long as this principle be religiously adhered to, no very material error can take place, neither can any error continue long in that part which falls within the province of opinion. In all matters of opinion, the social compact, or the principle by which society is held together, requires that the majority of opinions becomes the rule for the whole, and that the minority yields practical obedience thereto. This is perfectly conformable to the principle of equal rights, for, in the first place, every man has a right to give an opinion. But no man has a right that his opinion should govern the rest. In the second place, it is not supposed to be known beforehand on which side of any question, whether for or against, any man's opinion will fall. He may happen to be in a majority upon some questions, and in a minority upon others, and by the same rule that he expects obedience in the one case, he must yield it in the other. All the disorders that have arisen in France during the progress of the Revolution have had their origin, not in the principle of equal rights, but in the violation of that principle. The principle of equal rights has been repeatedly violated, and that not by the majority but by the minority, and that minority has been composed of men possessing property, as well as of men without property. Property, therefore, even upon the experience already had, is no more a criterion of character than it is of rights. It will sometimes happen that the minority are right, and the majority are wrong, but as soon as experience proves this to be the case, the minority will increase to a majority, and the error will reform itself by the tranquil operation of freedom of opinion and equality of rights. Nothing, therefore, can justify an insurrection, neither can it ever be necessary where rights are equal and opinions free. Taking then the principle of equal rights as the foundation of the revolution, and consequently of the Constitution, the organical part, or the manner in which the several parts of the government shall be arranged in the Constitution, will, as is already said, fall within the province of opinion. Various methods will present themselves upon a question of this kind, and though experience is yet wanting to determine which is the best, it has, I think, sufficiently decided which is the worst. That is the worst, which in its deliberations and decisions is subject to the precipitancy and passion of an individual, and when the whole legislature is crowded into one body it is an individual in mass. In all cases of deliberation it is necessary to have a core of reserve, and it would be better to divide the representation by lot into two parts, and let them revise and correct each other, than that the whole should sit together, and debate at once. Representative government is not necessarily confined to any one particular form. The principle is the same in all the forms under which it can be arranged. The equal rights of the people is the root from which the whole springs, and the branches may be arranged as present opinion or future experience shall best direct. As to that hospital of incurables, as Chesterfield calls it, the British House appears, it is an excrescence growing out of corruption, and there is no more affinity or resemblance between any of the branches of a legislative body originating from the right of the people, and the aforesaid house appears, than between a regular member of the human body and an ulcerated one. As to that part of government that is called the executive, it is necessary in the first place to fix a precise meaning to the word. There are but two divisions into which power can be arranged. First, that of willing or decreeing the laws, secondly, that of executing or putting them in practice. The former corresponds to the intellectual faculties of the human mind which reasons and determines what shall be done, the second, to the mechanical powers of the human body that puts that determination into practice. If the former decides, and the latter does not perform, it is a state of imbecility, and if the latter acts without the predetermination of the former, it is a state of lunacy. The executive department therefore is official, and is subordinate to the legislative, as the body is to the mind in a state of health, for it is impossible to conceive the idea of two sovereignties, a sovereignty to will and a sovereignty to act. The executive is not invested with the power of deliberating whether it shall act or not. It has no discretionary authority in the case, for it can act no other thing than what the laws decree, and it is obliged to act conformably thereto, and in this view of the case the executive is made up of all the official departments that execute the laws, of which that which is called the judiciary is the chief. But mankind have conceived an idea that some kind of authority is necessary to superintend the execution of the laws and to see that they are faithfully performed, and it is by confounding the superintending authority with the official execution that we get embarrassed about the term executive power. All the parts in the governments of the United States of America that are called the executive are no other than authorities to superintend the execution of the laws, and they are so far independent of the legislative that they know the legislative only through the laws, and cannot be controlled or directed by it through any other medium. In what manner the superintending authority shall be appointed, or composed, is a matter that falls within the province of opinion. Some may prefer one method and some another, and in all cases, where opinion only and not principle is concerned, the majority of opinions forms the rule for all. There are however some things deducible from reason, and evidenced by experience, that serve to guide our decision upon the case. The one is never to invest any individual with extraordinary power, for besides his being tempted to misuse it, it will excite contention and commotion in the nation for the office. Secondly, never to invest power long in the hands of any number of individuals. The inconveniences that may be supposed to accompany frequent changes are less to be feared than the danger that arises from long continuance. I shall conclude this discourse with offering some observations on the means of preserving liberty, for it is not only necessary that we establish it, but that we preserve it. It is, in the first place, necessary that we distinguish between the means made use of to overthrow despotism, in order to prepare the way for the establishment of liberty, and the means to be used after the despotism is overthrown. The means made use of in the first case are justified by necessity. Those means are, in general, insurrections, for while the established government of despotism continues in any country it is scarcely possible that any other means can be used. It is also certain that in the commencement of a revolution, the revolutionary party permit to themselves a discretionary exercise of power regulated more by circumstances than by principle, which, were the practice to continue, liberty would never be established, or if established would soon be overthrown. It is never to be expected in a revolution that every man is to change his opinion at the same moment. There never yet was any truth or any principle so irresistibly obvious that all men believed it at once. Time and reason must cooperate with each other to the final establishment of any principle, and therefore those who may happen to be first convinced have not a right to persecute others, on whom conviction operates more slowly. The moral principle of revolutions is to instruct, not to destroy. Had a constitution been established 2 years ago, as ought to have been done, the violences that have since desolated France and injured the character of the revolution would, in my opinion, have been prevented. The nation would then have had a bond of union, and every individual would have known the line of conduct he was to follow. But, instead of this, a revolutionary government, a thing without either principle or authority, was substituted in its place. Virtue and crime depended upon accident, and that which was patriotism one day became treason the next. All these things have followed from the want of a constitution, for it is the nature and intention of a constitution to prevent governing by party, by establishing a common principle that shall limit and control the power and impulse of party, and that says to all parties, thus far shalt thou go and no further. But in the absence of a constitution, men look entirely to party, and instead of principle governing party, party governs principle. Inability to punish is always dangerous to liberty. It leads men to stretch, to misinterpret, and to misapply even the best of laws. He that would make his own liberty secure must guard even his enemy from oppression. For if he violates this duty he establishes a precedent that will reach to himself. 17. Agrarian Justice. 1795. Agrarian Justice was the last of Paine's major works. Published in the winter of 1795, it saw Paine returning to the themes of poverty and inequality which preoccupied him in Part 2 of The Rights of Man. The essay contains his most extensive discussion of property and social justice and includes a proposal for the creation of a public fund to repay all English men and women for what Paine labels the loss of his or her natural inheritance by the introduction of the system of landed property to the legislature and the executive directory of the French Republic. The plan contained in this work is not adapted for any particular country alone. The principle on which it is based is general. But as the rights of man are a new study in this world, and one needing protection from priestly imposture and the insolence of a prescience too long established, I have thought it right to place this little work under your safeguard. When we reflect on the long and dense night in which France and all Europe have remained plunged by their governments and their priests, we must feel less surprise than grief at the bewilderment caused by the first burst of light that dispels the darkness. The eye accustomed to darkness can hardly bear at first the broad daylight. It is by usage the eye learns to see, and it is the same in passing from any situation to its opposite. As we have not at one instant renounced all our errors, we cannot at one stroke acquire knowledge of all our rights. France has had the honor of adding to the word liberty that of equality, and this word signifies essentially a principle that admits of no gradation in the things to which it applies. But equality is often misunderstood, often misapplied, and often violated. Liberty and property are words expressing all those of our possessions which are not of an intellectual nature. There are two kinds of property. Firstly, natural property, or that which comes to us from the creator of the universe, such as the earth, air, water. Secondly, artificial or acquired property, the invention of men. In the latter, equality is impossible, for to distribute it equally it would be necessary that all should have contributed in the same proportion, which can never be the case. And this being the case, every individual would hold on to his own property as his right share. Equality of natural property is the subject of this little essay. Every individual in the world is born therein with legitimate claims on a certain kind of property, or its equivalent. The right of voting for persons charged with the execution of the laws that govern society is inherent in the word liberty, and constitutes the equality of personal rights. But even if that right of voting were inherent in property, which I deny, the right of suffrage would still belong to all equally, because, as I have said, all individuals have legitimate birthrights in a certain species of property. I have always considered the present constitution of the French Republic the best organized system that human mind has yet produced. But I hope my former colleagues will not be offended if I warn them of an error which has slipped into its principle. Equality of the right of suffrage is not maintained. This right is in it connected with a condition on which it ought not to depend, that is, with a proportion of a certain tax, called direct. The dignity of suffrage is thus lowered, and, in placing it in the scale with an inferior thing, the enthusiasm that right is capable of inspiring is diminished. It is impossible to find any equivalent counterpoise for the right of suffrage, because it is alone worthy to be its own basis, and cannot thrive as a graft, or an appendage. Since the Constitution was established we have seen two conspiracies stranded, that of Babeuf, and that of some obscure personages who decorate themselves with the despicable name of royalists. The defect in principle of the Constitution was the origin of Babeuf's conspiracy. He availed himself of the resentment caused by this flaw, and instead of seeking a remedy by legitimate and constitutional means, or proposing some measure useful to society, the conspirators did their best to renew disorder and confusion, and constituted themselves personally into a directory, which is formally destructive of election and representation. They were, in fine, extravagant enough to suppose that society, occupied with its domestic affairs, would blindly yield to them a directorship usurped by violence. The conspiracy of Babeuf was followed in a few months by that of the royalists, who foolishly flattered themselves with the notion of doing great things by feeble or foul means. They counted on all the discontented, from whatever cause, and tried to rouse, in their turn, the class of people who had been following the others. But these new chiefs acted as if they thought society had nothing more at heart than to maintain courtiers, pensioners, and all their train, under the contemptible title of royalty. My little essay will disabuse them, by showing that society is aiming at a very different end, maintaining itself. We all know or should know, that the time during which a revolution is proceeding is not the time when its resulting advantages can be enjoyed. But had Babeuf and his accomplices taken into consideration the condition of France under this constitution, and compared it with what it was under the tragical revolutionary government, and, during the execrable reign of terror, the rapidity of the alteration must have appeared to them very striking and astonishing. Famine has been replaced by abundance, and by the well-founded hope of a near and increasing prosperity. As for the defect in the Constitution, I am fully convinced that it will be rectified constitutionally, and that this step is indispensable, for so long as it continues it will inspire the hopes and furnish the means of conspirators, and for the rest, it is regrettable that a constitution so wisely organized should err so much in its principle. This fault exposes it to other dangers which will make themselves felt. Intriguing candidates will go about among those who have not the means to pay the direct tax and pay it for them, on condition of receiving their votes. Let us maintain inviolably equality in the sacred right of suffrage. Public security can never have a basis more solid. Salad et Fraternity. Your former colleague, Thomas Paine. Author's English Preface. The following little piece was written in the winter of 1795 and 96, and, as I had not determined whether to publish it during the present war, or to wait till the commencement of a peace, it has lain by me, without alteration or addition, from the time it was written. What has determined me to publish it now is a sermon preached by Watson, Bishop of Llandaff. Some of my readers will recollect that this bishop wrote a book entitled An Apology for the Bible, in answer to my second part of the Age of Reason. I procured a copy of his book, and he may depend upon hearing from me on that subject. At the end of the bishop's book is a list of the works he has written, among which is the sermon alluded to. It is entitled, The Wisdom and Goodness of God, in having made both rich and poor, with an appendix, containing reflections on the present state of England and France. The error contained in the sermon determined me to publish my agrarian justice. It is wrong to say God made rich and poor, he made only male and female, and he gave them the earth for their inheritance. Instead of preaching to encourage one part of mankind in insolence, it would be better that priests employ their time to render the general condition of man less miserable than it is. Practical religion consists in doing good, and the only way of serving God is that of endeavoring to make his creation happy. All preaching that has not this for its object is nonsense and hypocrisy. Thomas Paine. Agrarian justice. To preserve the benefits of what is called civilized life, and to remedy at the same time the evil which it has produced, ought to be considered as one of the first objects of reformed legislation. Whether that state that is proudly, perhaps erroneously, called civilization, has most promoted or most injured the general happiness of man, is a question that may be strongly contested. On one side, the spectator is dazzled by splendid appearances, on the other, he is shocked by extremes of wretchedness, both of which it has erected. The most affluent and the most miserable of the human race are to be found in the countries that are called civilized. To understand what the state of society ought to be, it is necessary to have some idea of the natural and primitive state of man, such as it is at this day among the Indians of North America. There is not, in that state, any of those spectacles of human misery, which poverty and want present to our eyes in all the towns and streets in Europe. Poverty, therefore, is a thing created by that which is called civilized life. It exists not in the natural state. On the other hand, the natural state is without those advantages which flow from agriculture, arts, science, and manufactures. The life of an Indian is a continual holiday, compared with the poor of Europe, and, on the other hand, it appears to be abject when compared to the rich civilization. Therefore, or that which is so called, has operated two ways, to make one part of society more affluent, and the other more wretched, than would have been the lot of either in a natural state. It is always possible to go from the natural to the civilized state, but it is never possible to go from the civilized to the natural state. The reason is that man in a natural state, subsisting by hunting, requires 10 times the quantity of land to range over to procure himself sustenance, than would support him in a civilized state, where the earth is cultivated. When, therefore, a country becomes populous by the additional aids of cultivation, art, and science, there is a necessity of preserving things in that state, because without it, there cannot be sustenance for more, perhaps, than a tenth part of its inhabitants. The thing, therefore, now to be done is to remedy the evils and preserve the benefits that have arisen to society by passing from the natural to that which is called the civilized state. In taking the matter upon this ground, the first principle of civilization ought to have been, and ought still to be, that the condition of every person born into the world, after a state of civilization commences, ought not to be worse than if he had been born before that period. But the fact is that the condition of millions, in every country in Europe, is far worse than if they had been born before civilization began, or had been born among the Indians of North America at the present day. I will show how this fact has happened. It is a position not to be contract over that the earth, in its natural, uncultivated state, was, and ever would have continued to be, the common property of the human race. In that state every man would have been born to property. He would have been a joint life proprietor with the rest in the property of the soil, and in all its natural productions, vegetable and animal. But the earth in its natural state, as before said, is capable of supporting but a small number of inhabitants compared with what it is capable of doing in a cultivated state. And as it is impossible to separate the improvement made by cultivation from the earth itself, upon which that improvement is made, the idea of landed property arose from that inseparable connection, but it is nevertheless true, that it is the value of the improvement, only, and not the earth itself, that is individual property. Every proprietor, therefore, of cultivated lands, owes to the community a ground rent. For I know of no better term to express the idea, for the land which he holds, and it is from this ground rent that the fund proposed in this plan is to issue. It is deducible, as well from the nature of the things as from all the histories transmitted to us, that the idea of landed property commenced with cultivation, and that there was no such thing as landed property before that time. It could not exist in the first state of man, that of hunters. It did not exist in the second state, that of shepherds, neither Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, nor Job, so far as the history of the Bible may be credited in probable things, were owners of land. Their property consisted, as is always enumerated, in flocks and herds, and they traveled with them from place to place. The frequent contentions at that time about the use of a well in the dry country of Arabia, where those people lived, also show that there was no landed property. It was not admitted that land could be claimed as property. There could be no such thing as landed property originally. Man did not make the earth, and, though he had a natural right to occupy it, he had no right to locate as his property in perpetuity any part of it, neither did the creator of the earth open a land office, from whence the first title deeds should issue. Whence then arose the idea of landed property? I answer as before, that when cultivation began the idea of landed property began with it, from the impossibility of separating the improvement made by cultivation from the earth itself, upon which that improvement was made. The value of the improvement so far exceeded the value of the natural earth, at that time, as to absorb it, till, in the end, the common right of all became confounded into the cultivated right of the individual. But there are, nevertheless, distinct species of rights, and will continue to be, so long as the earth endures. It is only by tracing things to their origin that we can gain rightful ideas of them, and it is by gaining such ideas that we discover the boundary that divides right from wrong, and teaches every man to know his own. I have entitled this tract Agrarian Justice to distinguish it from agrarian law. Nothing could be more unjust than agrarian law in a country improved by cultivation. For though every man, as an inhabitant of the earth, is a joint proprietor of it in its natural state, it does not follow that he is a joint proprietor of cultivated earth. The additional value made by cultivation, after the system was admitted, became the property of those who did it, or who inherited it from them, or who purchased it. It had originally no owner. While, therefore, I advocate the right, and interest myself in the hard case of all those who have been thrown out of their natural inheritance by the introduction of the system of landed property, I equally defend the right of the possessor to the part which is his. Cultivation is at least one of the greatest natural improvements ever made by human invention. It has given to created earth a tenfold value. But the landed monopoly that began with it has produced the greatest evil. It has dispossessed more than half the inhabitants of every nation of their natural inheritance, without providing for them, as ought to have been done, an indemnification for that loss, and has thereby created a species of poverty and wretchedness that did not exist before. In advocating the case of the persons thus dispossessed, it is a right, and not a charity, that I am pleading for. But it is that kind of right which, being neglected at first, could not be brought forward afterwards till heaven had opened the way by a revolution in the system of government. Let us then do honor to revolutions by justice, and give currency to their principles by blessings. Having thus in a few words opened the merits of the case, I shall now proceed to the plan I have to propose, which is to create a national fund, out of which there shall be paid to every person, when arrived at the age of 21 years, the sum of £15 as a compensation in part for the loss of his or her natural inheritance by the introduction of the system of landed property, and also the sum of £10 per annum during life to every person now living of the age of 50 years, and to all others as they shall arrive at that age. Means by which the fund is to be created. I have already established the principle, namely, that the earth, in its natural uncultivated state was, and ever would have continued to be, the common property of the human race, that in that state, every person would have been born to property, and that the system of landed property, by its inseparable connection with cultivation, and with what is called civilized life, has absorbed the property of all those whom it dispossessed, without providing, as ought to have been done, an indemnification for that loss. The fault, however, is not in the present possessors. No complaint is intended, or ought to be alleged against them, unless they adopt the crime by opposing justice. The fault is in the system, and it has stolen imperceptibly upon the world, aided afterwards by the agrarian law of the sword. But the fault can be made to reform itself by successive generations, and without diminishing or deranging the property of any of the present possessors, the operation of the fund can yet commence, and be in full activity the first year of its establishment, or soon after, as I shall show. It is proposed that the payments, as already stated, be made to every person, rich or poor. It is best to make it so, to prevent invidious distinctions. It is also right it should be so, because it is in lieu of the natural inheritance, which, as a right, belongs to every man, over and above the property he may have created, or inherited from those who did. Such persons as do not choose to receive it can throw it into the common fund, taking it then for granted that no person ought to be in a worse condition when born under what is called a state of civilization than he would have been had he been born in a state of nature, and that civilization ought to have made, and ought still to make, provision for that purpose. It can only be done by subtracting from property a portion equal in value to the natural inheritance it has absorbed. Various methods may be proposed for this purpose, but that which appears to be the best, not only because it will operate without deranging any present possessors, or without interfering with the collection of taxes or emprunts necessary for the purposes of government and the revolution, but because it will be the least troublesome and the most effectual, and also because the subtraction will be made at a time that best admits it, is at the moment that property is passing by the death of one person to the possession of another. In this case, the bequeather gives nothing, the receiver pays nothing. The only matter to him is that the monopoly of natural inheritance, to which there never was a right, begins to cease in his person. A generous man would not wish it to continue, and a just man will rejoice to see it abolished. My state of health prevents my making sufficient inquiries with respect to the doctrine of probabilities, whereon to found calculations with such degrees of certainty as they are capable of. What, therefore, I offer on this head is more the result of observation and reflection than of received information, but I believe it will be found to agree sufficiently with fact. In the first place, taking 21 years as the epoch of maturity, all the property of a nation, real and personal, is always in the possession of persons above that age. It is then necessary to know, as a datum of calculation, the average of years which persons above that age will live. I take this average to be about 30 years, for though many persons will live 40, 50, or 60 years after the age of 21 years, others will die much sooner, and some in every year of that time. Taking, then, 30 years as the average of time, it will give, without any material variation one way or other, the average of time in which the whole property or capital of a nation, or some equal thereto, will have passed through one entire revolution in descent, that is, will have gone by deaths to new possessors, for though, in many instances, some parts of this capital will remain 40, 50, or 60 years in the possession of one person, other parts will have revolved 2 or 3 times before those 30 years expire, which will bring it to that average, for were one half the capital of a nation to revolve twice in 30 years, it would produce the same fund as if the whole revolved once. Taking, then, 30 years as the average of time in which the whole capital of a nation, or some equal thereto, will revolve once, the 30th part thereof will be the sum that will revolve every year, that is, will go by debts to new possessors, and this last sum being thus known, and the ratio per cent to be subtracted from it determined, it will give the annual amount or income of the proposed fund, to be applied as already mentioned. In looking over the discourse of the English minister, Pitt, in his opening of what is called in England the budget, the scheme of finance for the year 1796, I find an estimate of the national capital of that country. As this estimate of a national capital is prepared ready to my hand, I take it as a datum to act upon. When a calculation is made upon the known capital of any nation, combined with its population, it will serve as a scale for any other nation, in proportion as its capital and population be more or less. I am the more disposed to take this estimate of Mr. Pitt, for the purpose of showing to that minister, upon his own calculation, how much better money may be employed than in wasting it, as he has done, on the wild project of setting up Bourbon kings. What, in the name of heaven, are Bourbon kings to the people of England? It is better that the people have bread. Mr. Pitt states the national capital of England, real and personal, to be 1,300 million sterling, which is about 1/4 part of the national capital of France, including Belgium. The event of the last harvest in each country proves that the soil of France is more productive than that of England, and that it can better support 24 or 25 millions of inhabitants than that of England can 7 or 7.5 millions. The 30th part of this capital of pound 1,3000,000,000 is pound 43.333.333, which is the part that will revolve every year by debts in that country to new possessors, and the sum that will annually revolve in France in the proportion of 4 to 1, will be about 173 million sterling. From this sum of 43,333,333 pounds annually revolving, is to be subtracted the value of the natural inheritance absorbed in it, which, perhaps, in fair justice, cannot be taken at less, and ought not to be taken for more, than a 10th part. It will always happen that of the property thus revolving by debts every year a part will descend in a direct line to sons and daughters, and the other part collaterally, and the proportion will be found to be about 3 to 1, that is, about 30 millions of the above sum will descend to direct heirs, and the remaining sum of 43,333,333 pounds to more distant relations, and in part to strangers. Considering, then, that man is always related to society, that relationship will become comparatively greater in proportion as the next of kin is more distant. It is therefore consistent with civilization to say that where there are no direct heirs, society shall be heir to a part over and above the tenth part due to society. If this additional part be from 5 to 10 or 12%, in proportion as the next of kin be nearer or more remote, so as to average with the sheets that may fall, which ought always to go to society and not to the government, an addition of 10% more, the produce from the annual sum of £43,333,333 will be from £30 million at 10% £3 million, from £13,333,333 at 10% with the addition of 10% more, £2,606,000. Pound 43.333, 5,666,666 pounds. Having thus arrived at the annual amount of the proposed fund, I come, in the next place, to speak of the population proportion to this fund and to compare it with the uses to which the fund is to be applied. The population, I mean that of England, does not exceed 7 millions and a half, and the number of persons above the age of 50 will in that case be about 400,000. There would not, however, be more than that number that would accept the proposed £10 sterling per annum, though they would be entitled to it. I have no idea it would be accepted by many persons who had a yearly income of £200 or £300 sterling. But as we often see instances of rich people falling into sudden poverty, even at the age of 60, they would always have the right of drawing all the arrears due to them. 4 millions, therefore, of the above annual sum of £5,666,666 will be required for 400,000 aged persons, at £10 sterling each. I come now to speak of the persons annually arriving at 21 years of age. If all the persons who died were above the age of 21 years, the number of persons annually arriving at that age must be equal to the annual number of deaths, to keep the population stationary. But the greater part die under the age of 21, and therefore, the number of persons annually arriving at 21 will be less than half the number of deaths. The whole number of deaths upon a population of 7 millions and a half will be about 220,000 annually. The number arriving at 21 years of age will be about 100,000. The whole number of these will not receive the proposed £15, for the reasons already mentioned, though, as in the former case, they would be entitled to it. Admitting then that a tenth part declined receiving it, the amount would stand thus. Fund annually £5,666,666. To 400,000 aged persons at £10 each, £4 million. To 90,000 persons of 21 YRS, £15 STER each, £1,350,000. £5,350,000. Remains £316,666. There are, in every country, a number of blind and lame persons totally incapable of earning a livelihood. But as it will always happen that the greater number of blind persons will be among those who are above the age of 50 years, they will be provided for in that class. The remaining sum of £316,666 will provide for the lame and blind under that age, at the same rate of £10 annually for each person. Having now gone through all the necessary calculations, and stated the particulars of the plan, I shall conclude with some observations. It is not charity but a right, not bounty but justice, that I am pleading for. The present state of civilization is as odious as it is unjust. It is absolutely the opposite of what it should be, and it is necessary that a revolution should be made in it. The contrast of affluence and wretchedness continually meeting and offending the eye, is like dead and living bodies chained together. Though I care as little about riches as any man, I am a friend to riches because they are capable of good. I care not how affluent some may be, provided that none be miserable in consequence of it. But it is impossible to enjoy affluence with the felicity it is capable of being enjoyed, while so much misery is mingled in the scene. The sight of the misery, and the unpleasant sensations it suggests, which, though they may be suffocated cannot be extinguished, are a greater drawback upon the felicity of affluence than the proposed 10% upon property is worth. He that would not give the one to get rid of the other has no charity, even for himself. There are, in every country, some magnificent charities established by individuals. It is, however, but little that any individual can do, when the whole extent of the misery to be relieved is considered. He may satisfy his conscience, but not his heart. He may give all that he has, and that all will relieve but little. It is only by organizing civilization upon such principles as to act like a system of pulleys, that the whole weight of misery can be removed. The plan here proposed will reach the whole. It will immediately relieve and take out of view 3 classes of wretchedness, the blind, the lame, and the aged poor, and it will furnish the rising generation with means to prevent their becoming poor, and it will do this without deranging or interfering with any national measures. To show that this will be the case, it is sufficient to observe that the operation and effect of the plan will, in all cases, be the same as if every individual were voluntarily to make his will and dispose of his property in the manner here proposed. But it is justice, and not charity, that is the principle of the plan. In all great cases it is necessary to have a principle more universally active than charity, and, with respect to justice, it ought not to be left to the choice of detached individuals whether they will do justice or not. Considering, then, the plan on the ground of justice, it ought to be the act of the whole growing spontaneously out of the principles of the revolution, and the reputation of it ought to be national and not individual. A plan upon this principle would benefit the revolution by the energy that springs from the consciousness of justice. It would multiply also the national resources, for property, like vegetation, increases by offsets. When a young couple begin the world, the difference is exceedingly great whether they begin with nothing or with £15 apiece. With this aid they could buy a cow, and implements to cultivate a few acres of land, and instead of becoming burdens upon society, which is always the case, where children are produced faster than they can be fed, would be put in the way of becoming useful and profitable citizens. The national domains also would sell the better if pecuniary aids were provided to cultivate them in small lots. It is the practice of what has unjustly obtained the name of civilization, and the practice merits not to be called either charity or policy, to make some provision for persons becoming poor and wretched only at the time they become so. Would it not, even as a matter of economy, be far better to adopt means to prevent their becoming poor? This can best be done by making every person when arrived at the age of 21 years an inheritor of something to begin with. The rugged face of society, checkered with the extremes of affluence and want, proves that some extraordinary violence has been committed upon it, and calls on justice for redress. The great mass of the poor in all countries are become an hereditary race, and it is next to impossible for them to get out of that state of themselves. It ought also to be observed that this mass increases in all countries that are called civilized. More persons fall annually into it than get out of it. though in a plan of which justice and humanity are the foundation principles, interest ought not to be admitted into the calculation, yet it is always of advantage to the establishment of any plan to show that it is beneficial as a matter of interest. The success of any proposed plan submitted to public consideration must finally depend on the numbers interested in supporting it, united with the justice of its principles. The plan here proposed will benefit all, without injuring any. It will consolidate the interest of the republic with that of the individual. To the numerous class dispossessed of their natural inheritance by the system of landed property, it will be an act of national justice. To persons dying possessed of moderate fortunes, it will operate as a tontine to their children, more beneficial than the sum of money paid into the fund, and it will give to the accumulation of riches a degree of security that none of the old governments of Europe, now tottering on their foundations, can give. I do not suppose that more than one family in 10, in any of the countries of Europe, has, when the head of the family dies, a clear property left of £500 sterling. To all such the plan is advantageous. That property would pay £50 into the fund, and if there were only 2 children under age they would receive £15 each, £30 on coming of age, and be entitled to £10 a year after 50. It is from the overgrown acquisition of property that the fund will support itself, and I know that the possessors of such property in England, though they would eventually be benefited by the protection of 9/10 of it, will exclaim against the plan. But, without entering into any inquiry how they came by that property, let them recollect that they have been the advocates of this war, and that Mr. Pitt has already laid on more new taxes to be raised annually upon the people of England, and that for supporting the despotism of Austria and the Bourbons against the liberties of France, than would pay annually all the sums proposed in this plan. I have made the calculation stated in this plan, upon what is called personal, as well as upon landed property. The reason for making it upon land is already explained, and the reason for taking personal property into the calculation is equally well founded, though on a different principle. Land, as before said, is the free gift of the Creator in common to the human race. Personal property is the effect of society, and it is as impossible for an individual to acquire personal property without the aid of society, as it is for him to make land originally. Separate an individual from society, and give him an island or a continent to possess, and he cannot acquire personal property. He cannot be rich. So inseparably are the means connected with the end, in all cases, that where the former do not exist the latter cannot be obtained. All accumulation, therefore, of personal property, beyond what a man's own hands produce, is derived to him by living in society. And he owes on every principle of justice, of gratitude, and of civilization, a part of that accumulation back again to society from whence the whole came. This is putting the matter on a general principle, and perhaps it is best to do so, for if we examine the case minutely, it will be found that the accumulation of personal property is, in many instances, the effect of paying too little for the labor that produced it, the consequence of which is that the working hand perishes in old age, and the employer abounds in affluence. It is, perhaps, impossible to proportion exactly the price of labor to the profits it produces, and it will also be said, as an apology for the injustice, that were a workman to receive an increase of wages daily, he would not save it against old age, nor be much better for it in the interim. Make, then, society the treasurer to guard it for him in a common fund, for it is no reason that, because he might not make a good use of it for himself, another should take it. The state of civilization that has prevailed throughout Europe is as unjust in its principle as it is horrid in its effects, and it is the consciousness of this, and the apprehension that such a state cannot continue when once investigation begins in any country, that makes the possessors of property dread every idea of a revolution. It is the hazard and not the principle of revolutions that retards their progress. This being the case, it is necessary as well for the protection of property as for the sake of justice and humanity, to form a system that, while it preserves one part of society from wretchedness, shall secure the other from depredation. The superstitious awe, the enslaving reverence, that formerly surrounded affluence, is passing away in all countries, and leaving the possessor of property to the convulsion of accidents. When wealth and splendor, instead of fascinating the multitude, excite emotions of disgust, when, instead of drawing forth admiration, it is beheld as an insult upon wretchedness, when the ostentatious appearance it makes serves to call the right of it in question, the case of property becomes critical, and it is only in a system of justice that the possessor can contemplate security. To remove the danger, it is necessary to remove the antipathies, and this can only be done by making property productive of a national blessing, extending to every individual. When the riches of one man above another shall increase the national fund in the same proportion, when it shall be seen that the prosperity of that fund depends on the prosperity of individuals, when the more riches a man acquires, the better it shall be for the general mass, it is then that antipathies will cease, and property be placed on the permanent basis of national interest and protection. I have no property in France to become subject to the plan I propose. What I have, which is not much, is in the United States of America. But I will pay £100 sterling towards this fund in France, the instant it shall be established, and I will pay the same sum in England, whenever a similar establishment shall take place in that country. A revolution in the state of civilization is the necessary companion of revolutions in the system of government. If a revolution in any country be from bad to good, or from good to bad, the state of what is called civilization in that country must be made conformable thereto. To give that revolution effect, despotic government supports itself by abject civilization, in which debasement of the human mind, and wretchedness in the mass of the people, are the chief criterions. Such governments consider man merely as an animal, that the exercise of intellectual faculty is not his privilege, that he has nothing to do with the laws but to obey them. 1. And they politically depend more upon breaking the spirit of the people by poverty, than they fear enraging it by desperation. It is a revolution in the state of civilization that will give perfection to the revolution of France. Already the conviction that government by representation is the true system of government is spreading itself fast in the world. The reasonableness of it can be seen by all. The justness of it makes itself felt even by its opposers. But when a system of civilization, growing out of that system of government, shall be so organized that not a man or woman born in the republic but shall inherit some means of beginning the world, and see before them the certainty of escaping the miseries that under other governments accompany old age, the revolution of France will have an advocate and an ally in the heart of all nations. An army of principles will penetrate where an army of soldiers cannot. It will succeed where diplomatic management would fail. It is neither the Rhine, the Channel, nor the ocean that can arrest its progress. It will march on the horizon of the world, and it will conquer means for carrying the proposed plan into execution, and to render it at the same time conducive to the public interest. 1. Each canton shall elect in its primary assemblies 3 persons as commissioners for that canton, who shall take cognizance and keep a register of all matters happening in that canton, conformable to the charter that shall be established by law for carrying this plan into execution. 2. The law shall fix the manner in which the property of deceased persons shall be ascertained. 3. When the amount of the property of any deceased persons shall be ascertained, the principal heir to that property, or the eldest of the co-heirs, if of lawful age, or if under age, the person authorized by the will of the deceased to represent him or them, shall give bond to the commissioners of the canton to pay the said 10th part thereof in 4 equal quarterly payments, within the space of 1 year or sooner, at the choice of the payers. 1/2 of the whole property shall remain as a security until the bond be paid off. 4. The bond shall be registered in the office of the commissioners of the canton, and the original bonds shall be deposited in the National Bank at Paris. The bank shall publish every quarter of a year the amount of the bonds in its possession, and also the bonds that shall have been paid off, or what parts thereof, since the last quarterly publication. B. The National Bank shall issue bank notes upon the security of the bonds in its possession. The notes so issued shall be applied to pay the pensions of aged persons, and the compensations to persons arriving at 21 years of age. It is both reasonable and generous to suppose that persons not under immediate necessity will suspend their right of drawing on the fund until it acquire, as it will do, a greater degree of ability. In this case, it is proposed that an honorary register be kept in each canton of the names of the persons thus suspending that right, at least during the present war. 6. As the inheritors of property must always take up their bonds in 4 quarterly payments, or sooner if they choose, there will always be numerier cash arriving at the bank after the expiration of the first quarter, to exchange for the bank notes that shall be brought in. 7. The bank notes being thus put in circulation, upon the best of all possible security, that of actual property, to more than 4 times the amount of the bonds upon which the notes are issued, and with numeraire continually arriving at the bank to exchange or pay them off whenever they shall be presented for that purpose, they will acquire a permanent value in all parts of the Republic. They can therefore be received in payments of taxes, or emprunts equal to numeraire, because the government can always receive numeraire for them at the bank. 8. It will be necessary that the payments of the 10% be made in numeraire for the first year from the establishment of the plan. But after the expiration of the first year, the inheritors of property may pay 10% either in bank notes issued upon the fund, or in numeraire. If the payments be in numeraire, it will lie as a deposit at the bank, to be exchanged for a quantity of notes equal to that amount, and if in notes issued upon the fund, it will cause a demand upon the fund equal thereto, and thus the operation of the plan will create means to carry itself into execution. 18. Letter to George Washington. 1795. Surely the strangest of Paine's writings, this bitter attack on America's first president, was written in Paris during 1795. Paine had been in jail from late December 1793 to November 1794. Throughout imprisonment he had assumed that it was only George Washington's failure to intervene that prevented his release. He poured this anger against the man to whom he had dedicated part 1 of the Rights of Man, into the letter, which he sent to be published in America, against the advice of James Monroe. Monroe, the Jeffersonian American envoy, had just replaced the real culprit, Gouverneur Morris. The publication of the intemperate letter to Washington in America, excerpts from which are included here, did little to enhance the reputation of Paine, already severely damaged by the age of reason. As censure is but awkwardly softened by apology, I shall offer to you no apology for this letter. The eventful crisis to which your double politics have conducted the affairs of your country requires an investigation uncramped by ceremony. There was a time when the fame of America, moral and political, stood fair and high in the world. The luster of her revolution extended itself to every individual, and to be a citizen of America gave a title to respect in Europe. Neither meanness nor ingratitude had been mingled in the composition of her character. Her resistance to the attempted tyranny of England left her unsuspected of the one, and her open acknowledgement of the aid she received from France precluded all suspicion of the other. The Washington of politics had not then appeared. At the time I left America, April 1787, the Continental Convention, that formed the Federal Constitution, was on the point of meeting. Since that time new schemes of politics, and new distinctions of parties, have arisen. The term anti-federalist has been applied to all those who combated the defects of that Constitution, or opposed the measures of your administration. It was only to the absolute necessity of establishing some federal authority, extending equally over all the states, that an instrument so inconsistent as the present federal Constitution is, obtained a suffrage. I would have voted for it myself, had I been in America, or even for a worse, rather than have had none, provided it contained the means of remedying its defects by the same appeal to the people by which it was to be established. It is always better policy to leave removable errors to expose themselves, than to hazard too much in contending against them theoretically. I have introduced these observations, not only to mark the general difference between anti-federalist and anti-constitutionalist, but to preclude the effect, and even the application, of the former of these terms to myself. I declare myself opposed to several matters in the Constitution, particularly to the manner in which what is called the executive is formed, and to the long duration of the Senate, and if I live to return to America, I will use all my endeavors to have them altered. Point 1. I also declare myself opposed to almost the whole of your administration, for I know it to have been deceitful, if not perfidious, as I shall show in the course of this letter. But as to the point of consolidating the states into a federal government, it so happens that the proposition for that purpose came originally from myself. I proposed it in a letter to Chancellor Livingston in the spring of 1782, while that gentleman was Minister for Foreign Affairs. The 5% duty recommended by Congress had then fallen through, having been adopted by some of the states, altered by others, rejected by Rhode Island, and repealed by Virginia after it had been consented to. The proposal in the letter I allude to was to get over the whole difficulty at once, by annexing a continental legislative body to Congress, for in order to have any law of the Union uniform, the case could only be that either Congress, as it then stood, must frame the law, and the states severally adopt it without alteration, or the states must erect a continental legislature for the purpose. Chancellor Livingston, Robert Morris, Gouverneur Morris, and myself had a meeting at the house of Robert Morris on the subject of that letter. There was no diversity of opinion on the proposition for a continental legislature. The only difficulty was on the manner of bringing the proposition forward. For my own part, as I considered it as a remedy in reserve, that could be applied at any time when the states saw themselves wrong enough to be put right, which did not appear to be the case at that time, I did not see the propriety of urging it precipitately, and declined being the publisher of it myself. After this account of a fact, the leaders of your party will scarcely have the hardiness to apply to me the term of anti-federalist. But I can go to a date and to a fact beyond this, for the proposition for electing a continental convention to form the continental government is one of the subjects treated of in the pamphlet Common Sense. Having thus cleared away a little of the rubbish that might otherwise have lain in my way, I returned to the point of time at which the present federal constitution and your administration began. It was very well said by an anonymous writer in Philadelphia, about a year before that period, that 13 staves and ne'er a hoop will not make a barrel, and as any kind of hooping the barrel, however defectively executed, would be better than none. It was scarcely possible but that considerable advantages must arise from the federal hooping of the states. It was with pleasure that every sincere friend of America beheld, as the natural effect of union, her rising prosperity, and was with grief they saw that prosperity mixed, even in the blossom, with the germ of corruption. Monopolies of every kind marked your administration almost in the moment of its commencement. The lands obtained by the revolution were lavished upon partisans, the interest of the disbanded soldier was sold to the speculator, injustice was acted under the pretense of faith, and the chief of the army became the patron of the fraud. From such a beginning, what else could be expected than what has happened? A mean and servile submission to the insults of one nation, treachery and ingratitude to another. Some vices make their approach with such a splendid appearance that we scarcely know to what class of moral distinctions they belong. They are rather virtues corrupted than vices, originally. But meanness and ingratitude have nothing equivocal in their character. There is not a trait in them that renders them doubtful. They are so originally vice that they are generated in the dung of other vices, and crawl into existence with the filth upon their back. The fugitives have found protection in you, and the levee room is their place of rendezvous. As the federal constitution is a copy, though not quite so base as the original, of the form of the British government, an imitation of its vices was naturally to be expected. So intimate is the connection between form and practice, that to adopt the one is to invite the other. Imitation is naturally progressive and is rapidly so in matters that are vicious. Soon after the federal constitution arrived in England, I received a letter from a female literary correspondent, a native of New York, very well mixed with friendship, sentiment and politics. In my answer to that letter, I permitted myself to ramble into the wilderness of imagination, and to anticipate what might hereafter be the condition of America. I had no idea that the picture I then drew was realizing so fast, and still less, that Mr. Washington was hurrying it on. As the extract I allude to is congenial with the subject I am upon, I here transcribe it. You touch me on a very tender point when you say that my friends on your side, the water cannot be reconciled to the idea of my abandoning America. They are right. I had rather see my horse button eating the grass of Bordentown or Mauritania than see all the pomp and show of Europe. 1,000 years hence, for I must indulge a few thoughts, perhaps in less, America may be what Europe now is. The innocence of her character, that won the hearts of all nations in her favor, may sound like a romance, and her inimitable virtue as if it had never been. The ruin of that liberty which thousands bled for or struggled to obtain may just furnish materials for a village tale or extort a sigh from rustic sensibility, whilst the fashionable of that day, enveloped in dissipation, shall deride the principle and deny the fact. When we contemplate the fall of empires and the extinction of the nations of the ancient world, we see but little to excite our regret than the moldering ruins of pompous palaces, magnificent museums, lofty pyramids and walls and towers of the most costly workmanship. But when the empire of America shall fall, the subject for contemplative sorrow will be infinitely greater than crumbling brass and marble can inspire. It will not then be said, here stood a temple of vast antiquity, here rose a Babel of invisible height, or there a place of sumptuous extravagance, but here, painful thought, the noblest work of human wisdom, the grandest scene of human glory, the fair cause of freedom rose and fell. Read this, and then ask if I forget America. Impressed, as I was, with apprehensions of this kind, I had America constantly in my mind in all the publications I afterwards made. The first and still more the second part of the Rights of Man bear evident marks of this watchfulness, and the dissertation on first principles of government goes more directly to the point than either of the former. I now pass on to other subjects. It will be supposed by those into whose hands this letter may fall that I have some personal resentment against you. I will therefore settle this point before I proceed further. If I have any resentment, you must acknowledge that I have not been hasty in declaring it, neither would it now be declared, for what are private resentments to the public, if the cause of it did not unite itself as well with your public as with your private character, and with the motives of your political conduct? The part I acted in the American Revolution is well known, I shall not here repeat it. I know also that had it not been for the aid received from France, in men, money and ships, that your cold and unmilitary conduct, as I shall show in the course of this letter, would in all probability have lost America. At least she would not have been the independent nation she now is. You slept away your time in the field, till the finances of the country were completely exhausted, and you have but little share in the glory of the final event. It is time, sir, to speak the undisguised language of historical truth. Elevated to the chair of the presidency, you assumed the merit of everything to yourself, and the natural ingratitude of your constitution began to appear. You commenced your presidential career by encouraging and swallowing the grossest adulation, and you traveled America from one end to the other to put yourself in the way of receiving it. You have as many addresses in your chest as James II. As to what were your views, for, if you are not great enough to have ambition, you are little enough to have vanity. They cannot be directly inferred from expressions of your own, but the partisans of your politics have divulged the secret. John Adams has said, and John it is known was always a speller after places and offices, and never thought his little services were highly enough paid. John has said that as Mr. Washington had no child, the presidency should be made hereditary in the family of Lund Washington. John might then have counted upon some sinecure himself, and a provision for his descendants. He did not go so far as to say, also, that the vice presidency should be hereditary in the family of John Adams. He prudently left that to stand on the ground that one good turn deserves another point too. John Adams is one of those men who never contemplated the origin of government, or comprehended anything of first principles. If he had, he might have seen that the right to set up and establish hereditary government never did, and never can, exist in any generation at any time whatever, that it is of the nature of treason, because it is an attempt to take away the rights of all the minors living at that time, and of all succeeding generations. It is of a degree beyond common treason. It is a sin against nature. The equal right of every generation is a right fixed in the nature of things. It belongs to the son when of age, as it belonged to the father before him. John Adams would himself deny the right that any former deceased generation could have to decree authoritatively a succession of governors over him, or over his children. And yet he assumes the pretended right, treasonable as it is, of acting it himself. His ignorance is his best excuse. John Jay has said, and this John was always the sycophant of everything in power. From Mr. Gerard in America, to Grenville in England, John Jay has said that the Senate should have been appointed for life. He would then have been sure of never wanting a lucrative appointment for himself, and have had no fears about impeachment. These are the disguised traitors that call themselves Federalists. Point 3. Could I have known to what degree of corruption and perfidy the administrative part of the government of America had descended, I could have been at no loss to have understood the reservedness of Mr. Washington towards me during my imprisonment in the Luxembourg. There are cases in which silence is allowed language. I will here explain the cause of that imprisonment, and return to Mr. Washington afterwards. In the course of that rage, terror, and suspicion which the brutal letter of the Duke of Brunswick first started into existence in France, it happened that almost every man who was opposed to violence, or who was not violent himself, became suspected. I had constantly been opposed to everything which was of the nature or of the appearance of violence, but as I had always done it in a manner that showed it to be a principle founded in my heart, and not a political maneuver, it precluded the pretence of accusing me. I was reached, however, under another pretence. A decree was passed to imprison all persons born in England, but as I was a member of the convention, and had been complimented with the honorary style of citizen of France, as Mr. Washington and some other Americans had been, this decree fell short of reaching me. A motion was afterwards made and carried, supported chiefly by Bourdon d'Elloise, for expelling foreigners from the convention. My expulsion being thus effected, the two committees of public safety and of general surety, of which Robespierre was the dictator, put me in our station under the former decree for imprisoning persons born in England. Having thus shown under what pretence the imprisonment was effected, I come to speak of such parts of the case as apply between me and Mr. Washington, either as a president or as an individual. I have always considered that a foreigner, such as I was in fact, with respect to France, might be a member of a convention for framing a constitution, without affecting his right of citizenship in the country to which he belongs, but not a member of a government after a constitution is formed, and I have uniformly acted upon this distinction. To be a member of a government requires that a person be in allegiance to that government and to the country locally. But a constitution, being a thing of principle, and not of action, and which, after it is formed, is to be referred to the people for their approbation or rejection, does not require allegiance in the persons forming and proposing it, and besides this, it is only to the thing after it be formed and established, and to the country after its governmental character is fixed by the adoption of a constitution, that the allegiance can be given. No oath of allegiance or of citizenship was required of the members who composed the convention. There was nothing existing in form to swear allegiance to. If any such condition had been required, I could not, as citizen of America in fact, though citizen of France by compliment, have accepted a seat in the convention. As my citizenship in America was not altered or diminished by anything I had done in Europe, on the contrary, it ought to be considered as strengthened, for it was the American principle of government that I was endeavoring to spread in Europe, and as it is the duty of every government to charge itself with the care of any of its citizens who may happen to fall under an arbitrary persecution abroad, and is also one of the reasons for which ambassadors or ministers are appointed, it was the duty of the executive department in America to have made, at least, some inquiries about me, as soon as it heard of my imprisonment. But if this had not been the case, the government owed it to me on every ground and principle of honor and gratitude. Mr. Washington owed it to me on every score of private acquaintance, I will not now say friendship, for it has some time been known by those who know him, that he has no friendships, that he is incapable of forming any, he can serve or desert a man, or a cause, with constitutional indifference, and it is this cold, hermaphrodite faculty that imposed itself upon the world and was credited for a while, by enemies as by friends, for prudence, moderation, and impartiality. A stranger might be led to suppose, from the egotism with which Mr. Washington speaks, that himself, and himself only, had generated, conducted, completed, and established the revolution, in fine, that it was all his own doing. In the first place, as to the political part, he had no share in it, and, therefore, the whole of that is out of the question with respect to him. There remains, then, only the military part, and it would have been prudent in Mr. Washington not to have awakened inquiry upon that subject. Fame then was cheap, he enjoyed it cheaply, and nobody was disposed to take away the laurels that, whether they were acquired or not, had been given. Mr. Washington's merit consisted in constancy. But constancy was the common virtue of the revolution. Who was there that was inconstant? I know but of one military defection, that of Arnold, and I know of no political defection among those who made themselves eminent when the revolution was formed by the Declaration of Independence. Even Celestine, though he attempted to defraud, did not betray. But when we speak of military character, something more is to be understood than constancy, and something more ought to be understood than the Fabian system of doing nothing. The nothing part can be done by anybody. Old Mrs. Thompson, the housekeeper of headquarters, who threatened to make the sun and the wind shine through Rivington of New York, could not have done it as well as Mr. Washington. Deborah would have been as good as Barrack. Mr. Washington had the nominal rank of commander-in-chief, but he was not so in fact. He had, in reality, only a separate command. He had no control over, or direction, of the army to the northward under Gates, that captured Burgoyne, nor of that to the south under Nathaniel Greene, that recovered the southern states. The nominal rank, however, of commander-in-chief served to throw upon him the luster of those actions, and to make him appear as the soul and center of all military operations in America. He commenced his command June 1775, during the time the Massachusetts army lay before Boston, and after the affair of Bunker Hill. The commencement of his command was the commencement of inactivity. Nothing was afterwards done, or attempted to be done, during the 9 months he remained before Boston. If we may judge from the resistance made at Concord, and afterwards at Bunker Hill, there was a spirit of enterprise at that time, which the presence of Mr. Washington chilled into cold defense. By the advantage of a good exterior he attracts respect, which his habitual silence tends to preserve, but he has not the talent of inspiring ardor in an army. The enemy removed from Boston in March 1776, to wait for reinforcements from Europe, and to take a more advantageous position at New York. The inactivity of the campaign of 1775, on the part of General Washington, when the enemy had a less force than in any other future period of the war, and the injudicious choice of positions taken by him in the campaign of 1776, when the enemy had its greatest force, necessarily produced the losses and misfortunes that marked that gloomy campaign. The positions taken were either islands or necks of land. In the former, the enemy, by the aid of their ships, could bring their whole force against the part of General Washington's, as in the affair of Long Island, and in the latter, he might be shut up as in the bottom of a bag. This had nearly been the case at New York, and it was so in part. It was actually the case at Fort Washington, and it would have been the case at Fort Lee, if General Greene had not moved precipitately off, leaving everything behind, and by gaining Hackensack Bridge, got out of the bag of Bergen Neck. How far Mr. Washington, as general, is blamable for these matters, I am not undertaking to determine, but they are evidently defects in military geography. The successful skirmishes at the close of that campaign, matters that would scarcely be noticed in a better state of things, make the brilliant exploits of General Washington's 7 campaigns. No wonder we see so much pusillanimity in the president, when we see so little enterprise in the general. The campaign of 1777 became famous, not by anything on the part of General Washington, but by the capture of General Burgoyne, and the army under his command. By the Northern Army at Saratoga, under General Gates. So totally distinct and unconnected were the two armies of Washington and Gates, and so independent was the latter of the authority of the nominal commander-in-chief, that the two generals did not so much as correspond, and it was only by a letter of General, since Governor Clinton, that General Washington was informed of that event. The British took possession of Philadelphia this year, which they evacuated the next, just time enough to save their heavy baggage and fleet of transports from capture by the French Admiral d'Estaing, who arrived at the mouth of the Delaware soon after. The capture of Burgoyne gave an eclat in Europe to the American arms, and facilitated the alliance with France. The eclat, however, was not kept up by anything on the part of General Washington. The same unfortunate languor that marked his entrance into the field continued always. Discontent began to prevail strongly against him, and a party was formed in Congress, while sitting at Yorktown, in Pennsylvania, for removing him from the command of the army. The hope, however, of better times, the news of the alliance with France, and the unwillingness of showing discontent, dissipated the matter. Nothing was done in the campaigns of 1778, 1779, 1780, in the part where General Washington commanded, except the taking of Stony Point by General Wayne. The southern states in the meantime were overrun by the enemy. They were afterwards recovered by General Greene, who had in a very great measure created the army that accomplished that recovery. In all this General Washington had no share. The Fabian system of war, followed by him, began now to unfold itself with all its evils, but what is Fabian war without Fabian means to support it? The finances of Congress, depending wholly on emissions of paper money, were exhausted. Its credit was gone. The Continental Treasury was not able to pay the expense of a brigade of wagons to transport the necessary stores to the army. And yet the sole object, the establishment of the revolution, was a thing of remote distance. The time I am now speaking of is in the latter end of the year 1780. In this situation of things it was found not only expedient, but absolutely necessary, for Congress to state the whole case to its ally. I knew more of this matter, before it came into Congress or was known to General Washington, of its progress, and its issue, than I choose to state in this letter. Colonel John Laurens was sent to France as an envoy extraordinary on this occasion, and by a private agreement between him and me I accompanied him. We sailed from Boston in the Alliance frigate, February 11, 1781. France had already done much in accepting and paying bills drawn by Congress. She was now called upon to do more. The event of Colonel Laurens' mission, with the aid of the venerable minister Franklin, was that France gave in money, as a present, 6 millions of livres, and 10 millions more as a loan, and agreed to send a fleet of not less than 30 sail of the line, at her own expense, as an aid to America. Colonel Laurens and myself returned from Brest the 1st of June following, taking with us 2 millions and a half of livres, upwards of 100,000 pounds sterling, of the money given, and convoying 2 ships with stores. We arrived at Boston the 25th of August following. De Grasse arrived with the French fleet in the Chesapeake at the same time, and was afterwards joined by that of Barras, making 31 sail of the line. The money was transported in wagons from Boston to the bank at Philadelphia, of which Mr. Thomas Willing, who has since put himself at the head of the list of petitioners in favor of the British treaty, was then president. And it was by the aid of this money, and this fleet, and Rochambeau's army, that Cornwallis was taken, the laurels of which have been unjustly given to M.R. Washington. His merit in that affair was no more than that of any other American officer. I have had, and still have, as much pride in the American Revolution as any man, or as Mr. Washington has a right to have, but that pride has never made me forgetful whence the great aid came that completed the business. Foreign aid, that of France, was calculated upon at the commencement of the Revolution. It is one of the subjects treated of in the pamphlet Common Sense, but as a matter that could not be hoped for, unless independence was declared. The aid, however, was greater than could have been expected. It is as well the ingratitude as the pusillanimity of Mr. Washington, and the Washington faction, that has brought upon America the loss of character she now suffers in the world, and the numerous evils her commerce has undergone, and to which it is yet exposed. The British ministry soon found out what sort of men they had to deal with, and they dealt with them accordingly, and if further explanation was wanting, it has been fully given since, in the snivelling address of the New York Chamber of Commerce to the President, and in that of sundry merchants of Philadelphia, which was not much better. When the Revolution of America was finally established by the termination of the war, the world gave her credit for great character, and she had nothing to do but to stand firm upon that ground. The British ministry had their hands too full of trouble to have provoked a rupture with her, had she shown a proper resolution to defend her rights. But, encouraged as they were by the submissive character of the American administration, they proceeded from insult to insult, till none more were left to be offered. The proposals made by Sweden and Denmark to the American administration were disregarded. I know not if so much as an answer has been returned to them. The minister penitentiary, as some of the British prints called him, Mr. J, was sent on a pilgrimage to London to make up all by penance and petition. In the meantime, the lengthy and drowsy writer of the pieces signed Camillus held himself in reserve to vindicate everything, and to sound in America the tocsin of terror upon the inexhaustible resources of England. Her resources, says he, are greater than those of all the other powers. This man is so intoxicated with fear and finance that he knows not the difference between plus and minus, between 100 pounds in hand and 100 pounds worse than nothing. The commerce of America, so far as it had been established by all the treaties that had been formed prior to that by J, was free, and the principles upon which it was established were good. That ground ought never to have been departed from. It was a justifiable ground of right, and no temporary difficulties ought to have induced an abandonment of it. The case is now otherwise. The ground, the scene, the pretensions, the everything, are changed. The commerce of America is, by J's treaty, put under foreign dominion. The sea is not free for her. Her right to navigate it is reduced to the right of escaping, that is, until some ship of England or France stops her vessels, and carries them into port. Every article of American produce, whether from the sea or the sand, fish, flesh, vegetable, or manufacture, is, by J's treaty, made either contraband or seizable. Nothing is exempt. In all other treaties of commerce, the article which enumerates the contraband articles, such as firearms, gunpowder, etc., is followed by another article which enumerates the articles not contraband, but it is not so in Jay's treaty. There is no exempting article. Its place is supplied by the article for seizing and carrying into port. And the sweeping phrase of provisions and other articles includes everything. There never was such a base and servile treaty of surrender since treaties began to exist. This is the ground upon which America now stands. All her rights of commerce and navigation are to begin anew, and that with loss of character to begin with. If there is sense enough left in the heart to call a blush into the cheek, the Washington administration must be ashamed to appear. And as to you, sir, treacherous in private friendship, for so you have been to me, and that in the day of danger, and a hypocrite in public life, the world will be puzzled to decide whether you are an apostate or an impostor, whether you have abandoned good principles, or whether you ever had any. 19 to the citizens of the United States. 1802-3. Paine returned to America in 1802 and, as was his wont, plunged himself immediately into political controversy. He published 7 letters to the citizens of the United States in the Jeffersonian press between November 1802 and April 1803. An 8th letter appeared in 1805. In the 3 letters included here it is clear that joining Washington in the villainous Federalist camp is John Adams, who is described by Paine as hypocritical, arrogant, and contemptuous. After an absence of almost 15 years, I am again returned to the country in whose dangers I bore my share, and to whose greatness I contributed my part. When I sailed for Europe, in the spring of 1787, it was my intention to return to America the next year, and enjoy in retirement the esteem of my friends, and the repose I was entitled to. I had stood out the storm of one revolution, and had no wish to embark in another. But other scenes and other circumstances than those of contemplated ease were allotted to me. The French Revolution was beginning to germinate when I arrived in France. The principles of it were good, they were copied from America, and the men who conducted it were honest. But the fury of faction soon extinguished the one and sent the other to the scaffold. Of those who began that revolution, I am almost the only survivor, and that through 1,000 dangers. I owe this not to the prayers of priests, nor to the piety of hypocrites, but to the continued protection of Providence. But while I beheld with pleasure the dawn of liberty rising in Europe, I saw with regret the luster of it fading in America. In less than 2 years from the time of my departure, some distant symptoms painfully suggested the idea that the principles of the revolution were expiring on the soil that produced them. I received at that time a letter from a female literary correspondent, and in my answer to her, I expressed my fears on that head. I now know from the information I obtained upon the spot, that the impressions that then distressed me, for I was proud of America, were but too well founded. She was turning her back on her own glory, and making hasty strides in the retrograde path of oblivion. But a spark from the altar of '76, unextinguished and unextinguishable through the long night of error, is again lighting up, in every part of the Union, the genuine name of rational liberty. As the French Revolution advanced, it fixed the attention of the world, and drew from the pensione pen of Edmund Burke a furious attack. This brought me once more on the public theatre of politics, and occasioned the pamphlet Rights of Man. It had the greatest run of any work ever published in the English language. The number of copies circulated in England, Scotland, and Ireland, besides translations into foreign languages, was between 400,000 and 500,000. The principles of that work were the same as those in Common Sense, and the effects would have been the same in England as that had produced in America, could the vote of the nation been quietly taken, or had equal opportunities of consulting or acting existed. The only difference between the two works was that the one was adapted to the local circumstances of England, and the other to those of America. As to myself, I acted in both cases alike. I relinquished to the people of England, as I had done to those of America, all profits from the work. My reward existed in the ambition to do good, and the independent happiness of my own mind. But a faction, acting in disguise, was rising in America. They had lost sight of first principles. They were beginning to contemplate government as a profitable monopoly, and the people as hereditary property. It is, therefore, no wonder that the rights of man was attacked by that faction, and its author continually abused. But let them go on, give them rope enough and they will put an end to their own insignificance. There is too much common sense and independence in America to be long the dupe of any faction, foreign or domestic. But, in the midst of the freedom we enjoy, the licentiousness of the papers called federal, and I know not why they are called so, for they are in their principles anti-federal and despotic, is a dishonour to the character of the country, and an injury to its reputation and importance abroad. They represent the whole people of America as destitute of public principle and private manners. As to any injury they can do at home to those whom they abuse, or service they can render to those who employ them, it is to be set down to the account of noisy nothingness. It is on themselves the disgrace recoils, for the reflection easily presents itself to every thinking mind, that those who abuse liberty when they possess it would abuse power could they obtain it, and, therefore, they may as well take as a general motto, for all such papers, we and our patrons are not yet to be trusted with power. There is in America, more than in any other country, a large body of people who attend quietly to their farms, or follow their several occupations, who pay no regard to the clamors of anonymous scribblers, who think for themselves, and judge of government, not by the fury of newspaper writers, but by the prudent frugality of its measures, and the encouragement it gives to the improvement and prosperity of the country, and who, acting on their own judgment, never come forward in an election but on some important occasion. When this body moves, all the little barkings of scribbling and witless curs pass for nothing. To say to this independent description of men, you must turn out such and such persons at the next election, for they have taken off a great many taxes, and lessened the expenses of government. They have dismissed my son, or my brother, or myself, from a lucrative office, in which there was nothing to do, is to show the cloven foot of faction, and preach the language of ill-disguised mortification. In every part of the Union, this faction is in the agonies of death, and in proportion as its fate approaches, gnashes its teeth and struggles. My arrival has struck it as with an hydrophobia. It is like the sight of water to canine madness. As this letter is intended to announce my arrival to my friends, and to my enemies if I have any, for I ought to have none in America, and as introductory to others that will occasionally follow, I shall close it by detailing the line of conduct I shall pursue. I have no occasion to ask, and do not intend to accept, any place or office in the government. There is none it could give me that would be anyways equal to the profits I could make as an author, for I have an established fame in the literary world. Could I reconcile it to my principles to make money by my politics or religion? I must be in everything what I have ever been, a disinterested volunteer, my proper sphere of action is on the common floor of citizenship, and to honest men I give my hand and my heart. Freely. I have some manuscript works to publish, of which I shall give proper notice, and some mechanical affairs to bring forward, that will employ all my leisure time. I shall continue these letters as I see occasion, and as to the low party prints that choose to abuse me, they are welcome, I shall not descend to answer them. I have been too much used to such common stuff to take any notice of it. The government of England honored me with 1,000 martyrdoms, by burning me in effigy in every town in that country, and their hirelings in America may do the same. As the affairs of the country to which I am returned are of more importance to the world, and to me, than of that I have lately left, for it is through the new world the old must be regenerated. If regenerated at all, I shall not take up the time of the reader with an account of scenes that have passed in France, many of which are painful to remember and hard to relate, but come at once to the circumstances in which I find America on my arrival. 14 years, and something more, have produced a change, at least among a part of the people, and I ask myself what it is. I meet or hear of thousands of my former connections, who are men of the same principles and friendships as when I left them, but a nondescript race, and of equivocal generation, assuming the name of Federalist. A name that describes no character of principle good or bad, and may equally be applied to either, has since started up with the rapidity of a mushroom, and like a mushroom is withering on its rootless stalk. Are those men federalized to support the liberties of their country or to overturn them? To add to its fair fame or riot on its spoils? The name contains no defined idea. It is like John Adams's definition of a republic, in his letter to Mr. Wythe of Virginia. It is, says he, an empire of laws and not of men. But as laws may be bad as well as good, an empire of laws may be the best of all governments or the worst of all tyrannies. But John Adams is a man of paradoxical heresies, and consequently of a bewildered mind. He wrote a book entitled, A Defense of the American Constitutions, and the principles of it are an attack upon them. But the book is descended to the tomb of forgetfulness, and the best fortune that can attend its author is quietly to follow its fate. John was not born for immortality. But, to return to federalism. In the history of parties and the names they assume, it often happens that they finish by the direct contrary principles with which they profess to begin, and thus it has happened with federalism. During the time of the old Congress, and prior to the establishment of the federal government, the continental belt was too loosely buckled. The several states were united in name but not in fact, and that nominal union had neither center nor circle. The laws of one state frequently interfered with, and sometimes opposed, those of another. Commerce between state and state was without protection, and confidence without a point to rest on. The condition the country was then in was aptly described by Palatia Webster, when he said, 13 states and an area hoop will not make a barrel. If, then, by federalist is to be understood one who was for cementing the union by a general government operating equally over all the states, in all matters that embraced the common interest, and to which the authority of the state severally was not adequate. For no one state can make laws to bind another, if, I say, by a federalist is meant a person of this description, and this is the origin of the name, J ought to stand first on the list of federalists, for the proposition for establishing a general government over the Union, came originally from me in 1783, in a written memorial to Chancellor Livingston, then Secretary for Foreign Affairs to Congress, Robert Morris, Minister of Finance, and his associate, Goodmer Morris, all of whom are now living, and we had a dinner and conference at Robert Morris's on the subject. The occasion was as follows. Congress had proposed a duty of 5% on imported articles, the money to be applied as a fund towards paying the interest of loans to be borrowed in Holland. The resolve was sent to the several states to be enacted into law. Rhode Island absolutely refused. I was at the trouble of a journey to Rhode Island to reason with them on the subject. Some other of the states enacted it with alterations, each one as it pleased. Virginia adopted it, and afterwards repealed it, and the affair came to nothing. It was then visible, at least to me, that either Congress must frame the laws necessary for the Union, and send them to the several states to be enregistered without any alteration, which would in itself appear like usurpation on one part and passive obedience on the other, or some method must be devised to accomplish the same end by constitutional principles, and the proposition I made in the memorial was, to add a continental legislature to Congress, to be elected by the several states. The proposition met the full approbation of the gentleman to whom it was addressed, and the conversation turned on the manner of bringing it forward. Gouverneur Morris, in talking with me after dinner, wished me to throw out the idea in the newspaper. I replied that I did not like to be always the proposer of new things, that it would have too assuming an appearance, and besides, that I did not think the country was quite wrong enough to be put right. I remember giving the same reason to Dr. Rush at Philadelphia and to General Gates, at whose quarters I spent a day on my return from Rhode Island, and I suppose they will remember it because the observation seemed to strike them. But the embarrassments increasing, as they necessarily must from the want of a better cemented union, the state of Virginia proposed holding a commercial convention, and that convention, which was not sufficiently numerous, proposed that another convention, with more extensive and better defined powers, should be held at Philadelphia, May 10, 1787. When the plan of the federal government, formed by this convention, was proposed, and submitted to the consideration of the several states, it was strongly objected to in each of them. But the objections were not on anti-federal grounds, but on constitutional points. Many were shocked at the idea of placing what is called executive power in the hands of a single individual. To them it had too much the form and appearance of a military government, or a despotic one. Others objected that the powers given to a president were too great, and that in the hands of an ambitious and designing man it might grow into tyranny as it did in England, under Oliver Cromwell, and as it has since done in France. A republic must not only be so in its principles, but in its forms. The executive part of the federal government was made for a man, and those who consented, against their judgment, to place executive power in the hands of a single individual, reposed more on the supposed moderation of the person they had in view, than on the wisdom of the measure itself. Two considerations, however, overcame all objections. The one was the absolute necessity of a federal government. The other, the rational reflections, that as government in America is founded on the representative system, any error in the first essay could be reformed by the same quiet and rational process by which the Constitution was formed, and that either by the generation then living, or by those who were to succeed. If ever America lose sight of this principle, she will no longer be the land of liberty. The father will become the assassin of the rights of the son, and his descendants be a race of slaves. As many thousands who were minors are grown up to manhood since the name of Federalist began, it became necessary, for their information, to go back and show the origin of the name, which is now no longer what it originally was, but it was the more necessary to do this, in order to bring forward, in the open face of day, the apostasy of those who first called themselves Federalists. To To them it served as a cloak for treason, a mask for tyranny. Scarcely were they placed in the seat of power and office, then federalism was to be destroyed, and the representative system of government, the pride and glory of America, and the palladium of her liberties, was to be overthrown and abolished. The next generation was not to be free. The son was to bend his neck beneath the father's foot, and live, deprived of his rights, under hereditary control. Among the men of this apostate description, is to be ranked the ex-president John Adams. It has been the political career of this man to begin with hypocrisy, proceed with arrogance, and finish in contempt. May such be the fate of all such characters. I have had doubts of John Adams ever since the year 1776. In a conversation with me, at that time, concerning the pamphlet Common Sense, he censured it because it attacked the English form of government. John was for independence because he expected to be made great by it, but it was not difficult to perceive, for the surliness of his temper makes him an awkward hypocrite, that his head was as full of kings, queens, and knaves as a pack of cards. But John has lost deal. When a man has a concealed project in his brain that he wants to bring forward, and fears will not succeed, he begins with it as physicians do by suspected poison. Try it first on an animal. If it agree with the stomach of the animal, he makes further experiments, and this was the way John took. His brain was teeming with projects to overturn the liberties of America and the representative system of government, and he began by hinting it in little companies. The secretary of John Jay, an excellent painter and a poor politician, told me, in presence of another American, Daniel Parker, that in a company where himself was present, John Adams talked of making the government hereditary, and that as M.R. Washington had no children, it should be made hereditary in the family of Lund. Washington. John had not impudence enough to propose himself in the first instance, as the old French Normandy baron did, who offered to come over to be king of America, and if Congress did not accept his offer, that they would give him 30,000 pounds for the generosity of it. But John, like a mole, was grubbing his way to it underground. He knew that Lund Washington was unknown, for nobody had heard of him, and that as the president had no children to succeed him, the vice president had, and if the treason had succeeded, and the hint with it, the goldsmith might be sent for to take measure of the head of John or of his son for a golden wig. In this case, the good people of Boston might have for a king the man they have rejected as a delegate. The representative system is fatal to ambition. Knowing, as I do, the consummate vanity of John Adams, and the shallowness of his judgment, I can easily picture to myself that when he arrived at the federal city he was strutting in the pomp of his imagination before the presidential house, or in the audience hall, and exulting in the language of Nebuchadnezzar, is not this great Babylon, that I have built for the honor of my majesty? But in that unfortunate hour, or soon after, John, like Nebuchadnezzar, was driven from among men, and fled with the speed of a post-horse. Some of John Adams's loyal subjects, I see, have been to present him with an address on his birthday, but the language they use is too tame for the occasion. Birthday addresses, like birthday odes, should not creep along like mild drops down a cabbage leaf, but roll in a torrent of poetical metaphor. I will give them a specimen for the next year. Here it is. When an ant, in traveling over the globe, lifts up its foot, and puts it again on the ground, it shakes the earth to its center, but when you, the mighty ant of the east, was born, etc., 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 the center jumped upon the surface. This, gentlemen, is the proper style of addresses from well-bred ants to the monarch of the ant hills, and as I never take pay for preaching, praying, politics or poetry, I make you a present of it. Some people talk of impeaching John Adams, but I am for softer measures. I would keep him to make fun of. He will then answer one of the ants for which he was born, and he ought to be thankful that I am arrived to take his part. I voted in earnest to save the life of one unfortunate king, and I now vote in jest to save another. It is my fate to be always plagued with fools. But to return to federalism and apostasy. The plan of the leaders of the faction was to overthrow the liberties of the new world, and place government on the corrupt system of the old. They wanted to hold their power by a more lasting tenure than the choice of their constituents. It is impossible to account for their conduct and the measures they adopted on any other ground. But to accomplish that object, a standing army and a prodigal revenue must be raised, and to obtain these pretenses must be invented to deceive. Alarms of dangers that did not exist even in imagination, but in the direst spirit of lying, were spread abroad. Apostasy stalked through the land in the garb of patriotism, and the torch of treason blinded for a while the flame of liberty. For what purpose could an army of 25,000 men be wanted? A single reflection might have taught the most credulous that while the war raged between France and England, neither could spare a man to invade America. For what purpose, then, could it be wanted? The case carries its own explanation. It was wanted for the purpose of destroying the representative system, for it could be employed for no other. Are these men Federalists? If they are federalized to deceive and to destroy. The rage against Dr. Logan's patriotic and voluntary mission to France was excited by the shame they felt at the detection of the false alarms they had circulated. As to the opposition given by the remnant of the faction to the repeal of the taxes laid on during the former administration, it is easily accounted for. The repeal of those taxes was a sentence of condemnation on those who laid them on, and in the opposition they gave in that repeal they are to be considered in the light of criminals standing on their defense, and the country has passed judgment upon them. To elect, and to reject, is the prerogative of a free people. Since the establishment of independence, no period has arrived that so decidedly proves the excellence of the representative system of government, and its superiority over every other, as the time we now live in. Had America been cursed with John Adams's hereditary monarchy, or Alexander Hamilton's Senate for life, she must have sought, in the doubtful contest of civil war, what she now obtains by the expression of public will. An appeal to elections decides better than an appeal to the sword. The reign of terror that raged in America during the latter end of the Washington administration, and the whole of that of Adams, is enveloped in mystery to me. That there were men in the government hostile to the representative system, was once their boast, though it is now their overthrow, and therefore the fact is established against them. But that so large a mass of the people should become the dupes of those who were loading them with taxes in order to load them with chains, and deprive them of the right of election, can be ascribed only to that species of wildfire rage, lighted up by falsehood that not only acts without reflection, but is too impetuous to make any. There is a general and striking difference between the genuine effects of truth, and the effects of falsehood believed to be truth. Truth is naturally benign, but falsehood, believed to be truth, is always furious. The former delights in serenity, is mild and persuasive, and seeks not the auxiliary aid of invention. The latter sticks at nothing. It has naturally no morals. Every lie is welcome that suits its purpose. It is the innate character of the thing to act in this manner, and the criterion by which it may be known. whether in politics or religion. When anything is attempted to be supported by lying, it is presumptive evidence that the thing so supported is a lie also. The stock on which a lie can be grafted must be of the same species as the graft. What has become of the mighty clamor of French invasion, and the cry that our country is in danger, and taxes and armies must be raised to defend it? The danger is fled with the faction that created it, and what is worst of all, the money is fled too. It is I only that have committed the hostility of invasion, and all the artillery of pop guns are prepared for action. Poor fellows, how they foam. They set half their own partisans in laughter, for among ridiculous things nothing is more ridiculous than ridiculous rage. But I hope they will not leave off. I shall lose half my greatness when they cease to lie. So far as respects myself, I have reason to believe and a right to say that the leaders of the reign of terror in America and the leaders of the reign of terror in France, during the time of Robespierre, were in character the same sort of men, or how is it to be accounted for, that I was persecuted by both at the same time? When I was voted out of the French Convention, the reason assigned for it was, that I was a foreigner. When Robespierre had me seized in the night, and imprisoned in the Luxembourg, where I remained 11 months, he assigned no reason for it. But when he proposed bringing me to the tribunal, which was like sending me at once to the scaffold, he then assigned a reason, and the reason was, for the interests of America as well as of France. Pour les intérêts américains de la France. The words are in his own handwriting, and reported to the convention by the committee appointed to examine his papers, and are printed in their report, with this reflection added to them: why Thomas Paine more than another? Because he contributed to the liberty of both worlds. There must have been a coalition in sentiment, if not in fact, between the terrorists of America and the terrorists of France, and Robespierre must have known it, or he could not have had the idea of putting America into the bill of accusation against me. Yet these men, these terrorists of the New World, who were waiting in the devotion of their hearts for the joyful news of my destruction, are the same entity who are now bellowing in all the hackneyed language of hackneyed hypocrisy about humanity and piety, and often about something they call infidelity, and they finish with the chorus of crucify him, crucify him. I am become so famous among them, they cannot eat or drink without me. I serve them as a standing dish, and they cannot make up a bill of fare if I am not in it. But there is one dish, and that the choicest of all, that they have not presented on the table, and it is time they should. They have not yet accused Providence of infidelity. Yet, according to their outrageous piety, she must be as bad as Thomas Paine. She has protected him in all his dangers, patronized him in all his undertaking, encouraged him in all his ways, and rewarded him at last by bringing him in safety and in health to the promised land. This is more than she did by the Jews, the chosen people, that they tell us she brought out of the land of Egypt, and out of the house of bondage, for they all died in the wilderness, and Moses too. I was one of the 9 members that composed the first committee of constitution. 6 of them have been destroyed. Sieyes and myself have survived, he by bending with the times, and I by not bending. The other survivor joined Robespierre. He was seized and imprisoned in his turn, and sentenced to transportation. He has since apologized to me for having signed the warrant, by saying he felt himself in danger and was obliged to do it. Harold Seychelles, an acquaintance of Mr. Jefferson, and a good patriot, was my suppliant as member of the Committee of Constitution, that is, he was to supply my place, if I had not accepted or had resigned, being next in number of votes to me. He was imprisoned in the Luxembourg with me, was taken to the tribunal and the guillotine. And I, his principal, was left. There were 2 foreigners in the convention, Anarcharsis Klutz and myself. We were both put out of the convention by the same vote, arrested by the same order, and carried to prison together the same night. He was taken to the guillotine, and I was again left. Joel Barlow was with us when we went to prison. Joseph Levin, one of the vilest characters that ever existed, and who made the streets of Arras run with blood, was my suppliant, as member of the convention for the Department of the Pas-de-Calais. When I was put out of the convention he came and took my place. When I was liberated from prison and voted again into the convention, he was sent to the same prison and took my place there, and he was sent to the guillotine instead of me. He supplied my place all the way through. 168 persons were taken out of the Luxembourg in one night, and 160 of them guillotined next day, of which I now know I was to have been one, and the manner I escaped that fate is curious, and has all the appearance of accident. The room in which I was lodged was on the ground floor, and one of a long range of rooms under a gallery, and the door of it opened outward and flat against the wall, so that when it was opened the inside of the door appeared outward, and the contrary when it was shut. I had 3 comrades, fellow prisoners with me, Joseph Van Heuvel, of Bruges, since president of the municipality of that town, Michael Rubens, and Charles Bastonai of Lubac. When persons by scores and by hundreds were to be taken out of the prison for the guillotine, it was always done in the night, and those who performed that office had a private mark or signal, by which they knew what rooms to go to, and what number to take. We, as I have stated, were 4, and the door of our room was marked, unobserved by us, with that number in chalk, but it happened, if happening is a proper word, that the mark was put on when the door was open, and flat against the wall, and thereby came on the inside when we shut it at night, and the destroying angel passed by it. A few days after this, Robespierre fell, and Mr. Monroe arrived and reclaimed me, and invited me to his house. During the whole of my imprisonment, prior to the fall of Robespierre, there was no time when I could think my life worth 24 hours, and my mind was made up to meet its fate. The Americans in Paris went in a body to the convention to reclaim me, but without success. There was no party among them with respect to me. My only hope then rested on the government of America, that it would remember me. But the icy heart of ingratitude, in whatever man it be placed, has neither feeling nor sense of honor. The letter of Mr. Jefferson has served to wipe away the reproach, and done justice to the mass of the people of America. When a party was forming, in the latter end of 1777, and beginning of 1778, of which John Adams was one, to remove Mr. Washington from the command of the army on the complaint that he did nothing, I wrote the 5th number of the Crisis, and published it at Lancaster, Congress then being at Yorktown, in Pennsylvania, to ward off that meditated blow, for though I well knew that the black times of 76 were the natural consequence of his want of military judgment in the choice of positions into which the army was put about New York and New Jersey, I could see no possible advantage, and nothing but mischief, that could arise by distracting the army into parties, which would have been the case had the intended motion gone on. General Lee, who with a sarcastic genius joined to a great fund of military knowledge, was perfectly right when he said, we have no business on islands, and in the bottom of bogs, where the enemy, by the aid of its ships, can bring its whole force against a part of ours and shut it up. This had like to have been the case at New York, and it was the case at Fort Washington, and would have been the case at Fort Lee if General Greene had not moved instantly off on the first news of the enemy's approach. I was with Greene through the whole of that affair and know it perfectly. But though I came forward in defense of Mr. Washington when he was attacked, and made the best that could be made of a series of blunders that had nearly ruined the country, he left me to perish when I was in prison. But as I told him of it in his lifetime, I should not now bring it up if the ignorant impertinence of some of the Federal papers, who are pushing Mr. Washington forward as their stalking horse, did not make it necessary. That gentleman did not perform his part in the revolution better, nor with more honor, than I did mine, and the one part was as necessary as the other. He accepted as a present, though he was already rich, 100,000 acres of land in America, and left me to occupy 6 foot of earth in France. I wish, for his own reputation, he had acted with more justice. But it was always known of Mr. Washington, by those who best knew him, that he was of such an icy and death-like constitution that he neither loved his friends nor hated his enemies. But, be this as it may, I see no reason that a difference between Mr. Washington and me should be made a theme of discord with other people. There are those who may see merit in both without making themselves partisans of either. And with this reflection I close the subject. As to the hypocritical abuse thrown out by the Federalists on other subjects, I recommend to them the observance of a commandment that existed before either Christian or Jew existed. Thou shalt make a covenant with thy senses, with thine eye, that it behold no evil, with thine ear, that it hear no evil, with thy tongue, that it speak no evil, with thy hands, that they commit no evil. If the Federalists will follow this commandment, they will leave off lying. 20. The construction of iron bridges. I-803. Next to politics and religion, the subject that most preoccupied Paine was engineering. In the 1780s, in fact, politics seemed secondary to Paine's passionate interest in iron bridges. The first cast iron bridge in the world spanned the river Severn, near Telford in England, in 1779, but Paine is still credited with being a pioneer in this area. Included here is a memorandum originally prepared for the United States Congress in 1803. Even here Paine could not resist political polemics. To the Congress of the United States, I have deposited in the office of the Secretary of State, and under the care of the Patent Office, 2 models of iron bridges, the one in pasteboard, the other cast in metal. As they will show by inspection the manner of constructing iron bridges, I shall not take up the time of Congress with a description of them. My intention in presenting this memoir to Congress is to put the country in possession of the means and of the right of making use of the construction freely, as I do not intend to take any patent right for it. As America abounds in rivers that interrupt the land communication, and as by violence of floods and the breaking up of the ice in the spring, the bridges depending for support from the bottom of the river are frequently carried away, I turned my attention, after the Revolutionary War was over, to find a method of constructing an arch that might, without rendering the height inconvenient or the ascent difficult, extend at once from shore to shore, over rivers of 3, 4, or 500 feet and probably more. The principle I took to begin with and work upon was that the small segment of a large circle was preferable to the great segment of a small circle. The appearance of such arches, and the manner of forming and putting the parts together, admit of many varieties, but the principle will be the same in all. The bridge architects that I conversed with in England denied the principle, but it was generally supported by mathematicians, and experiment has now established the fact. In 1786, one made 3 models, partly at Philadelphia, but mostly at Bordentown in the state of New Jersey. One model was in wood, one in cast iron, and one in wrought iron, connected with blocks of wood, representing cast iron blocks, but all on the same principle, that of the small segment of a large circle. I took the last mentioned one with me to France in 1787 and presented it to the Academy of Sciences at Paris for their opinion of it. The Academy appointed a committee of 3 of their own body, Mons. Leroy, the Abbé Bossu, and Mons. Borda. The first was an acquaintance of Dr. Franklin, and of Mr. Jefferson, then minister, at Paris. The 2 others were celebrated as mathematicians. I presented it as a model for a bridge of a single arch of 400 feet span over the river Schuylkill at Philadelphia. The committee brought in a report which the Academy adopted, that an arch on the principle and construction of the model, in their opinion, might be extended 400 feet, the extent proposed. In September of the same year, I sent the model to Sir Joseph Banks, president of the Royal Society in England, and soon after went there myself, in order to ascertain the truth of the principle on a larger scale than could be shown by a portable model 5 or 6 feet in length. I went to the iron foundry of Messrs. Walker, at Rotherham, county of Yorkshire, in England, and had a complete rib of 90 feet span, and 5 feet of height from the cord line to the center of the arch, manufactured and erected. It was a segment of a circle of 410 feet diameter, and until this was done, no experiment on a circle of such an extensive diameter had ever been made in architecture, or the practicability of it supposed. The rib was erected between a wall of a furnace belonging to the ironworks and a gable end of a brick building, which served as abutments. The weight of iron in the rib was 3 tons, and we loaded it with double its weight in pig iron. I wrote to M.R. Jefferson, who was then at Paris, an account of this experiment, and also to Sir Joseph Banks in London, who in his answer to me says, I look for many other bold improvements from your countrymen, the Americans, who think with vigor, and are not fettered with the trammels of science before they are capable of exerting their mental faculties to advantage. On the success of this experiment, I entered into an agreement with the iron founders at Rotherham to cast and manufacture a complete bridge, to be composed of 5 ribs of 210 feet span, and 5 feet of height from the cord line, being a segment of a circle 610 feet diameter, and sent it to London to be erected as a specimen for establishing a manufactory of iron bridges to be sent to any part of the world. The bridge was erected at the village of Paddington, near London, but being in a plain field, where no advantage could be taken of abutments without the expense of building them, as in the former case, it served only as a specimen of the practicability of a manufactory of iron bridges. It was brought by sea, packed in the hold of a vessel, from the place where it was made, and after standing a year was taken down without injury to any of its parts, and might be erected anywhere else. At this time my bridge operations became suspended. Mr. Edmund Burke published his attack on the French Revolution and the system of representative government, and in defense of government by hereditary succession, a thing which is in its nature an absurdity, because it is impossible to make wisdom hereditary, and therefore, so far as wisdom is necessary in a government, it must be looked for where it can be found. Sometimes in one family, sometimes in another. History informs us that the son of Solomon was a fool. He lost 10 tribes out of 12, 2 Chronicles CHX. There are those in later times who lost 13. The publication of this work by Mr. Burke, absurd in its principles and outrageous in its manner, drew me, as I have said, from my bridge operations, and my time became employed in defending a system then established and operating in America, and which I wished to see peaceably adopted in Europe. I therefore ceased my work on the bridge, to employ myself on the more necessary work, rights of man. In answer to Mr. Burke, in 1792, a convention was elected in France for the express purpose of forming a constitution on the authority of the people, as had been done in America, of which convention I was elected a member. I was at this time in England and knew nothing of my being elected till the arrival of the person who was sent officially to inform me of it. During my residence in France, which was from 1792 to 1802, an iron bridge of 236 feet span, and 34 of height from the cord line, was erected over the river Ware near the town of Sunderland, in the county of Durham, England. It was done chiefly at the expense of the two members of Parliament for that county, Milbanke and Burton. It happened that a very intimate friend of mine, Sir Robert Smith, who was also an acquaintance of Mr. Monroe, the American minister, and since of Mr. Livingston, was then at Paris. He had been a colleague in Parliament with Milbanke, and supposing that the persons who constructed the iron bridge at Sunderland had made free with my model, which was at the ironworks where the Sunderland bridge was cast, he wrote to Milbanke on the subject, and the following is that gentleman's answer. With respect to the iron bridge over the river Ware at Sunderland, it certainly is a work well deserving admiration, both for its structure and utility, and I have good grounds for saying that the first idea was suggested by Mr. Paine's bridge exhibited at Paddington. What difference there may be in some part of the structure, or in the proportion of wrought and cast iron, I cannot pretend to say, Burton having undertaken to build the bridge, in consequence of his having taken upon himself whatever the expense might be beyond between £3,000 and £4,000 sterling, subscribed by myself and some other gentlemen. But whatever the mechanism might be, it did not supersede the necessity of a centre. 1. The writer has here confounded a centre with a scaffolding, which centre, continues the writer, was esteemed a very ingenious piece of workmanship, and taken from a plan sketched out by Mr. Nash, an architect of great merit, who had been consulted in the outset of the business when a bridge of stone was in contemplation. With respect therefore to any gratuity to Mr. Paine, though ever so desirous of rewarding the labor of an ingenious man, I do not feel how, under the circumstances already described, I have it in my power, having had nothing to do with the bridge after the payment of my subscription, Mr. Burton then becoming accountable for the whole. But if you can point out any mode according to which it would be in my power to be instrumental in procuring him any compensation for the advantages the public may have derived from his ingenious model, from which certainly the outline of the bridge at Sunderland was taken, be assured it will afford me very great satisfaction. R.A. Milbanke 2. The year before I left France, the government of that country had it in contemplation to erect an iron bridge over the river Seine, at Paris. As all edifices of public construction came under the cognizance of the Minister of the Interior, and as their plan was to erect a bridge of 5 iron arches of 500 feet span each, instead of passing the river with a single arch, and which was going backward in practice, instead of forward. As there was already an iron arch of 230 feet in existence, I wrote the Minister of the Interior, the Citizen Chaptal, a memoir on the construction of iron bridges. The following is his answer. The Minister of the Interior to the Citizen Thomas Paine. I have received, Citizen, the observations that you have been so good as to address to me upon the construction of iron bridges. They will be of the greatest utility to us when the new kind of construction goes to be executed for the first time. With pleasure, I assure you, Citizen, that you have rights of more than one kind to the thankfulness of nations, and I give you, cordially, the particular expression of my esteem. Chapter 3. A short time before I left France, a person came to me from London with plans and drawings for an iron bridge of 1 arch over the River Thames at London, of 600 feet span, and 60 feet of height from the cord line. The subject was then before a committee of the House of Commons, but I know not the proceedings thereon. As this new construction of an arch for bridges, and the principles on which it is founded, originated in America, as the documents I have produced sufficiently prove, and is becoming an object of importance to the world, and to no part of it more than to our own country, on account of its numerous rivers, and as no experiment has been made in America to bring it into practice further than on the model I have executed myself, and, at my own expense, I beg leave to submit a proposal to Congress on the subject, which is to erect an experiment rib of about 400 feet span, to be the segment of a circle of at least 1,000 feet diameter, and to let it remain exposed to public view, so that the method of constructing such arches may be generally known. It is an advantage peculiar to the construction of iron bridges that the success of an arch of a given extent and height can be ascertained without being at the expense of building the bridge, which is, by the method I propose, that of erecting an experiment rib on the ground where advantage can be taken of 2 hills for abutments. I began in this manner with the rib of 90 feet span and 5 feet of height, being a segment of a circle of 410 feet diameter. The undertakers of the Sunderland Bridge began in the same manner. They contracted with the iron founder for a single rib, and, finding it to answer, had 5 more manufactured like it and erected into a bridge, consisting of 6 ribs, the experiment rib being 1. But the Sunderland Bridge does not carry the principle much further into practice than had been done by the rib of 90 feet span and 5 feet in height, being, as before said, a segment of a circle of 410 feet diameter. The Sunderland Bridge being 206 feet span and 34 feet of height, gives the diameter of the circle of which it is a segment to be 444 feet, within a few inches, which is but a larger segment of a circle 30 feet more diameter. The construction of those bridges does not come within the line of any established practice of business. The stone architect can derive but little from the theory of practice of his art that enters into his construction of an iron bridge, and the iron founder, though he may be expert in molding and casting the parts, when the models are given him, would be at a loss to proportion them, unless he was acquainted with all the lines and properties belonging to a circle. If it should appear to Congress that the construction of iron bridges will be of utility to the country, and they should direct that an experiment rib be made for that purpose, I will furnish the proportions for the several parts of the work and give my attendance to superintend the erection of it. But, in any case, I have to request that this memoir may be put on the journals of Congress, as an evidence hereafter that this new method of constructing bridges originated in America. 21. Constitutional Reform. 1805. In 1805 Paine at the age of 68 wrote his last political pamphlet. Fittingly enough, it was on a topic which brought him full circle back to his earliest years in America, Pennsylvania politics. The Radical Constitution of 1776 had been revised in more conservative terms in 1790. 15 years later the citizens of Pennsylvania were once again contemplating constitutional reform. Paine sent his advice from his farm in New Rochelle, New York, on the ground of principle and in remembrance of former times and friendships. The text here is an edited version of the collection of thoughts and historical references offered by Paine in his last pamphlet to those in the place of my political and literary birth, to the citizens of Pennsylvania on the proposal for calling a convention. as I resided in the capital of your state, Philadelphia, in the time that tried men's souls, and all my political writings, during the Revolutionary War, were written in that city, it seems natural for me to look back to the place of my political and literary birth, and feel an interest for its happiness. Removed as I now am from the place, and detached from everything of personal party, I address this token to you on the ground of principle and in remembrance of former times and friendships. The subject now before you is the call of a convention to examine and, if necessary, to reform the constitution of the state, or to speak in the correct language of constitutional order, to propose written articles of reform to be accepted or rejected by the people by vote, in the room of those now existing that shall be judged improper or defective. There cannot be, on the ground of reason, any objection to this, because if no reform or alteration is necessary, the sense of the country will permit none to be made, and, if necessary, it will be made because it ought to be made. Until, therefore, the sense of the country can be collected and made known by a convention elected for that purpose, all opposition to the call of a convention not only passes for nothing, but serves to create a suspicion that the opposers are conscious that the Constitution will not bear an examination. The Constitution formed by the Convention of 1776, of which Benjamin Franklin, the greatest and most useful man America has yet produced, was president, had many good points in it which were overthrown by the Convention of 1790, under the pretense of making the Constitution conformable to that of the United States, as if the forms and periods of election for a territory extensive as that of the United States could become a rule for a single state. The principal defect in the Constitution of 1776 was that it was subject, in practice, to too much precipitancy, but the groundwork of that Constitution was good. The present Constitution appears to me to be clogged with inconsistencies of a hazardous tendency, as a supposed remedy against the precipitancy that might not happen. Investing any individual, by whatever name or official title he may be called, with a negative over the formation of the laws, is copied from the English government, without ever perceiving the inconsistency and absurdity of it, when applied to the representative system, or understanding the origin of it in England. The present form of government in England and all those things called prerogatives of the Crown, of which this negative power is one, was established by conquest, not by compact. Their origin was the conquest of England by the Normans, under William of Normandy, surnamed the Conqueror, in 1066, and the genealogy of its kings takes its date from him. He is the first of the list. There is no historical certainty of the time when parliaments began, but be the time when it may, they began by what are called grants or charters from the Norman conqueror, or his successors, to certain towns, and to countries, to elect members to meet and serve in parliament, one subject to his control, and the custom still continues with the King of England calling the parliament my parliament, that is, a parliament originating from his authority, and over which he holds control in right of himself, derived from that conquest. It is from this assumed right, derived from conquest, and not from any constitutional right by compact, that kings of England hold a negative over the formation of the laws, and they hold this for the purpose of preventing any being enacted that might abridge, invade, or in any way affect or diminish what they claim to be their hereditary or family rights and prerogatives, derived originally from the conquest of the country. Point 2. This is the origin of the King of England's negative. It is a badge of disgrace which his parliaments are obliged to wear, and to which they are abject enough to submit. But what has this case to do with the legislature chosen by freemen, on their own authority, in right of themselves? Or in what manner does a person styled governor or chief magistrate resemble a conqueror subjugating a country, as William of Normandy subjugated England, and saying to it, you shall have no laws but what I please? The negativing power in a country like America is of that kind, that a wise man would not choose to be embarrassed with it, and a man fond of using it will be overthrown by it. It is not difficult to see that when Mr. M. Keene negatived the Arbitration Act, he was induced to it as a lawyer, for the benefit of the profession, and not as a magistrate, for the benefit of the people, for it is the office of a chief magistrate to compose differences and prevent lawsuits. If the people choose to have arbitrations instead of lawsuits, why should they not have them? It is a matter that concerns them as individuals, and not as a state or community, and is not a proper case for a governor to interfere in, for it is not a state or government concern, nor does it concern the peace thereof, otherwise than to make it more peaceable by making it less contentious. This negativing power in the hands of an individual ought to be constitutionally abolished. It is a dangerous power. There is no prescribing rules for the use of it. It is discretionary and arbitrary, and the will and temper of the person at any time possessing it is its only rule. There must have been great want of reflection in the convention that admitted it into the Constitution. Would that convention have put the Constitution it had formed, whether good or bad, in the power of any individual to negative? It would not. It would have treated such a proposal with disdain. Why then did it put the legislatures thereafter to be chosen, and all the laws, in that predicament? Had that convention, or the law members thereof, known the origin of the negativing power used by kings of England, from whence they copied it, they must have seen the inconsistency of introducing it into an American Constitution. We are not a conquered people, we know no conqueror, and the negativing power used by kings in England is for the defense of the personal and family prerogatives of the successors of the conqueror against the Parliament and the people. What is all this to us? We know no prerogatives but what belong to the sovereignty of ourselves. At the time this Constitution was formed, there was a great departure from the principles of the Revolution, among those who then assumed the lead, and the country was grossly imposed upon. This accounts for some inconsistencies that are to be found in the present Constitution, among which is the negativing power inconsistently copied from England. While the exercise of the power over the state remained dormant, it remained unnoticed, but the instant it began to be active it began to alarm, and the exercise of it against the rights of the people to settle their private pecuniary differences by the peaceable mode of arbitration, without the interference of lawyers, and the expense of tediousness of courts of law, has brought its existence to a crisis. Arbitration is of more importance to society than courts of law, and ought to have precedence of them in all cases of pecuniary concerns between individuals or parties of them, who are better qualified than merchants to settle disputes between merchants, or who better than farmers to settle disputes between farmers, and the same for every other description of men. What do lawyers or courts of law know of these matters? They devote themselves to forms rather than to principles, and the merits of the case become obscure and lost in a labyrinth of verbal perplexities. We do not hear of lawyers going to law with each other, though they could do it cheaper than other people, which shows they have no opinion of it for themselves. The principle and rule of arbitration ought to be constitutionally established. The honest sense of a country collected in convention will find out how to do this without the interference of lawyers, who may be hired to advocate any side of any cause, for the cases the practice of the bar has become a species of prostitution that ought to be controlled. It lives by encouraging the injustice it pretends to redress. Courts in which law is practiced are of two kinds. the one for criminal cases, the other for civil cases, or cases between individuals respecting property of any kind or the value thereof. I know not what may be the numerical proportion of these two classes of cases to each other, but that the civil cases are far more numerous than the criminal cases, I make no doubt of. Whether they be 10, 20, 30 or 40 to 1, or more, I leave to those who live in the state, or in the several counties thereof, to determine. But be the proportion what it may, the expense to the public of supporting a judiciary, for both will be, in some relative degree, according to the number of cases the one bears to the other, yet it is only of them that the public, as a public, have any concern. With the criminal cases, being breaches of the peace, are consequently under the cognizance of the government of the state, and the expense of supporting the courts thereof belongs to the public, because the preservation of the peace is a public concern. But civil cases, that is, cases of private property between individuals, belong wholly to the individuals themselves, and all that government has consistently to do in the matter is to establish the process by which the parties concerned shall proceed and bring the matter to decision themselves, by referring it to impartial and judicious men of the neighborhood, of their own choosing. This is by far the most convenient, as to time and place, and the cheapest method to them, for it is bringing justice home to their own doors, without the chicanery of law and lawyers. Every case ought to be determined on its own merits, without the farce of what are called precedents, or reports of cases, because, in the first place, it often happens that the decision upon the case brought as a precedent is bad, and ought to be shunned, instead of imitated, and, in the second place, because there are no two cases perfectly alike in all their circumstances, and therefore, the one cannot become a rule of decision for the other. It is justice and good judgment that preside by right in a court of arbitration. It is forms, quoted precedents and contrivances for delay and expense to the parties, that govern the proceedings of a court of law. By establishing arbitrations in the room of courts of law for the adjustment of private cases, the public will be eased of a great part of the expense of the present judiciary establishment, for certainly such a host of judges, associate judges, presidents of circuits, clerks, and criers of courts, as are at present supported at the public expense, will not then be necessary. There are, perhaps, more of them than there are criminals to try in the space of a year. Arbitration will lessen the sphere of patronage, and it is not improbable that this was one of the private reasons for negativing the Arbitration Act, but public economy, and the convenience and ease of the individuals, ought to have outweighed all such considerations. The present administration of the United States has struck off a long list of useless officers, and economized the public expenditure, and it is better to make a precedent of this, than to imitate its forms and long periods of election, which require reform themselves. A great part of the people of Pennsylvania make a principle of not going to law, and others avoid it from prudential reasons, yet all those people are taxed to support a judiciary to which they never resort, which is as inconsistent and unjust as it is in England to make the Quakers pay tithes to support the Episcopal Church. Arbitration will put an end to this imposition. Another complaint against the Constitution of Pennsylvania is the great quantity of patronage annexed to the office of governor. Patronage has a natural tendency to increase the public expense by the temptation it leads to, unless in the hands of a wise man like Franklin, to multiply offices within the gift or appointment of that patronage. John Adams, in his administration, went upon the plan of increasing offices and officers. He expected by thus increasing his patronage, and making numerous appointments, that he should attach a numerous train of adherents to him who would support his measures and his future election. He copied this from the corrupt system of England, and he closed his midnight labors by appointing 16 new unnecessary judges, at an expense to the public of $32,000 annually. John counted only on one side of the case. He forgot that where there was one man to be benefited by an appointment, all the rest had to pay the cost of it, and that by attaching the one to him by patronage, he ran the risk of losing the many by disgust. And such was the consequence, and such will ever be the consequence in a free country, where men reason for themselves and from themselves, and not from the dictates of others. The less quantity of patronage a man is encumbered with, the safer he stands. He cannot please everybody by the use of it, and he will have to refuse, and consequently to displease a greater number than he can please. Mr. Jefferson gained more friends by dismissing a long train of officers than John Adams did by appointing them. Like a wise man, Mr. Jefferson dismantled himself of patronage. The Constitution of New York, though like all the rest it has its defects, arising from want of experience in the representative system of government at the time it was formed, has provided much better in this case than the Constitution of Pennsylvania has done. The appointments in New York are made by a council of appointment, composed of the governor and a certain number of members of the Senate taken from different parts of the state. By this means they have among them a personal knowledge of whomsoever they appoint. The governor has one vote, but no negative. I do not hear complaints of the abuse of this kind of patronage. The Constitution of Pennsylvania, instead of being an improvement in the representative system of government, is a departure from the principles of it. It is a copy in miniature of the government of England, established at the conquest of that country by William of Normandy. I have shown this in part in the case of the king's negative, and I shall show it more fully as I go on. This brings me to speak of the Senate. The complaint respecting the Senate is the length of its duration, being 4 years. The sage Franklin has said, where annual election ends, tyranny begins, and no man was a better judge of human nature than Franklin, nor has any man in our time exceeded him in the principles of honor and honesty. When a man ceases to be accountable to those who elected him, and with whose public affairs he is entrusted, he ceases to be their representative, and is put in a condition of being their despot. He becomes the representative of nobody but himself. Am elected, says he, for 4 years, you cannot turn me out, neither am I responsible to you in the meantime. All that you have to do with me is to pay me. The conduct of the Pennsylvania Senate in 1800, respecting the choice of electors for the presidency of the United States, shows the impropriety and danger of such an establishment. The manner of choosing electors ought to be fixed in the Constitution, and not be left to the caprice of contention. It is a matter equally as important, and concerns the rights and interests of the people as much as the election of members for the state legislature, and in some instances much more. By the conduct of the Senate at that time, the people were deprived of their right of suffrage, and the state lost its consequence in the Union. It had but one vote. The other 14 were paired off by compromise, 7 and 7. If the people had chosen the electors, which they had a right to do, for the electors were to represent them and not to represent the Senate, the state would have had 15 votes which would have counted. The Senate is an imitation of what is called the House of Lords in England, and which Chesterfield, who was a member of it, and therefore knew it, calls the hospital of incurables. The Senate in Pennsylvania is not quite a hospital of incurables, but it took almost 4 years to bring it to a state of convalescence. Before we imitate anything, we ought to examine whether it be worth imitating, and, had this been done by the convention at that time, they would have seen that the model, from which their mimic imitation was made, was no better than unprofitable and disgraceful lumber. There was no such thing in England as what is called the House of Lords until the conquest of that country by the Normans, under William the Conqueror, and like the king's negative over the laws, it is a badge of disgrace upon the country, for it is the effect and evidence of its having been reduced to unconditional submission. William, having made the conquest, dispossessed the owners of their lands, and divided those lands among the chiefs of the plundering army he brought with him, and from hence arose what is called the House of Lords. Daniel Defoe, in his historical satire entitled The True-Born Englishman, has very concisely given the origin and character of this house, as follows. The great invading Norman let them know what conquerors, in after times, might do. To every musketeer he brought to town, he gave the lands that never were his own. He cantonied out the country to his men, and every soldier was a denizen. No parliament his army could disband. He raised no money, for he paid in land. The rascals, thus enriched, he called them lords, to please their upstart pride with new-made words. And Doomsday Book his tyranny records. Some show the sword, the bow, and some the spear, which their great ancestor, forsooth, did wear. But who the hero was, no man can tell. Whether a colonel or a corporal, the silent record blushes to reveal. Their undescended dark original. Great ancestors of yesterday they show. And lords whose fathers were, the Lord knows who. This is the disgraceful origin of what is called the House of Lords in England, and it still retains some tokens of the plundering baseness of its origin. The swindler Dundas was lately made a lord, and is now called noble lord. Why do they not give him his proper title, and call him noble swindler, for he swindled by wholesale? But it is probable he will escape punishment, for Blackstone, in his commentary on the laws, recites an act of parliament, passed in 1550, and not since repealed, that extends what is called the benefit of clergy, that is, exemption from punishment for all clerical offences, to all lords and peers of the realm who could not read, as well as those who could, and also for the crimes of housebreaking, highway robbing, horse stealing, and robbing of churches. This is consistent with the original establishment of the House of Lords, for it was originally composed of robbers. This is aristocracy. This is one of the pillars of John Adams's stupendous fabric of human invention. A privilege for housebreaking, highway robbing, horse stealing, and robbing of churches. John Adams knew but little of the origin and practice of the government of England. As to constitution, it has none. The Pennsylvania Convention of 1776 copied nothing from the English government. It formed a constitution on the basis of honesty. The defect, as I have already said, of that constitution was the precipitancy to which the legislatures might be subject in enacting laws. All the members of the legislature established by that constitution sat in one chamber and debated in one body, and this subjected them to precipitancy. This precipitancy was provided against, but not effectually. The constitution ordered that the laws, before being finally enacted, should be published for public consideration. But as no given time was fixed for that consideration, nor any means for collecting its effects, nor were there then any public newspapers in the state but what were printed in Philadelphia, the provision did not reach the intention of it, and thus a good and wise intention sank into mere form, which is generally the case when the means are not adequate to the end. The groundwork, however, of that constitution was good, and deserves to be resorted to. Everything that Franklin was concerned in producing merits attention. He was the wise and benevolent friend of man. Riches and honors made no alteration in his principles or his manners. The Constitution of 1776 was conformable to the Declaration of Independence and the Declaration of Rights, which the present Constitution is not, for it makes artificial distinctions among men in the right of suffrage, which the principles of equity know nothing of, neither is it consistent with sound policy. We every day see the rich becoming poor, and those who were poor before, becoming rich. Riches, therefore, having no stability, cannot and ought not to be made a criterion of right. Man is man in every condition of life, and the varieties of fortune and misfortune are open to all. Had the number of representatives in the legislature established by that Constitution been increased, and instead of their sitting together in one chamber, and debating and voting all at one time, been divided by lot into two equal parts, and sat in separate chambers, the advantage would have been, that one half, by not being entangled in the first debate, nor having committed itself by voting, would be silently possessed of the arguments, for and against, of the former part, and be in a calm condition to review the whole. And instead of one chamber, or one house, or by whatever name they may be called, negativing the vote of the other, which is now the case, and which admits of inconsistencies even to absurdities, to have added the votes of both chambers together, and the majority of the whole to be the final decision, there would be reason in this. But there is none in the present mode. The instance that occurred in the Pennsylvania Senate, in the year 1800, on the bill for choosing electors, where a small majority in that house controlled and negatived a large majority in the other house, shows the absurdity of such a division of legislative power. To know if any theory or position be true or rational in practice, the method is to carry it to its greatest extent. If it be not true upon the whole, or be absurd, it is so in all parts, however small. For instance, if one house consists of 200 members and the other 50, which is about the proportion they are in some of the states, and if a proposed law be carried on the affirmative in the larger house with only one dissenting voice, and be negatived in the smaller house by a majority of one, the event will be that 27 control and govern 223, which is too absurd even for argument, and totally inconsistent with the principles of representative government, which know no difference in the value and importance of its members but what arises from their virtues and talents, and not at all from the name of the house or chamber they sit in. As the practice of a smaller number negativing a greater is not founded in reason, we must look for its origin in some other cause. The Americans have copied it from England, and it was brought into England by the Norman conqueror, and is derived from the ancient French practice of voting by orders, of which they counted three: the clergy, that is, Roman Catholic clergy, the noblesse, those who had titles, and the tiers bountat, or third estate, three, which included all who were not of the two former orders, and which in England are called the commons or common people, and the house in which they are represented is from thence called the House of Commons. The case with the conqueror was, in order to complete and secure the conquest he had made, and hold the country in subjection, he cantonied it out among the chiefs of his army, to whom he gave castles and whom he dubbed with the title of lords, as is before shown. These being dependent on the conqueror, and having a united interest with him, became the defenders of his measures, and the guardians of his assumed prerogative against the people, and when the house called the Common House of Parliament began, by grants and charters from the conqueror and his successors, these lords, claiming to be a distinct order from the commons, though smaller in number, held a controlling or negative vote over them, and from hence arose the irrational practice of a smaller number negativing a greater. But what are these things to us, or why should we imitate them? We have but one order in America, and that of the highest degree, the order of sovereignty, and of this order every citizen is a member of his own personal right. Why then have we descended to the base imitation of inferior things? By the event of the revolution we were put in a condition of thinking originally. The history of past ages shows scarcely anything to us but instances of tyranny and antiquated absurdities. We have copied some of them and experienced the folly of them. America has the high honor and happiness of being the first nation that gave to the world the example of forming written constitutions by conventions elected expressly for the purpose, and of improving them by the same procedure as time and experience shall show necessary. Government in other nations, vainly calling themselves civilized, has been established by bloodshed. Not a drop of blood has been shed in the United States, in consequence of establishing constitutions and governments by her own peaceful system. The silent vote, or the simple yea or nay, is more powerful than the bayonet, and decides the strength of numbers without a blow. I have now, citizens of Pennsylvania, presented you, in goodwill, with a collection of thoughts and historical references, condensed into a small compass that they may circulate the more conveniently. They are applicable to the subject before you, that of calling a convention, in the progress and completion of which I wish you success and happiness, and the honor of showing a profitable example to the states around you and to the world. Yours, in friendship. New Rochelle, New York, August, 1805. Thomas Paine. One-sided in David Freeman Hawke, Paine, New York, 1974, p. 20. 2 of it, pages 47 to 8. 3 214. 4 John Adams, Diary and Autobiography, C. F. Adams, C.D. Boston, 1850-6, 2, p. 330. 5 cited in Introduction, The Complete Writings of Thomas Paine, Philip S. Foner. ed. New York, 1945, p. 18. 6 cited in Audrey Williamson, Thomas Paine, New York, 1973, pages 160-61. 7 cited in Foner, ed. OPCIT, P. Slight. 8 197, 206. 9 123. 10 cited in Williamson, OPCIT, p. 275. 11 Edmund Burke, Letters on a Regicide Peace, in Burke's Works, Bonn, ed. London, 1855, v. p. 395. 12 The Rights of Man, Common Sense. 13 Letter addressed to the addressers on the late proclamation, The Rights of Man. 14 Dissertations on Government, The Affairs of the Bank, and Paper Money. 17 Dissertation on First Principles of Government, Anti-Monarchical Essay. 18 The Rights of Man. 19 Letter addressed to the addressers on the late proclamation. 21 The Rights of Man. 22 of it. 23 Dissertations on Government, The Affairs of the Bank and Paper Money. 24 cited in Hussey, OPCIT, p. 7. 25 377 to 8. 26 387. 27 The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine, Richard Carlile, ed., preceded with a Life of Paine by Carlile, London, N.D., pages 13, 14. 28 CIT, p. Sylvie. 29 CIT, p. 15. 30 Robert G. Ingersoll, An Oration on Thomas Paine, New York, 1976, pages 21. 25. 31 cited in A.R. Scoyen, The Chartist Challenge, London, 1980, p. 14. 1 Dr. Ames, Baxter, Durham, Locke, Carmichael, Hutchison, Montesquieu, and Blackstone, Wallace, etc., etc. Bishop of Gloucester. Paine. 1. Paine. 2. The committee having gone through the examinations, General Burgoyne, the chairman, prefaced their report to the House, informing them that the reports contained accounts shocking to human nature, that the most infamous designs had been carried into execution by perfidy and murder. He recapitulated the wretched situation of the East Indian princes, who held their dignities on the precarious condition of being the highest bribers. No claim, however just on their part, he said, could be admitted without being introduced with enormous sums of rupees, nor any prince suffered to reign long, who did not quadrate with this idea, and that Lord Clive, over and above the enormous sums he might with some appearance of justice lay claim to, had obtained others to which he could have no title. He, General Burgoyne, therefore moved, that it appears to this House, that Robert Lord Clive, Baron of Plassey, about the time of deposing Surajat Dowlah, Nabob of Bengal, and establishing Mir Jaffier in his room, did, through the influence of the power with which he was intrusted, as member of the Select Committee in India, and Commander-in-Chief of the British forces there, obtain and possess himself of 2 lakhs of rupees, as member of the Select Committee, a further sum of 2 lakhs and 80,000 rupees, as member of the Select Committee, a further sum of 2 lakhs of rupees, as Commander-in-Chief, a further sum of 16 lakhs of rupees, or more, under the denomination of private donations, which sums, amounting together to 20 lakhs and 80,000 rupees, were of the value, in English money, of 234,000 pounds, equal to 340,000 pounds, Pennsylvania currency, and that in so doing, the said Robert Lord Clive abused the powers with which he was intrusted, to the evil example of the servants of the public. Paine. 3 Sir, I cannot say that I either sit or rest easy, when I find that all I have in the world is likely to be confiscated, and that no one will take my security for a shilling. These, sir, are dreadful apprehensions to remain under, and I cannot but look upon myself as a bankrupt. I have not anything left which I can call my own, except my paternal fortune of 500 pounds per annum, and which has been in the family for ages past. But upon this I am contented to live, and perhaps I shall find more real content of mind and happiness than in the trembling affluence of an unsettled fortune. But, sir, I must make one more observation, that, if the definition of the honorable gentleman, General Burgoyne, and of this House, is that the state, as expressed in these resolutions, is, quod hoc, the company, then, sir, every farthing that I enjoy is granted to me. But to be called, after 16 years have elapsed, to account for my conduct in this matter, and after an uninterrupted enjoyment of my property, to be questioned and considered as obtaining it unwarrantably, is hard indeed, and a treatment I should not think the British Senate capable of. But if it should be the case, I have a conscious innocence within me, that tells me my conduct is irreproachable. Francas, non flectis. They may take from me what I have, they may, as they think, make me poor, but I will be happy. I mean not this. As my defense will be made at the bar, and before I sit down, I have one request to make to the House, that when they come to decide upon my honor, they will not forget their own. Paine. 4. Paine. 1 Massacre at Lexington. Paine. 2 Thomas Anello, otherwise Massanello, a fisherman of Naples, who after spiriting up his countrymen in the public marketplace, against the oppression of the Spaniards, to whom the place was then subject, prompted them to revolt, and in the space of a day became king. Paine. 3 page 91 in this edition. Editors. For those who would fully understand of what great consequence a large and equal representation is to a state, should read Burge's Political Disquisitions. Paine. 5 Thou hast tasted of prosperity and adversity, thou knowest what it is to be banished thy native country, to be overruled as well as to rule, and set upon the throne. And being oppressed thou hast reason to know how hateful the oppressor is both to God and man, if after all these warnings and advertisements, thou dost not turn unto the Lord with all thy heart, but forget him who remembered thee in thy distress, and give up thyself to follow lust and vanity, surely great will be thy condemnation. Against which snare, as well as the temptation of those who may or do feed thee, and prompt thee to evil, the most excellent and prevalent remedy will be, to apply thyself to that light of Christ which shineth in thy conscience, and which neither can, nor will flatter thee, nor suffer thee to be at ease in thy sins. Barclay's address to Charles II. Paine. 1 See Mr. Burke's speech on the case of Mr. Lawrence, December 17, 1781, in the Parliamentary Debates, page 185. Paine. 2 The letter which I refer to Sir William Pepperell, has been seen by the delegates of Rhode Island, now in Congress, for it fell into my hands, and I sent it there. And those gentlemen know full as well as I do, if they will confess it, that the hope of the enemy is fed up by every imprudent dispute and inflammatory publication of ours, respecting revenue and supplies. Paine. 1 The state of literature in America must one day become a subject of legislative consideration. Hitherto it has been a disinterested volunteer in the service of the Revolution, and no man thought of profits, but when peace shall give time and opportunity for study, the country will deprive itself of the honor and service of letters, and the improvement of science, unless sufficient laws are made to prevent depredations on literary property. It is well worth remarking, that Russia, who but a few years ago was scarcely known in Europe, owes a large share of her present greatness to the close attention she has paid, and the wise encouragement she has given, to every branch of science and learning, and we have almost the same instance in France, in the reign of Louis XIV. Paine. 1 The petitions say, that they have frequently seen the stopping of discounts at the bank operate on the trading part of the community, with a degree of violence scarcely inferior to that of a stagnation of the blood in the human body, hurrying the wretched merchant who hath debts to pay into the hands of griping usurers. As the persons who say or sign this live somewhere in Chester County, they are not, from situation, certain of what they say. Those petitions have every appearance of being contrived for the purpose of bringing the matter on. The petitions and the report have strong evidence in them of being both drawn by the same person, for the 1 The petitions say, that they have frequently seen the stopping of discounts at the bank operate on the trading part of the community, with a degree of violence scarcely inferior to that of a stagnation of the blood in the human body, hurrying the wretched merchant who hath debts to pay into the hands of griping usurers. As the persons who say or sign this live somewhere in Chester County, they are not, from situation, certain of what they say. Those petitions have every appearance of being contrived for the purpose of bringing the matter on. The petitions and the report have strong evidence in them of being both drawn by the same person, for the 1 The petitions say, that they have frequently seen the stopping of discounts at the bank operate on the trading part of the community, with a degree of violence scarcely inferior to that of a stagnation of the blood in the human body, hurrying the wretched merchant who hath debts to pay into the hands of griping usurers. As the persons who say or sign this live somewhere in Chester County, they are not, from situation, certain of what they say. Those petitions have every appearance of being contrived for the purpose of bringing the matter on. The petitions and the report have strong evidence in them of being both drawn by the same person, for the 1 The petitions say, that they have frequently seen the stopping of discounts at the bank operate on the trading part of the community, with a degree of violence scarcely inferior to that of a stagnation of the blood in the human body, hurrying the wretched merchant who hath debts to pay into the hands of griping usurers. As the persons who say or sign this live somewhere in Chester County, they are not, from situation, certain of what they say. Those petitions have every appearance of being contrived for the purpose of bringing the matter on. The petitions and the report have strong evidence in them of being both drawn by the same person, for the report is as clearly the echo of the petitions as ever the address of Die British Parliament was Die echo of Die King's speech. Besides the reason I have already given for occasionally stopping discounting notes at Die Bank, there are other necessary reasons. It is for the purpose of settling accounts. Short reckonings make long friends. The bank lends its money for short periods, and by that means assists a great many different people, and if it did not sometimes stop discounting as a means of settling with the persons it has already lent its money to, those persons would find a way to keep what they had borrowed longer than they ought, and prevent others being assisted. It is a fact, and some of Die Committee know it to be so, that sundry of those persons who then opposed the bank acted this part. The stopping the discounts do not, and cannot, operate to call in the loan sooner than Die time for which they were lent, and therefore Die charge is false that it hurries men into the hands of griping usurers, and the truth is that it operates to keep them from them. If petitions are to be contrived to cover Die design of a house of assembly, and give a credence for its conduct, or if a house is to be led by the nose by the idle tale of any 50 or 60 signers to a petition, it is time for the public to look a little closer into Die conduct of its representatives. Paine. L. Since writing the above, 2 other places occur in Mr. Burke's pamphlet, in which the name of the Bastille is mentioned, but in the same manner. In the one, he introduces it in a sort of obscure question, and asks, will any ministers who now serve such a king, with but a decent appearance of respect, cordially obey the orders of those whom but the other day, in his name, they had committed to the Bastille? In the other, the taking it is mentioned as implying criminality in the French guards who assisted in demolishing it. They have not, says he, forgot the taking the king's castles at Paris. This is M.R. Burke, who pretends to write on constitutional freedom. Paine. 2 It is a practice in some parts of the country, when 2 travelers have but one horse, which like the national purse will not carry double, that the one mounts and rides 2 or 3 miles ahead, and then ties the horse to a gate, and walks on. When the second traveler arrives, he takes the horse, rides on, and passes his companion a mile or 2, and ties again, and so on, ride and tie. Paine. 3 When in any country we see extraordinary circumstances taking place, they naturally lead any man who has a talent for observation and investigation, to inquire into the causes. The manufactures of Manchester, Birmingham, and Sheffield, are the principal manufactures in England. From whence did this arise? A little observation will explain the case. The principle, and the generality of the inhabitants of those places, are not of what is called in England, the church established by law, and they, or their fathers. For it is within but a few years, withdrew from the persecution of the chartered towns, where test laws more particularly operate, and established a sort of asylum for themselves in those places. It was the only asylum that then offered, for the rest of Europe was worse. But the case is now changing. France and America bid all comers welcome, and initiate them into all the rights of citizenship, policy and interest. Therefore, will, but perhaps too late, dictate in England, what reason and justice could not. Those manufactures are withdrawing, and are arising in other places. There is now erecting at Passy, 3 miles from Paris, a large cotton mill, and several are already erected in America. Soon after the rejecting the bill for repealing the test law, one of the richest manufacturers in England said in my hearing, England, sir, is not a country for a dissenter to live in, we must go to France. These are truths, and it is doing justice to both parties to tell them. It is chiefly the dissenters who have carried English manufactures to the height they are now at, and the same men have it in their power to carry them away, and though those manufactures will afterwards continue to be made in those places, the foreign market will be lost. There are frequently appearing in the London Gazette extracts from certain acts to prevent machines and persons, as far as they can extend to persons, from going out of the country. It appears from these, that the ill effects of the test laws and church establishment begin to be much suspected, but the remedy of force can never supply the remedy of reason. In the progress of less than a century, all the unrepresented part of England, of all denominations, which is at least 100 times the most numerous, may begin to feel the necessity of a constitution, and then all those matters will come regularly before them. Paine. For that part of America which is generally called New England, including New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, is peopled chiefly by English descendants. In the state of New York, about half are Dutch, the rest English, Scottish, and Irish. In New Jersey, a mixture of English and Dutch, with some Scottish and Irish. In Pennsylvania, about 1/3 are English and other Germans, and the remainder Scottish and Irish, with some Swedes. The states to the southward have a greater proportion of English than the middle states, but in all of them there is a mixture. And besides those enumerated, there are a considerable number of French, and some few of all the European nations lying on the coast. The most numerous religious denomination are the Presbyterians, but no one sect is established above another, and all men are equally citizens. Paine. 5. Paine is mistaken here. The president was not then, nor is now, a member of Congress. Editors. 6. The whole amount of the assessed taxes of France, for the present year, is 300 millions of livres, which is 12 millions and a half sterling, and the incidental taxes are estimated at 3 millions, making in the whole 15 millions and a half, which, among 24 millions of people, is not quite 13 shillings for head. France has lessened her taxes since the Revolution, nearly 9 millions sterling, annually. Before the Revolution, the city of Paris paid a duty of upwards of 30% on all articles brought into the city. This tax was collected at the city gates. It was taken off on the 1st of last May, and the gates taken down. Paine. 7. What was called the Livre Rouge, or the Red Book, in France, was not exactly similar to the court calendar in England, but it sufficiently showed how a great part of the taxes was lavished. Paine. 8. In England the improvements in agriculture, useful arts, manufactures, and commerce, have been made in opposition to the genius of its government, which is that of following precedents. It is from the enterprise and industry of the individuals, and their numerous associations, in which, trite speaking, government is neither pillow nor bolster, that these improvements have proceeded. No man thought about the government, or who was in, or who was out, when he was planning or executing those things, and all he had to hope, with respect to government, was, that it would let him alone. 3 or 4 very silly ministerial newspapers are continually offending against the spirit of national improvement, by ascribing it to a minister. They may with as much truth ascribe this book to a minister. Paine. 9. With respect to the 2 houses, of which the English Parliament is composed, they appear to be effectually influenced into one, and, as a legislature, to have no temper of its own. The minister, whoever he at any time may be, touches it as with an opium wand, and it sleeps obedience. But if we look at the distinct abilities of the 2 houses, the difference will appear so great, as to show the inconsistency of placing power where there can be no certainty of the judgment to use it. Wretched as the state of representation is in England, it is manhood compared with what is called the House of Lords, and so little is this named house regarded, that the people scarcely inquire at any time what it is doing. It appears also to be most under influence, and the furthest removed from the general interest of the nation. In the debate on engaging in the Russian and Turkish war, the majority in the House appears in favor of it was upwards of 90, when in the other House, which is more than double its numbers, the majority was 63. The proceedings on Mr. Fox's bill, respecting the rights of juries, merits also to be noticed. The persons called the peers were not the objects of that bill. They are already in possession of more privileges than that bill gave to others. They are their own jury. And if any of that House were prosecuted for a libel, he would not suffer, even upon conviction, for the first offense. Such inequality in laws ought not to exist, in any country. The French Constitution says that the law is the same to every individual, whether to protect or to punish. All are equal in its sight. Paine. 10. As to the state of representation in England, it is too absurd to be reasoned upon. Almost all the represented parts are decreasing in population, and the unrepresented parts are increasing. A general convention of the nation is necessary to take the whole state of its government into consideration. Paine. 11. It is related that in the canton of Bern, in Switzerland, it had been customary, from time immemorial, to keep a bear at the public expense, and the people had been taught to believe that if they had not a bear they should all be undone. It happened some years ago, that the bear, then in being, was taken sick, and died too suddenly to have his place immediately supplied with another. During this interregnum the people discovered that the calm grew, and the vintage flourished, and die sun and moon continued to rise and set, and everything went on the same as before, and, taking courage from these circumstances, they resolved not to keep any more bears, for, said they, a bear is a very voracious, expensive animal, and we were obliged to pull out his claws, lest he should hurt the citizens. The story of Die Bear at Bern was related in some of the French newspapers, at the time of the flight of Louis XVI, and the application of it to monarchy could not be mistaken in France, but it seems that the aristocracy of Bern applied it to themselves, and have since prohibited the reading of French newspapers. Paine. 12. It is scarcely possible to touch on any subject that will not suggest an allusion to some corruption in governments. The simile of fortifications, unfortunately involves with it a circumstance, which is directly in point with the matter above alluded to. Among the numerous instances of abuse which have been acted or protected by governments, ancient or modern, there is not a greater than that of quartering a man and his heirs upon the public, to be maintained at its expense. Humanity dictates a provision for the poor, but by what right, moral or political, does any government assume to say that the person called the Duke of Richmond shall be maintained by the public? Yet, if common report is true, not a beggar in London can purchase his wretched pittance of coal without paying towards the civil list of the Duke of Richmond. Were the whole produce of this imposition but a shilling a year, the iniquitous principle would be still the same, but when it amounts, as it is said to do, to not less than £20,000 per arm, the enormity is too serious to be permitted to remain. This is one of the effects of monarchy and aristocracy. In stating this case, I am led by no personal dislike, though I think it mean in any man to live upon the public. The vice originates in the government, and so general is it become, that whether the parties are in the ministry or in the opposition, it makes no difference, they are sure of the guarantee of each other. Paine. 13. In America, the increase of commerce is greater in proportion than in England. It is, at this time, at least one half more than at any period prior to the Revolution. The greatest number of vessels cleared out of the port of Philadelphia, before the commencement of the war, was between 8 and 900. In the year 1788, the number was upwards of 1,200. As the state of Pennsylvania is estimated as an eighth part of the United States in population, the whole number of vessels must now be nearly 10,000. Paine. 14. When I saw Mr. Pitt's mode of estimating the balance of trade, in one of his parliamentary speeches, he appeared to me to know nothing of the nature and interest of commerce, and no man has more wantonly tortured it man himself. During a period of peace, it has been havocked with the calamities of war. 3 times has it been thrown into stagnation, and the vessels unmanned by impressing, within less than 4 years of peace. Paine. 15. Politics and self-interest have been so uniformly connected, that the world, from being so often deceived, has a right to be suspicious of public characters. But with regard to myself, I am perfectly easy on this head. I did not, at my first setting out in public life, nearly 17 years ago, turn my thoughts to subjects of government from motives of interest, and my conduct from that moment to this proves the fact. I saw an opportunity, in which I thought I could do some good, and I followed exactly what my heart dictated. I neither read books, nor studied other people's opinions. I thought for myself. The case was this. During the suspension of the old governments in America, both prior to, and at the breaking out of hostilities, I was struck with the order and decorum with which everything was conducted, and impressed with the idea, that a little more than what society naturally performed, was all the government that was necessary, and that monarchy and aristocracy were frauds and impositions upon mankind. On these principles I published a pamphlet, Common Sense. The success it met with was beyond anything since the invention of printing. I gave the copyright up to every state in the Union, and the demand ran to not less than 100,000 copies. I continued the subject in the same manner, under the title of Crisis, till the complete establishment of the Revolution. After the Declaration of Independence, Congress unanimously, and unknown to me, appointed me as Secretary in the Foreign Department. This was agreeable to me, because it gave me the opportunity of seeing into the abilities of foreign courts, and their manner of doing business. But a misunderstanding arising between Congress and me, respecting one of their commissioners then in Europe, Mr. Celestine, I resigned the office, and declined, at the same time, the pecuniary offers made me by the ministers of France and Spain, M. Gerard and Don Juan Morales. I had by this time so completely gained the ear and confidence of America, and my own independence was become so visible as to give me a range in political writing, beyond, perhaps, what any man ever possessed in any country, and what is more extraordinary, I held it undiminished to the end of the war, and enjoy it in the same manner to the present moment. As my object was not myself, I set out with the determination, and happily with the disposition, of not being moved by praise or censure, friendship or calumny, nor of being drawn from my purpose by any personal altercation, and the man who cannot do this, is not fit for a public character. When the war ended, I went from Philadelphia to Bordentown, on the east bank of the Delaware, where I have a small place. Congress was at this time at Princetown, 15 miles distant, and General Washington had taken his headquarters at Rocky Hill, within the neighborhood of Congress, for the purpose of resigning up his commission, the object for which he accepted it being accomplished, and of retiring to private life. While he was on this business, he wrote me the letter which I here subjoin. Rocky Hill, September 10, 1783. I have learned since I have been at this place, that you are at Bordentown. Whether for the sake of retirement or economy, I know not. Be it for either, for both, or whatever it may, if you will come to this place, and partake with me, I shall be exceedingly happy to see you at it. Your presence may remind Congress of your past services to this country, and if it is in my power to impress them, command my best exertions with freedom, as they will be rendered cheerfully by one who entertains a lively sense of the importance of your works, and who, with much pleasure, subscribes himself your sincere friend, G. Washington. During the war, in the latter end of the year 1780, I formed to myself a design of coming over to England, and communicated it to General Greene, who was then in Philadelphia, on his route to the southward, General Washington being then at too great a distance to communicate with immediately. I was strongly impressed with the idea that if I could get over to England, without being known, and only remain in safety till I could get out of publication, that I could open the eyes of the country with respect to the madness and stupidity of its government. I saw that the parties in Parliament had pitted themselves as far as they could go, and could make no new impressions on each other. General Greene entered fully into my views, but the affair of Arnold and Andre happening just after, he changed his mind, and, under strong apprehensions for my safety, wrote very pressingly to me from Annapolis, in Maryland, to give up the design, which, with some reluctance, I did. Soon after this I accompanied C.O.L. Laurens, son of Mr. Laurens, who was then in the Tower, to France, on business from Congress. We landed at Lorient, and while I remained there, he being gone forward, a circumstance occurred that renewed my former design. An English packet from Falmouth to New York, with the government dispatches on board, was brought into Lorient. That a packet should be taken, is no extraordinary thing, but that the dispatches should be taken with it, will scarcely be credited, as they are always slung at the cabin window, in a bag loaded with cannon ball, and ready to be sunk at a moment. The fact, however, is as I have stated it, for the dispatches came into my hands, and I read them. The capture, as I was informed, succeeded by the following stratagem. The captain of the Madam Privateer, who spoke English, on coming up with the packet, passed himself for the captain of an English frigate, and invited the captain of the packet on board, which, when done, he sent some of his own hands back, and secured the mail. But be the circumstance of the capture what it may, I speak with certainty as to the government dispatches. They were sent up to Paris, to Count Vergennes, and when Col. Lawrence and myself returned to America, we took the originals to Congress. By these dispatches I saw into the stupidity of the English cabinet, far more than I otherwise could have done, and I renewed my former design. But Col. Lawrence was so unwilling to return alone, more especially, as among other matters, we had a charge of upwards of £200,000 in money, that I gave in to his wishes, and finally gave up my plan. But I am now certain, that if I could have executed it, that it would not have been altogether unsuccessful. Paine. 16. It is difficult to account for the origin of charter and corporation towns, unless we suppose them to have arisen out of, or been connected with, some species of garrison service. The times in which they began justify this idea. The generality of those towns have been garrisons, and the corporations were charged with the care of the gates of the towns, when no military garrison was present. Their refusing or granting admission to strangers, which has produced the custom of giving, selling, and buying freedom, has more of the nature of garrison authority than civil government. Soldiers are free of all corporations throughout the nation, by the same propriety that every soldier is free of every garrison, and no other persons are. He can follow any employment, with the permission of his officers, in any corporation town throughout the nation. Paine. 17. See Sir John Sinclair's History of the Revenue. The land tax in 1646 was £2,473,499. Paine. 18. Several of the court newspapers have of late made frequent mention of Wat Tyler. That his memory should be traduced by court sycophants, and all those who live on the spoil of the public, is not to be wondered at. He was, however, the means of checking the rage and injustice of taxation in his time, and the nation owed much to his valor. The history is concisely this: in the time of Richard II, a poll tax was levied, of 1 shilling per head, upon every person in the nation, of whatever estate or condition, on poor as well as rich, above the age of 15 years. If any favor was shown in the law, it was to the rich rather than to the poor, as no person could be charged more than 20 shillings for himself, family, and servants, though ever so numerous, while all other families, under the number of 20, were charged per head. Poll taxes had always been odious, but this being also oppressive and unjust, it excited, as it naturally must, universal detestation among the poor and middle classes. The person known by the name of Wat Tyler, whose proper name was Walter, and a Tyler by trade, lived at Deptford. The gatherer of the poll tax, on coming to his house, demanded tax for one of his daughters, whom Tyler declared was under the age of 15. The tax gatherer insisted on satisfying himself, and began an indecent examination of the girl, which, enraging the father, he struck him with a hammer, that brought him to the ground, and was the cause of his death. This circumstance served to bring the discontents to an issue. The inhabitants of the neighborhood espoused the cause of Tyler, who in a few days was joined, according to some histories, by upwards of 50,000 men, and chosen their chief. With this force, he marched to London, to demand an abolition of the tax, and a redress of other grievances. The court, finding itself in a forlorn condition, and unable to make resistance, agreed, with Richard at its head, to hold a conference with Tyler in Smithfield, making many fair professions, courtier-like, of its dispositions to redress the oppressians. While Richard and Tyler were in conversation on these matters, each being on horseback, Walworth, then mayor of London, and one of the creatures of the court, watched an opportunity, and like a cowardly assassin, stabbed Tyler with a dagger, and 2 or 3 other falling upon him, he was instantly sacrificed. Tyler appears to have been an intrepid disinterested man, with respect to himself. All his proposals made to Richard were on a more just and public ground than those which had been made to John by the barons, and notwithstanding the sycophancy of historians and men like Mr. Burke, who seek to gloss over a base action of the court by traducing Tyler, his fame will outlive their falsehood. If the barons merited a monument to be erected in Runnymede, Tyler merits one in Smithfield. Paine. 19. Foreign intrigue, foreign wars, and foreign dominions will in a great measure account for the deficiency. Paine. 20. I happened to be in England at the celebration of the centenary of the Revolution of 1688. The characters of William and Mary have always appeared to me detestable. The one seeking to destroy his uncle, and the other her father, to get possession of power themselves. Yet, as the nation was disposed to think something of that event, I felt her at seeing it ascribe the whole reputation of it to a man who had undertaken it as a job, and who, besides what he otherwise got, charged £600,000 for the expense of the little fleet that brought him from Holland. George I acted the same close-fisted part as William had done, and bought the Duchy of Bremen with the money he got from England, £250,000 over and above his pay as king, and having thus purchased it at the expense of England, added it to his Hanoverian dominions for his own private profit. In fact, every nation that does not govern itself is governed as a job. England has been the prey of jobs ever since the Revolution. Paine. 21. Charles, like his predecessors and successors, grinding that war was the harvest of governments, engaged in a war with the Dutch, the expense of which increased the annual expenditure to £1,800,000, as stated under the date of 1666, but the peace establishment was but £1,200,000. Paine. 22. Poor rates began about the time of Henry VIII, when the taxes began to increase, and they have increased as the taxes increased ever since. Paine. 23. Reckoning the taxes by families, 5 to a family, each family pays on an average 12 by 16s, 60 per annum. To this sum are to be added the poor rates. Though all pay uxes in the articles they consume, all do not pay poor rates. About 2 millions are exempted, some as not being housekeepers, others as not being able, and the poor themselves who receive the relief. The average, therefore, of poor rates on the remaining number is 40 shillings for every family of 5 persons, which makes the whole average amount of uxes and rates 14/1760. For 6 persons, 17/175. For 7 persons, 20/1660. The average of taxes in America, under the new or representative system of government, including the interest of the debt contracted in the war, and taking the population at 4 million of souls, which it now amounts to, and it is daily increasing, is 5 shillings per head, men, women, and children. The difference, therefore, between the two governments, is as under. England, America. FSD. ISD. For a family of 5 persons 14/17/6150. For a family of 6 persons 17/17/0110. For a family of 7 persons 2016-61-15-0. Paine. 24 public schools do not answer the general purpose of the poor. They are chiefly in corporation towns, from which the country towns and villages are excluded, or, if admitted, the distance occasions a great loss of time. Education, to be useful to the poor, should be on the spot, and the best method, I believe, to accomplish this, is to enable the parents to pay the expense themselves. There are always persons of both sexes to be found in every village, especially when growing into years, capable of such an undertaking. 20 children, at 10 shillings each, and at not more than 6 months each year, would be as much as some livings amount to in the remote parts of England. And there are often distressed clergymen's widows to whom such an income would be acceptable. Whatever is given on this account to children answers two purposes. To them it is education, to those who educate them it is a livelihood. Paine. 25 The tax on beer brewed for sale, from which die aristocracy are exempt, is almost 1 million more than die present commutation tax, being by die returns of 1,788. 1,666,152/ and consequently they ought to take on themselves the amount of die commutation tax, as they are already exempted from one which is almost 1 million greater. Paine. 26 When inquiries are made into the condition of the poor, various degrees of distress will most probably be found, to render a different arrangement preferable to that which is already proposed. Widows with families will be in greater want than where there are husbands living. There is also a difference in the expense of living in different countries, and more so in fuel. Pound. Suppose then 50,000 extraordinary cases, at the rate of 10/ per family. Per arm. 500,000. 100,000 families, at 8. Per family per arm. 800,000. 100,000 families, at 7/ per family per arm. 700,000. 104,000 families, at 5/ per family per arm. 520,000. And instead often smiling per head for the education of other children, to allow 50 shillings per family for that purpose to 50,000 families 250,000. 2,770,000. 140,000 aged persons as before, 1,120,000. 3,890,000. This arrangement amounts to the same sum as stated earlier, including the 250,000 for education, but it provides, including the aged people, for 404,000 families, which is almost 1/3 of all the families in England. Paine. 27 I know it is the opinion of many of the most enlightened characters in France. There always will be those who see farther into events than others, not only among the general mass of citizens, but of many of the principal members of the former National Assembly, that the monarchical plan will not continue many years in that country. They have found out that as wisdom cannot be made hereditary, power ought not, and that, for a man to merit £1,000,000 sterling a year from a nation, he ought to have a mind capable of comprehending from an atom to a universe, which, if he had, he would be above receiving a pay. But they wish not to appear to lead the nation faster than its own reason and interest dictated. In all the conversations where I have been present upon this subject, the idea always was, that when such a time, from the general opinion of the nation, shall arrive, that the honorable and liberal method would be, to make a handsome present in fee simple to the person whoever he may be, that shall then be in the monarchical office, and for him to retire to the enjoyment of private life, possessing his share of general rights and privileges, and to be no more accountable to the public for his time and his conduct than any other citizen. Paine. 1 In the time of Henry IV a law was passed making it felony to multiply gold or silver, or to make use of the craft of multiplication, and this law remained 286 years upon the statute books. It was then repealed as being ridiculous and injurious. Paine. 1 It is, however, necessary to accept the declaration which says that God visits the sins of the fathers upon the children. It is contrary to every principle of moral justice. Paine. 2 Paine's references to the Bible usually denote the Old Testament. Editors. 3 As there are many readers who do not see that a composition is poetry unless it be in rhyme, it is for their information that I add this note. Poetry consists principally in two things, imagery and composition. The composition of poetry differs from that of prose in the manner of mixing long and short syllables together. Take a long syllable out of a line of poetry, and put a short one in the room of it, or put a long syllable where a short one should be, and that line will lose its poetical harmony. It will have an effect upon the line like that of misplacing a note in a song. The imagery in those books, called the prophets, appertains altogether to poetry. It is fictitious, and often extravagant, and not admissible in any other kind of writing than poetry. To show that these writings are composed in poetical numbers, I will take 10 syllables, as they stand in the book, and make a line of the same number of syllables. Heroic measure, that shall rhyme with the last word. It will then be seen that the composition of these books is poetical measure. The instance I shall produce is from Isaiah. Hear, O ye heavens, and give ear, O earth. 'Tis God himself that calls attention forth. Another instance I shall quote is from the mournful Jeremiah, to which I shall add 2 other lines, for the purpose of carrying out the figure, and showing the intention of the poet. Oh, that mine head were waters and mine eyes were fountains flowing like the liquid skies. Then would I give the mighty flood release, and weep a deluge for the human race. Paine. For as those men who call themselves divines and commentators are very fond of puzzling one another, I leave them to contest the meaning of the first part of the phrase, that of an evil spirit from God. I keep to my text, I keep to the meaning of the word prophesy. Paine. 5 It is impossible for us now to know at what time the heathen mythology began, but it is certain, from the internal evidence that it carries, that it did not begin in the same state or condition in which it ended. All the gods of that mythology, except Saturn, were of modern invention. The supposed reign of Saturn was prior to that which is called the heathen mythology, and was so far a species of theism, that it admitted the belief of only one god. Saturn is supposed to have abdicated the government in favor of his 3 sons and 1 daughter, Jupiter, Pluto, Neptune, and Juno. After this, thousands of other gods and demigods were imaginarily created, and the calendar of gods increased as fast as the calendar of saints and the calendars of courts have increased since. All the corruptions that have taken place in theology and in religion have been produced by admitting of what man calls revealed religion. The mythologists pretended to more revealed religion than the Christians do. They had their oracles and their priests, who were supposed to receive and deliver the word of God verbally, on almost all occasions. Since then, all corruptions, down from Moloch to modern predestinarian, and the human sacrifices of the heathens to the Christian sacrifice of the Creator, have been produced by admitting of what is called revealed religion. The most effectual means to prevent all such evils and impositions is not to admit of any other revelation than that which is manifested in the book of creation, and to contemplate the creation as the only True and real word of God that ever did or ever will exist, and that everything else, called the word of God, is fable and imposition. Paine. 6. As this book may fall into the hands of persons who do not know what an orrery is, it is for their information I add this note, as the name gives no idea of the uses of the thing. The orrery has its name from the person Joe invented it. It is a machinery of clockwork, representing the universe in miniature, and in which the revolution of the earth round itself and round the sun, the revolution of the moon round the earth, the revolution of the planets round the sun, their relative distances from the sun, as the center of the whole system, their relative distances from each other and their different magnitudes, are represented as they really exist in what we call the heavens. Paine. 7. Allowing a ship to sail, on an average, 3 miles in an hour, she would sail entirely round the world in less than 1 year, if she could sail in a direct circle, but she is obliged to follow the course of the ocean. Paine. 8. Those who suppose that the sun went round the earth every 24 hours made the same mistaken idea that a cook would do. In fact, that should make the fire go round the meat, instead of the meat turning round itself towards the fire. Paine. 9. If it should be asked, how can man know these things? I have one plain answer to give, which is, that man knows how to calculate an eclipse, and also how to calculate a minute of time when the planet Venus in making her revolutions around the sun will come in a straight line between our earth and the sun, and will appear to us about the size of a large pea passing across the face of the sun. This happens but twice in about 100 years, at the distance of about 8 years from each other, and has happened twice in our time, both of which were foreknown by calculation. It can also be known when they will happen again for 1,000 years to come, or to any other portion of time. As, therefore, man could not be able to do these things if he did not understand the solar system, and the manner in which the revolutions of the several planets or worlds are performed. The fact of calculating an eclipse, or a transit of Venus, is a proof in point that the knowledge exists, and as to a few thousand, or even a few million miles, more or less, it makes scarcely any sensible difference in such immense distances. Paine. 1. An expression used by Bishop Horsley in the Parliament of England. Paine. 1. I have always been opposed to the mode of refining government up to an individual or what is called a single executive. Such a man will always be chief of a party. A plurality is far better, it combines the mass of a nation better together, and, besides this, it is necessary to the manly mind of a republic that it loses the debasing idea of obeying an individual. Paine. 2. Two persons to whom John Adams said this, told me of it. The secretary of M.R. J. was present when it was told to me. Paine. 3. If Mr. John J. desires to know on what authority I say this, I will give that authority publicly when he chooses to call for it. Paine. 1. It is a technical term, meaning the boards and numbers which form the arch upon which the permanent materials are laid. When a bridge is finished, the workmen say they are ready to strike center, that is to take down the scaffolding. Paine. 2. The original is in my possession. Paine. 3. The original, in French, is in my possession. Paine. 1. Parliament is a French word, brought into England by the Normans. It comes from the French verb parler, to speak. Paine. 2. When a king of England, for they are not an English race of kings, negatives an act passed by the Parliament, he does it in the Norman or French language, which was the language of the conquest, the literal translation of which is, the king will advise himself of it. It is the only instance of a king of England speaking French in Parliament, and shows the origin of the negative. Paine. 3. The practice of voting by orders in France, whenever the States General met, continued until the late Revolution. It was the present Abbé Sieyves who made the motion, in what was afterwards called the National Assembly, for abolishing the vote by orders, and established the rational practice of deciding by a majority of numbers. Paine.